Robb Stark first met Margaery Tyrell on a crisp autumn morning in the Red Keep's courtyard, though neither he nor she realized at that moment how thoroughly their fates would become intertwined. The Queen's retinue had only just arrived, bringing a flourish of banners in gold and green, their roses dancing in the breeze as they were borne by the proud knights and sworn swords of the Reach. The crack of a score of hooves sounded across the courtyard's paving stones, mingling with the hushed wonder of onlookers and the raucous calls of stable hands rushing to greet their visitors. Margaery wore a fitted gown of shimmering green that morning, and in Robb's eyes, she was like a vision plucked from a ballad he had once heard old Nan recite in Winterfell's great hall. He felt the warmth of the southern sun on his cheeks, oppressive to a northerner and used to so much heat, and recalled how his father had gently chided him to mind his manners. There was talk that the Tyrells might join the royal court for some months of feasting, but rumor of a more profound alliance had also made the rounds. If the marriage of Sansa Stark to Joffrey Baratheon was the fruit of the North's loyalty to King Robert, another union might secure the lasting friendship of House Tyrell and the realm's uppermost seat of power. Robb, then just shy of his 16th name day, was not privy to all the secrets swirling around him. He simply understood that Mace Tyrell's daughter was near his own age and that she carried herself with a serene grace reminiscent of a queen from an earlier age. Margaery's deep brown hair fell in luxurious waves and her eyes sparkled in the early light, full of curiosity and the sort of caution that came with navigating King's Landing. Watching her dismount, Robb noted how she paused to greet a servant who had lost his balance, stooping to help him find his footing. She offered him a smile that could melt winter snows, her voice gentle and reassuring, and Robb felt an unexpected pang in his chest, as if he had missed a step while crossing an icy courtyard in Winterfell. He bowed, murmured a courteous greeting, and was relieved when she extended her hand for him to kiss. The touch of her skin was warmer than the breezes that swept the yard. Her courtesy put him at ease. Still, Robb could not have predicted that within a moon's turn, Mace Tyrell would propose an alliance that would set House Stark on a path that reverberated well beyond the north. The official word came shortly after, in Lord Eddard Stark's chambers. The King's Hand Ned, as he was affectionately known by few besides Robert, had listened to Mace Tyrell's entreaties with calm interest. The argument was straightforward. House Tyrell had shown its willingness to stand with the crown as it had in Robert's rebellion, but it sought now a northern alliance that would fortify both houses. The Tyrells would see their daughter wedded to the heir of Winterfell, bridging the distances between the fertile plains of the Reach and the harsh, unyielding north. If Ned was surprised, he did not show it. His calm eyes measured the possibilities, careful not to betray excitement or worry. He asked Robb for his counsel in private, father and son standing by an open window overlooking the Red Keep's meandering gardens. Robb, his heart still fluttering at the memory of Margaery's smile, confessed a sort of eager curiosity. He remembered Catelyn Stark's words, a good match served both love and duty if one was fortunate. If Margaery Tyrell was as kind and clever as she seemed, if her family's power would secure Winterfell's standing and peace for the North, then Robb saw no cause to oppose it. So it was that the agreement solidified, and a flurry of ravens carried the news across the Seven Kingdoms. Robb Stark of Winterfell was betrothed to Margaery Tyrell of Highgarden. Their wedding was held in King's Landing, as Robert Baratheon preferred to host any alliance that sprang from his realm, though Ned would have liked the ceremonies to take place in Winterfell. The king was unyielding. He wanted the spectacle, the bustle of feasting and pageantry. So it was that the great September was decked in white and green, with garlands of winter roses mingling with the golden roses of the Reach. Hundreds of lords and ladies crowded into the polished marble halls, while gold-cloaked guards lined the steps leading up to the Sept's grand doors. The day was bright, the air thick with a particular tension that so often accompanied momentous events. Robb wore the colors of House Stark woven into his doublet, a field of pale gray, the direwolf embroidered in white thread on his left breast. Margaery walked on the arm of her father, Mace Tyrell, her gown a swirl of pale green, delicate golden thread wound into patterns of climbing vines. The sept rang with murmurs of admiration and envy, for there were many in King's Landing who recognized the union as more than a mere wedding. It was a statement that House Tyrell and House Stark would stand shoulder to shoulder. During the ceremony, Robb could not help but steal glances at his bride. The High Septon performed the rites, and candles flickered in the corners of the sept, illuminating Margaery's resolute features as she spoke her vows. She had a way of meeting Robb's eyes that told him she was not merely uttering memorized words, but was placing something of herself into each phrase, a promise of companionship, loyalty, maybe even love someday. Overwhelmed though he was by the echoing voices, the swirling fabrics, and the gaze of all present, Robb felt a sense of rightness, a calm that defied the typical anxieties of a wedding day. He whispered his own vows clearly, voice resonating with a hint of the North's stark iron. When they took hands, the hush of the sept seemed to hold them in a gentle cradle of silent expectation. "She is yours now," Robb recalled the High Septon saying, "and you are hers." Afterward, the crowd erupted in applause, and the organ music soared beneath the vaulted ceiling as Margaery looked at him with quiet excitement. Everything had changed. Their wedding feast became an event for the ages, with King Robert presiding over tables laden with boar, venison, fresh fish from Blackwater Bay, and the bright produce of the Reach, particularly the succulent melons, cherries, and pears that had traveled north under guard. The aftertaste of sweet wines and honeyed pastries lingered in Robb's mouth as he listened to toasts from half the lords in the realm. The hour grew late. Margaery's laughter was as clear and bright as a high harp's note, and Robb found himself glancing over at her again and again, searching her eyes for a reflection of his own sense of wonder. It was odd to think that only a short time ago, he had been a youth training in Winterfell's courtyard, daydreaming about how he might someday live up to his father's name. And here he was, a married man, forging alliances that might reshape the kingdom's balance. Even Cersei Lannister, elegant in emerald velvet, had offered a mocking sort of politeness, though Robb thought he caught the flicker of discontent in her green eyes. She lifted her cup to him in a gesture that could pass as courtesy or a veiled warning. Life after the wedding was a mix of novelty and the routine duties that befell any noble son. Robb remained in King's Landing for months while Ned served as Hand of the King. Robb spent his days trying to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of the royal court, always mindful that he represented House Stark in every glance and gesture. It helped that Margaery had a native grace in such social spheres. She was raised by her grandmother, the formidable Olenna Tyrell, to navigate complexities of conversation and courtesy as adeptly as any skilled swordsman. Robb often felt out of his depth, straining to detect the hidden barbs in polite small talk or discerning which gesture might be a slight. Yet Margaery would come to him in the evenings, after the feasts and the dances, and reassure him that he had done well. She would relate some witty remark from Lady Olenna or comment on the dresses worn by Cersei or the younger nobles, making him laugh with a startling ease. The Red Keep's endless intrigues became more tolerable with Margaery at his side. Still, the words of House Stark, "Winter is coming," reminded him that soon he must return north, to the responsibilities of being his father's heir. And so the day came when Ned Stark deemed it time for them to depart King's Landing and return to Winterfell. King Robert insisted they remain at least a fortnight more, but Ned was unmoved by the king's half-drunken pleas. Duty called him back north. Robb, his bride at his side, joined the proud column of Stark men-at-arms, knights, and courtiers who prepared to journey across the wide plains, past the Neck, and onward to the cold ramparts of Winterfell. Margaery, for her part, had traveled before to the Crownlands, to Riverrun with her father, but never so far as the north. She was apprehensive but excited, wide-eyed at the thought of endless pine forests and snows that never seemed to melt. The morning they left, the court assembled in the Red Keep's courtyard to bid them farewell. Cersei Lannister looked on with an inscrutable expression while little Arya and Sansa each embraced their new sister by marriage, though Sansa's future betrothal to Joffrey still colored her mood in a brittle mixture of hope and dread. Margaery promised to write as soon as they arrived. When their horses moved out, Robb felt a twist of longing for the old familiarity of Winterfell and a trace of guilt for leaving behind his sisters and father in a city where so many tongues hissed venom in every alley. But he consoled himself with the knowledge that Ned Stark was no fool and that Margaery was at his side, brimming with curiosity to see the north. The caravan's journey north was slower than usual, for it was the largest traveling party Robb had ever taken part in. Heavy wagons bore Margaery's southern dresses, her trunk of personal possessions, and a crate or two stuffed with the vibrant flowers she insisted must accompany her to Winterfell. It made Robb smile to imagine those bright blooms, so lavish in the southern sun, struggling to take root in the colder climate of the north. He teased her gently that the flowers would wilt soon after passing the Neck, but Margaery only shook her head with a determined sparkle in her eye. She vowed she would nurture them in the glass gardens of Winterfell. Along the way, they encountered travelers moving in both directions, merchants, minstrels, knights seeking tournaments in the Riverlands. On more than one occasion, they passed riders wearing the crimson of House Lannister or the black and gold of House Baratheon, presumably carrying tidings from King's Landing to lords in the outlying reaches. On a day when storm clouds rolled overhead and threatened rain, they took refuge in a minor castle that belonged to a bannerman of House Tully. There, in the lamplit Great Hall, Robb and Margaery received news through rumors whispered by passing courtiers. King Robert had returned to his old pastime of reckless hunts, spurning the calmer suggestions of his small council. Yet more than that, whispers spread of rising tensions in the realm, particularly the simmering resentments of House Lannister over rumored insults directed at Queen Cersei. Margaery listened with an attentive ear, though she kept her opinions to herself. Robb remembered how his father had warned him that the Game of Thrones was seldom played without spilling blood. Even so, it felt distant, overshadowed by the quiet awe that came with crossing the neck, seeing the solemn magnificence of the twins in the distance, and, at last, arriving in the north. When the outer ramparts of Winterfell finally came into view, Robb felt a surge of pride. This was home, the foundation of his blood, and now it would be Margaery's home as well. Winterfell received Margaery Tyrell with an earnest warmth that seemed to surprise her, given all the dark rumors she might have heard of the cold north. Servants hurried to accommodate her retinue, bundling extra furs for those not used to the chill of the breezes even in high summer. Bran and Rickon, eager to make a good impression on their new sister, showed her around the courtyard with boyish excitement. Margaery asked questions about the stables, the glass garden, and especially the godwood, which she had heard was ancient and mysterious, with a weirwood face older than memory. She had been raised in a different faith, more partial to the Seven, but she showed open curiosity for the old gods, and so Robb escorted her that very evening to the secluded corner of the godwood. The air was hushed beneath those great red leaves. Margaery knelt by the weirwood, pressing her palm against its pale trunk, letting silence envelop her. Then she turned to Robb with a soft smile, and though no words were spoken, he understood that she was at peace. That moment, more than any banquet or vow, affirmed to Robb that his wife was truly part of Winterfell. The moons that followed were a period of near tranquility for Robb. He took up his duties as his father's heir, training with the men-at-arms, overseeing local disputes, coordinating the dire need for supplies in outlying holdfasts. Margaery adapted with remarkable poise. She initiated new plantings in the glass gardens, coaxing southern herbs to take root in northern soil. She worked with the stewards to adjust their distribution of grain and produce, drawing on the Tyrell expertise in cultivation. Whenever a feast was held in the Great Hall, she made an effort to chat with the local bannermen to learn about the nuances of House Manderly, House Serwyn, House Umber, and others. Over time, her presence changed the atmosphere. Winterfell felt less austere, more open to laughter and gentle conversation. The small folk grew fond of her, for she treated them with the same courtesy and interest she showed high lords. Sometimes, in the nights, Robb would wake to find her reading by candlelight, poring over tomes about northern history or listening to old Nan's stories. Each day, he felt his affection for her deepen, a slow and steady blossoming more akin to a northern pine than a southern rose. He still wrestled with whether it was love. He was young, after all, but he knew he cared for her presence as much as he did for the walls of Winterfell itself. When news finally came that King Robert had died under suspicious circumstances while hunting, life in Winterfell changed overnight. The Raven's message arrived after a routine morning's practice, while Robb was sparring with Theon Greyjoy. Ned Stark, newly returned from King's Landing, summoned them all to the Great Hall, his face pale with anxiety. The tidings were grim. Robert had succumbed to a boar's tusk, but the swirl of rumor pointed to cunning Lannister manipulation. Worse still, Joffrey Baratheon had claimed the Iron Throne in the aftermath, and Ned had discovered evidence that Joffrey might not be Robert's true son. Ned's sense of honor had compelled him to confront Cersei, but the Queen acted swiftly, orchestrating a purge that nearly claimed Ned's life. He had escaped King's Landing only through the help of loyal friends and a cunning ruse involving Baelor. September. Sansa remained betrothed to Joffrey, held practically as a hostage to keep the North in line, while Arya, resourceful and headstrong, had fled under mysterious circumstances, her whereabouts unknown. In that uncertain time, Ned had not dared to linger. He returned to Winterfell to rally the North, for war seemed inevitable. Robb listened in dawning horror, Margaery beside him, her eyes flashing with both pity and resolve. They all knew the lines were being drawn. The Lannisters now held King's Landing, with Joffrey crowning himself king. Stannis and Renly Baratheon both contested his claim. The Tyrells, Margaery's own family, were rumored to be throwing their support behind Renly, who had proposed a marriage to Margaery to cement an alliance. That scheme had obviously died the moment Margaery became a Stark, which put House Tyrell in a precarious position. Did they now side with the Starks, or remain loyal to the new king in the capital, or shift their loyalties to Stannis or Renly? In the Great Hall, Ned conferred with Robb, Catelyn, and his bannermen. Margaery listened closely, waiting for her chance to speak. "We cannot simply abandon my family to the Lannisters," she said, voice poised yet tense. "But if my father is truly behind Renly, the Reach will not be wholly united. Everything is uncertain now." Her voice had an undercurrent of heartbreak, for she loved her family, yet her loyalty now lay with her new husband and his house. Ned offered her a nod, acknowledging the impossibility of the situation. War was coming, a fracturing of the Seven Kingdoms. Winter was coming too, in more ways than one. They decided to call the banners. Stark men from across the north gathered, swearing fealty and offering steel to the cause. Some among them had never marched beyond the Neck, but the news from King's Landing stirred their blood. They would not stand idle while Lannister power threatened their lord and took his daughter hostage. Robb, newlywed, found himself thrust into the role of military leader, for his father's injuries from escaping King's Landing had left Ned weakened. At least for the time being. That did not mean Ned would not guide him, but it was Robb who would lead men into battle. The North answered his call with a fierce loyalty that stoked the fires of his own courage. Margaery, for her part, insisted on doing what she could for the war effort. She was no warrior, but she directed supplies, organized the wounded's care, and worked ceaselessly with Catelyn Stark to coordinate negotiations. Through her letters, she reached out to her father, Mace Tyrell, urging him to consider forging an alliance with Winterfell rather than siding with Renly. "You cannot promise me to Renly now," she wrote, "for I am wed, and House Stark can be our truest ally." Whether the letter would change anything, she could not be sure. But she hoped her grandmother, the Lady Olenna, might see the wisdom in bridging the North and the Reach. Renly Baratheon declared himself king of the Seven Kingdoms and demanded that Mace Tyrell march under his banner. Yet the Tyrell response was hesitant. Highgarden's might was unmatched in terms of supply and cavalry, but without the certainty of an advantageous marriage, the deal with Renly lacked teeth. Meanwhile, Stannis Baratheon, ever the stern figure, laid claim as Robert's rightful heir, though he had fewer allies. The realm threatened to splinter into multiple factions. To complicate matters, rumors spread that Balon Greyjoy in the Iron Islands might strike while the rest of Westeros was distracted. Robb recognized the precarious nature of the moment. If the North marched south to avenge Ned's near murder and free Sansa, they might leave themselves open to an Ironborn raid. Yet to remain idle would only embolden the Lannisters. Ned and Catelyn watched their son, uncertain if he was ready to lead an army, but Margaery believed in him fiercely. "You will command them well," she told him one evening as he paced the Great Hall, his brow furrowed in thought. "You have the North in your blood and the memory of your forefathers. You are not alone in this." Her words gave him courage. The banners marched south in a staggering force. Robb led them, the wind carrying the dire wolf sigil on countless pennants. At his side rode Grey Wind, his dire wolf, grown large and formidable, a silent testament to northern power. Margaery remained in Winterfell with Ned, who acted as regent, and the younger Starks. That parting between husband and wife was difficult, marked by an embrace that lingered in the cold morning light. She pressed a token into his hand, a small carved rose made from the wood of the weirwood, which she had shaped herself with delicate skill. "Take it for luck," she whispered, her eyes bright. He promised to carry it close to his heart. Then they parted, each silently aware that the next time they saw one another, the realm might be reshaped by war's harsh verdict. Robb led his army with a combination of youthful boldness and the wisdom gleaned from Ned's teachings. They crossed the Twins by forging an uneasy truce with Walder Frey. No humiliating marriage demands this time, for Walder Frey dared not spurn a combined Tyrell-Stark possibility. And so the North descended into the Riverlands to confront Tywin and Jaime Lannister's forces. The battles that ensued were fierce, bloody, and riddled with tragedy for the small folk caught in the crossfire. At the Battle of the Whispering Wood, Robb proved his mettle by outmaneuvering Jaime Lannister under cover of darkness, capturing the Kingslayer in a daring ambush. Word traveled swiftly of the young wolf's cunning, echoing across the war-torn fields. Yet every victory seemed to come at a price. Riverrun was under siege, and the Riverlands were ravaged by Lannister raids. Catelyn Stark joined Robb's side, seeking to free her brother Edmure and father Hoster Tully. The ongoing chaos only worsened when word arrived that Renly Baratheon had been slain under mysterious, ghastly circumstances. Some whispered of a shadow with Stannis' face. In the wake of Renly's death, Mace Tyrell hesitated. Without Renly's marriage to Margaery, the Tyrells had no binding link to the Baratheon cause, yet they disliked the notion of swearing fealty to Stannis. A wave of uncertainty swept the Reach. Some bannermen argued for forging a pact with the Lannisters as Margaery was no longer free to wed Joffrey. Others insisted on independence. Margaery's letters from Winterfell, however, had not gone unanswered. Lady Olenna recognized that an alliance with the Starks, buoyed by the devotion of the North and the strategic hold over the Riverlands, could prove a powerful alternative. After tense negotiations, the Tyrells chose to march north, not to fight the Starks, but to meet them at Harrenhal, where Robb had planned to confront Tywin. The arrival of the Tyrell host with its shimmering green banners took many by surprise. House Tyrell had outmaneuvered the Lannisters, slipping through the cracks while Tywin was preoccupied with protecting King's Landing from Stannis. When the Tyrells joined forces with Robb, the tide of war shifted dramatically. Their combined armies put Lannister forces to flight on more than one occasion, culminating in a decisive engagement near the Blackwater. Stannis' fleet had attacked King's Landing only to face wildfire unleashed by Tyrion Lannister. But with the Tyrells and the Northmen circling from the Riverlands, Tywin found himself overextended. Tales would later describe how Robb Stark, the young wolf, arrived in the outskirts of King's Landing not as a desperate challenger but as a calm negotiator, flanked by thousands of mounted knights from the Reach. The city, starved and weary from siege, trembled as two armies threatened its gates. Margaery's presence loomed in the background, for the small folk whispered that the Starks had the support of Highgarden itself. In a matter of days, the Lannisters found themselves forced into negotiation or risk utter ruin. Tywin's pride might have resisted, but the fiasco at Blackwater Bay, where Stannis was repelled but at great cost, left King's Landing in shambles. The Iron Throne was bleeding gold faster than it could replace it. Inside the city, tensions flared. Joffrey, furious and unpredictable, grew more violent with each passing hour, soiling himself with cruel amusements. Cersei found her grip on power slipping, for she no longer had the surety of Tywin's unstoppable host at her back. When Robb's outriders blocked every road leading out of the capital, Tywin was forced to parley. Ned Stark, still recovering from his wounds, could not make the journey, but he sent emissaries, including the formidable Lady Catelyn and Ser Brynden Tully. At Robb's side stood Ser Loras Tyrell, wearing polished armor emblazoned with the Golden Rose. Their demands were simple: an immediate release of Sansa Stark, a public recognition that the North would henceforth remain an ally on equal terms, and an open corridor for trade between the North, the Riverlands, and the Reach. In short, they wanted freedom from the Lannister yoke and the safe return of the Stark girl. Tywin, seeing the noose tightening, conceded. That day, amid the ashes of war, an accord was reached that halted open bloodshed for the moment. Joffrey was forced to relinquish his hostage, though he hurled insults and threats. Yet King's Landing was in no state to fight. The city's storehouses were nearly empty, its soldiers demoralized. When Sansa was finally carried out of the Red Keep's gates, Robb met her on the road, dismounting to gather her in his arms. She was trembling, bruised not only in body but in spirit, for Joffrey's cruelty had left her frightened and humiliated. Yet the relief in her eyes at seeing her brother, flanked by the green and gold host of her sister by marriage's family, shone through her tears. It was a bittersweet reunion. Sansa's illusions about courtly romance had been shattered, but she clung to Robb and confessed she only wanted to go home. To Winterfell, she sobbed, burying her face in his cloak. "I want to see father and mother. I want to see Bran and Rickon." Arya, she trailed off, unsure if her younger sister even lived. Robb had no comforting answers. He held her close, promising she would be safe now, that House Stark would do all in its power to find Arya. For the first time, Sansa noticed the Tyrell banners, and her wide eyes flicked to Loras Tyrell, who offered a courtly bow. Confusion marred her features, until she recalled that Margaery was Robb's wife. That knowledge didn't erase her trauma, but it introduced a glimmer of hope. At least House Tyrell's presence signaled a formidable alliance. Robb did not linger in King's Landing. He had no taste for the Iron Throne, and indeed, the Lannisters still claimed dominion under Joffrey's questionable legitimacy. Stannis was massing for another offensive, though the city's fortifications were compromised. Many believed that Joffrey's reign would collapse under its own weight. Robb cared only that Sansa and the North were safe. He marched out with his combined forces, heading west to remove any lingering Lannister garrisons in the Riverlands. The Tyrells, for their part, accepted the gratitude of the small folk around the capital by distributing supplies, for the immediate crisis of famine was dire. Lady Olenna had arrived to oversee the logistics, though she never missed an opportunity to criticize the Lannisters for their mismanagement. A new hush settled over the realm, fragile and uncertain, like a stillness before a greater storm. Robb worried that the alliances he'd forged were only tenuous. Yet, with Sansa safe and Margaery's father pledging House Tyrell support, the North seemed stronger than ever. At Riverrun, Robb received word that Balon Greyjoy had proclaimed himself king of the Isles and the North, launching raids upon the northern coasts. He swallowed a surge of rage at the betrayal, remembering that Theon Greyjoy was still at his side. His foster brother, torn between loyalty to the Starks and the pull of his Ironborn heritage. In a stormy council session, they debated how to respond. Could the Tyrell fleet sail north around Westeros to challenge the Ironborn at sea? Would Robb have to march back at once, dividing his forces? Ultimately, the decision was made that Robb must return to Winterfell swiftly, for the Iron Islands had already seized Deepwood Motte. Margaery was at Winterfell with Ned, and though the castle was far inland, the notion that Balon Greyjoy threatened the safety of his family cut Robb to the core. He had no choice but to lead his men north. Leaving half the Tyrell host in the Riverlands under Ser Loras's command, Robb and his own bannermen began the arduous march back. During that march, time weighed heavily on Robb. The knowledge that war was a grim labyrinth with no easy exit gnawed at him. While he had won key battles in the south and secured Sansa's freedom, the realm remained in chaos. The Ironborn incursion was a new front in a seemingly endless conflict. Letters from Margaery brought him moments of solace. She described how she was working alongside Ned to bolster Winterfell's defenses, shifting supplies to watchtowers near the coast, and coordinating with northern bannermen. She wrote of new progress in the Glass Gardens, how the southern flowers were adapting, albeit slowly. She worried about him, about the men, about the realm. But always, her words conveyed resilience, as if her presence was a bright flame fending off winter's cold. When Robb's host reached Moat Cailin, they discovered the stronghold had repelled several raiding parties from the Iron Islands. The swamplands around the neck were treacherous, providing an unlikely advantage to the north. Word soon came that Asha Greyjoy had landed forces to try to press deeper inland, but the northern lords refused to yield. For every holdfast the Ironborn attacked, the local defenders fought with savage tenacity. With Ned Stark's guidance, a coordinated defense forced the Ironborn back to the coastline, harrying them mercilessly. By the time Robb finally arrived at Winterfell, he found that Margaery had become beloved among the northern lords for her tireless help in organizing supply lines and sending ravens with crucial information. He embraced her the moment he passed through the gates, leaning his head against hers, breathing in her warmth. In her eyes, he saw equal relief and determination. She asked about the battles and the road, and he told her everything, though neither dared to hope that the Greyjoy threat would vanish without further bloodshed. Still, there were small mercies. Sansa, traumatized but slowly healing, found comfort under Margaery's gentle wing. They prayed in the godswood together, or took walks by the walls, speaking in hushed tones of how they had each confronted cruelty in their own ways. Sansa at Joffrey's court, Margaery in the cunning corridors of political alliances. Margaery encouraged Sansa to write letters, to practice coping with her memories by shaping them into words. Sometimes they would talk about the South, about Highgarden's famed tournaments, or the lavish feasts. Though Sansa no longer had the same illusions of courtly romance, she found herself intrigued by Margaery's balanced perspective, a mixture of practicality and genuine kindness. The North, for its part, was grateful to the Tyrell bride who had stood by the Starks in their darkest hour. It was during that uncertain lull, winter creeping ever closer, the days growing shorter, that Ned Stark summoned Robb, Margaery, and several key bannermen to the Great Hall. Grey Wind padded silently by Robb's chair, watchful. Ned stood at the high table, one hand resting on his sword's pommel. Though he looked weary, there was a fresh resolve in his eyes. He spoke of the realm's condition. Joffrey still on the throne, Stannis licking his wounds, the Tyrells allied with the north and the Riverlands, Balon Greyjoy claiming the seas to the west. "We have carved out a fragile peace," Ned said gravely, "but it will not last unless we decide what future we want for the north. My son, what say you?" And there, in the heart of Winterfell, Robb faced the question that had echoed in the hallways of every keep in Westeros. Should the north remain part of the Seven Kingdoms, or declare itself free of any southern king? Silence filled the hall. Margaery's gaze flicked to Robb, her expression thoughtful. She understood that her own family might have preferred the north to remain tied to the south, ensuring trade and political ties. But she also sensed the stirrings of northern pride in the men gathered around them. Umber, Mormont, Glover, Serwyn, Tallheart. They had shed blood to defend the north, and many felt that the Iron Throne was no longer legitimate under Joffrey's rule. Catelyn Stark looked worried, fully aware that an open break with the Iron Throne might provoke further war. Robb drew a breath. He thought of the letters they had received, the alliances forged with the Riverlands and the Tyrells, the hush of dread that settled whenever the Lannisters were mentioned. At last he answered, "I do not seek more war, but I cannot kneel to a king who holds my sister captive, who nearly killed my father, who answers to Lannister gold. If we are to have peace, it must be on our terms. The North is free, unless our people decide otherwise." The men roared their approval, their voices echoing through the rafters. Margaery's face flickered with apprehension, but she nodded, quietly supportive. She saw in Robb the seed of a true leader, not a boy. That same day, the great Jon Umber led the chanting cry, proclaiming Robb Stark the king in the north. So began a new chapter in Westerosi history. Word traveled swiftly that the north had crowned its own king, as in the days of old before Aegon's conquest. The Tyrells, bound by Margaery's marriage, found themselves aligned with a new monarchy entirely. A northern king, separate from the Iron Throne. Lady Olenna's letters arrived in quick succession, urging caution, but also expressing admiration at the North's unity. Mace Tyrell, for his part, hesitated to acknowledge Robb's royal title, wary of fracturing the realm further. But his daughter's entreaties were persuasive, and the vow of mutual defense between Winterfell and Highgarden promised rich trade and stable borders in the Riverlands. An uneasy acceptance formed. Across Westeros, lords and small folk alike marveled that the Starks had dared break from the centuries-old dominion of the Iron Throne, forging an alliance with the Tyrells to stand against the Lannisters. Some whispered that Robb Stark might attempt to unify all the great houses under a new order. Others believed he would remain content to rule only the North, so long as no further harm came to his people. Amid these shifting alliances, Margaery's role became crucial. She wrote constantly to Highgarden, bridging communication between her father's bannermen and the northern court. She advised Robb on southern customs, cautioning him about the easily bruised egos of certain Reach lords. She reminded him that while the North might be content to remain in isolation, the Reach thrived on widespread trade, and that trade would only flow freely if the Riverlands were secured and if some sort of truce existed with King's Landing. So, piece by piece, Robb navigated a precarious path. He managed to sign an accord with Riverrun, naming Edmure Tully as the Lord Paramount of the Trident. In return, the Tullys recognized Robb's kingship over the North. With Riverrun secure, trade routes to Highgarden began to reopen, and soon the markets of the North saw spices and goods that had once been scarce. But nothing was ever simple. The Lannisters chafed at the notion of a free North. Queen Cersei seethed, longing for revenge, but found herself constrained by the battered state of the royal forces. Tywin Lannister still possessed a sizable army, though, and none doubted he would strike if given the chance. Stannis Baratheon lurked on Dragonstone, brooding over his next move, while Peter Baelish and Varys played their hidden games in the capital. Balon Greyjoy's Ironborn continued to raid the western shores, though Theon Greyjoy managed, through heartbreak and conflict, to sway some of his father's men away from the invasion. A tenuous peace clung to the land like morning fog, with violence always threatening to break through. Winter was indeed coming, and with it the question of how Westeros would survive if the harvests were disrupted by war upon war. In Winterfell's Great Hall, Margaery and Robb dined with Ned and Catelyn, along with Sansa, Bran, and Rickon. It was one of the rare evenings of near normalcy they had shared since the conflict began. Margaery noticed the silver in Ned's hair, the lines on Catelyn's brow, the tense set of Robb's shoulders. Yet here they were, a family, or as close to one as Margaery had hoped to find. Bran spoke eagerly of the ravens he had been training with Maester Luwin, while Rickon bragged that Shaggy Dog had grown fiercer. Sansa listened, silent but for the occasional forced smile. Margaery reached under the table to squeeze Sansa's hand gently. Over plates of roast mutton and boiled turnips, they found a momentary respite from the swirling chaos. The night sky outside was cold and clear, the moonlight casting a pale glow on the courtyard. Margaery thought of her old home in Highgarden, where nights often smelled of roses and warm earth, and she felt a pang of homesickness. But she had chosen this path, and she found comfort in Robb's presence beside her. She had come to appreciate the North's stark honesty, the way it demanded resilience and rewarded loyalty and kind. When at last the night's meal ended, Margaery and Robb withdrew to the quiet of their chambers, climbing the winding stairs to the room overlooking the ancient godwood. He stood by the narrow window, arms folded, gazing into darkness. She approached him, resting a hand on his back. "You wear the burden of a king," she said softly. "But you are not alone in this, Robb. Remember that." He turned to her, his expression conflicted. He spoke of how the crown in the North weighed heavier than he had ever imagined, how every decision seemed to carry the fate of thousands of lives. He worried about the Lannisters' next move, about how to keep the Greyjoy threat at bay without more bloodshed. And beyond all that, a deeper anxiety gnawed at him, the uneasy rumors drifting down from the wall about dead men walking in the cold wilderness. Margaery listened, pressing a hand to his cheek. "Your father told me tales of the things that stir beyond the wall," she said, remembering the quiet dread that had fallen on Ned's face as he recounted half-believed legends. "If they are true, then all these petty wars may pale beside the true threat. The realm must stand united or not at all." Yet unity remained elusive. The North had crowned Robb, the Tyrells recognized him as a strategic ally, the Riverlands stood with him. The Westerlands and the Crownlands bristled under Joffrey and Tywin. Dorne remained silent, none too fond of the Lannisters, but not trusting the Starks enough to act. The Vale, under Lisa Arryn, withdrew within its mountains, refusing to commit. Meanwhile, the letters from the wall spoke of sightings, whites, strange creatures, the disappearance of entire rangers. Margaery saw the fear behind Robb's eyes when he read those reports. He might be the king in the North, but even a king could not command the forces of the Long Night. She kissed him softly, offering reassurance, though she too felt a chill in her bones. Time wore on, and bit by bit, the shape of the realm emerged from the chaos. The Tyrells solidified their hold on the Reach, forging alliances with houses that had drifted after Renly's death. The Riverlands rebuilt what was destroyed in the Lannister raids, aided by shipments of food from Highgarden. Sansa found a measure of calm in Winterfell, though she still woke from nightmares of Joffrey's sadism. Bran embraced his curiosity about the old magic of the North, while Rickon simply wanted to run free with Shaggy Dog in the forests. Meanwhile, Ned's strength returned, and with it, a quiet restlessness. He conferred often with Maester Luwin and the sworn men of the Night's Watch, discussing the rising threat beyond the wall. Eventually, on a solemn morning, Ned departed for Castle Black, intending to see the situation firsthand. Robb insisted on accompanying him, but Ned shook his head. "You have a kingdom to hold together," he said, "and your wife and siblings depend on you. Let me go. If what the Watch says is true, we may soon face an enemy far deadlier than any Lannister or Greyjoy." His departure left Robb uneasy, yet there was little choice. The last Robb saw of his father was the swirl of a thick black cloak as Ned rode out with a small escort, face set in stern resolution. Margaery stood by Robb's side, sharing in his concerns. The approach of winter became undeniable. Each dawn brought colder winds, each dusk longer shadows. The northern nights stretched endlessly. Margaery wrapped herself in furs and busied herself with caring for the small folk in Winter Town, just outside the castle walls. By distributing stores of grain and salted meats from Highgarden, she and Catelyn alleviated the worst of the hunger as the population prepared for an unforgiving season. She refused to let the people starve, for she knew a kingdom's strength came from the well-being of its subjects. Her efforts were met with quiet gratitude. More than once, families braved the snow to bring her tokens of thanks, hand-woven blankets, small wooden carvings. She accepted them all, touched by their generosity in the face of scarcity. As the first snow-blanketed Winterfell, Robb received a raven from Lady Olenna in Highgarden. The letter's tone was blunt, though not unkind. It spoke of King's Landing in disarray, with Tyrion Lannister acting as hand, struggling to contain Joffrey's worst impulses. Of Stannis, rumored to be dabbling in dark magic on Dragonstone. of Euron Greyjoy, who had apparently usurped the Seastone chair from Balon, unveiling an even more dangerous threat from the Iron Islands. She wrote that the realm was a tinderbox and a single spark could ignite war all over again. "We must find a lasting peace," Olenna concluded. "But the lions and krakens do not sleep easily, and the wolf will soon find itself tested from every side." Robb clenched his jaw as he finished reading it, the flicker of a hearth fire casting shifting shadows. Margaery rested a hand on his wrist. In that moment, they both understood that though they had won battles, the war for the soul of Westeros still raged in corners unseen. Yet, in that long northern winter night, when the wind howled beyond the walls and frost-etched patterns on the windows, Margaery found hope in small joys. She and Robb read together, huddled by the fire in the library, or exchanged playful banter as they tried to best each other in a game of Syvass. She would slip into the Godwood at twilight, winter roses blooming under glass, and remind herself that resilience lay at the core of both the North and the Reach. And in these fleeting moments, she learned the true character of her husband, a man burdened by responsibility beyond his years, yet still capable of tenderness and laughter. When she placed a hand over his heart, she felt it beat strong and steady, unyielding as Winterfell's ancient stones. Sometimes he would talk about their future children, about how they might inherit both the legacy of House Stark and the vibrant traditions of House Tyrell, forging a generation that belonged to both the winter snows and the summer rains. In those moments, the realm's troubles melted away, leaving only the promise of tomorrow. But that promise was tested when Ned Stark's party returned from the Wall with dire warnings. The others were real, the dead walked, and the Night's Watch was woefully unprepared. The thick snows had slowed Ned's return, and 2 of his men had died in skirmishes with whites. Grim-faced, Ned told Robb and Margaery that the realm must unite or perish. The War of the Five Kings, the squabbles over crowns and gold, all paled in comparison to the specter of an ancient evil stirring beyond the Wall. The knowledge weighed heavily on Robb. He was king in the north, but what use was any crown if the entire realm froze under the dominion of walking corpses and ice demons? That night, the Great Hall was alight with torches as Ned and Robb addressed the bannermen, urging them to send men to bolster the wall, to coordinate with the Watch. Margaery stepped forward, speaking with a clear, ringing voice that carried the authority of the Tyrell name. "The Reach will not stand idle if the North is threatened," she declared. "My father will answer any call for provisions. We must do this together." The hall erupted in cheers for the Queen in the North, for so they had begun to call her. Word spread that the Starks and Tyrells meant to fortify the Wall, to prepare for an unprecedented threat. The small folk whispered of White Walkers of endless winter. Many dismissed such tales as superstitious ravings. But the loyal men of the North did not dismiss them. They had known the old stories all their lives. The seeds of a grand alliance took root, crossing lines that had been drawn by war. Dorne, with its own history of resisting the Targaryens, showed cautious interest in forging some mutual defense, for no desert sun could hold back an unending winter. The Vale remained aloof, but not entirely blind to the stories drifting down from the Wall. Even King's Landing, reeling under Joffrey's tyranny, could not ignore the possibility that a new threat might overshadow every southern rivalry. And so the war that had fractured Westeros slowly, painfully, began to give way to negotiations that transcended old grudges. One evening, as Margaery walked the ramparts of Winterfell with Robb, the sky was clear enough to reveal the shimmering tapestry of stars overhead. The moonlight outlined the battlements and cast the snow in a faint silver glow. Their breath fogged in the cold air, and Margaery tucked her fur cloak tighter around her. Robb paused to gaze at her in the quiet. "I never imagined all this," he said softly. "When I first saw you in the Red Keep's courtyard, I was just a boy from the north, overwhelmed by the south. Now we stand here as king and queen, trying to hold the realm together against nightmares out of old stories." She slipped her hand through his arm, leaning her head against his shoulder. "Sometimes," she replied, "the path we do not imagine is the one that leads us to who we are meant to be." A faint smile touched her lips, though her eyes were solemn. "You are a king," she whispered. "But more importantly, you are the man I trust to face whatever comes next." He turned and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, the cold wind curling around them like a ghost. "We will do it together," he said. "The North and the Reach, winter and summer. If the dead come for us, they will find us standing side by side." In that moment, the burden of war and crowns seemed almost bearable because they shared it. Around them, Winterfell stood silent, ancient, unyielding. Far to the south, roses still bloomed in Highgarden. Far to the north, the Wall loomed against the sky, a frozen bulwark against horrors older than memory. And in between lay a realm poised on the edge of transformation. The War of the Five Kings might wane, but a greater battle loomed. As the snow whispered across the courtyard stones, Robb Stark and Margaery Tyrell, bound by a marriage that transcended the rivalry of houses, prepared to guide their people through the long night, bound by hope that spring would someday bloom from the snows. Robb Stark stood on the ramparts of Winterfell beneath a sky dusted with stars. Snow clung to the stone in brittle white patches, and torchlight flickered along the walls. The air tasted of smoke and pine, and the faint howling of wind over the battlements reminded him that winter was no longer merely coming, it had settled in. Beside him, Margaery Tyrell, now known throughout the north as their queen, drew her furs closer around her shoulders. She had grown used to the cold, but the winds still cut through her southern-born bones on some nights. Their breath mingled in the frigid air, a soft cloud that vanished into the darkness. Far below, the courtyard bustled with new construction. Engineers and carpenters worked late into the night, reinforcing Winterfell's gates, raising new wooden towers inside the walls for extra lookouts. The War of the Five Kings had quieted to a tenuous lull, but neither Robb nor Margaery believed it was over. Not with the Greyjoys raiding the coast, not with Joffrey Baratheon in King's Landing, not with the White Walkers stirring beyond the wall. Suspicion weighed on every corner of the realm, and the first real snows that drifted into the north carried an edge that hinted at more than just a typical winter. They walked side by side, silent at first, hands occasionally brushing against one another. Two torches in iron sconces cast dancing shadows across their path. In the courtyard below, a few lingering members of the Night Watch shuffled past in heavy cloaks, heading toward the new supply wagons that had arrived from the Reach. Already, a small miracle had begun to blossom in Wintertown. Grain and fresh vegetables from Highgarden's reserves, items that most northerners had only rarely seen in the depths of the cold season. Margaery had insisted, writing letter after letter to her father and grandmother, explaining that though the North was now an independent kingdom under Robb's rule, there was still profit and good faith to be earned by forging strong trade routes. She had argued with precise logic, reminding the Tyrells that a truly devastating winter in the north could lead to a wave of refugees streaming south, unless Highgarden and Winterfell stood ready to provide for them. The Tyrell influence had borne fruit. It was not a deluge of bounty, but it was enough to see the small folk through until the next harvest. Robb saw how the common people looked upon Margaery with gratitude in their eyes. She had become a bridge between two worlds. At length, Robb paused near a crenellation, turning to face her in the torchlight. "My father means to send additional men to the wall," he said. "I've just had word from him. The Whites are growing bolder, or so the Night's Watch says. They captured one alive, if alive is the right word, and it rose again. Killed 2 of their men. Then they burned it. I still can't fathom half of what the Watch claims. But father saw enough with his own eyes to know the threat is real." Robb's tone was quiet, heavy with concern. He no longer had the luxury of disbelief. Ned Stark had returned from his fact-finding mission transformed by grim knowledge. If the stories about the others and their whites had once seemed like old Nan's tales, no one in Winterfell was laughing now. Margaery's expression, illuminated by the flickering flames, was solemn. "Lady Olenna writes that the lords of the Reach are uncertain. They don't relish the thought of diverting resources to a far northern wall when so many events in the south remain unresolved. The Lannisters are licking their wounds after you bested them, but no one believes Tywin is finished. Renly is gone, yet Stannis remains. My father doesn't trust him. We Tyrells are feeding King's Landing from time to time as well, though we demand payment in gold. Your father has the right of it, though. A threat that can raise the dead is beyond any war I've ever heard of." She tilted her head, studying Robb's face. "When the time comes, the Tyrells will have to make a choice. If the dead truly walk, then Highgarden must lend more than trade caravans. We'd have to send knights, plenty of knights." Robb reached out and caught her gloved hand. "That's what I hope to avoid," he admitted. "I don't want the Tyrells feeling obligated to march their armies into the northern snows. I'd not see your father's men frozen to death before the real fight even begins." A faint humorless smile touched his lips. "But we may have no choice. The Night's Watch is too few. Even if the entire North stands behind them, we number less than the combined might of the South. And as you said, no one can be sure whether Tywin will use our distraction to strike again. So we prepare as best we can. My father wants me to oversee a muster in the new gift, beyond the wall, and I'll need southern supplies if we're to do it properly." We have to build new fortifications. Castle Black can't hold all the men we might need. She exhaled, breath drifting white. We'll make it happen, Robb. It may take some pointed negotiation, but my grandmother is good at that. Perhaps we can broker some arrangement of shipping lanes and tariffs. That usually inspires lords to cooperate. We can talk more in the morning. My head is spinning with ideas. A trace of warmth entered her gaze. For now, you need some rest. She squeezed his hand. He leaned in, forehead briefly touching hers in a quiet, intimate gesture that seemed to defy the cold. Then they made their way back across the ramparts, returning to the keep. Inside, candlelight glowed in the windows. The great hall smelled of roasted onions and pottage, remnants of the evening meal. Guards saluted them as they passed. Robb and Margaery parted ways at the corridor that led to the library and Solar. She intended to look over the latest letters from Highgarden while he needed to speak with some bannermen who had just ridden in from the Rills. Still, as they parted, they exchanged a small, knowing smile that spoke of comfort even amid so many burdens. Every day was a constant balancing act, Margaery bridging the gap between the North and the Reach, Robb grappling with the responsibilities of kingship at an age when most lords were still squires or only newly knighted. Yet they pressed on, fueled by that strange blend of devotion and necessity that had defined their marriage. Not long afterward, Robb stepped into the Solar where two men stood warming themselves by the hearth. One was Roose Bolton, silent in a dark cloak lined with pale fur, his eyes gleaming like chips of ice. The other was Lord Donnell Locke, grizzled and broad-shouldered. Both turned as Robb entered, bowing their heads. Bolton, in his usual measured voice, said, "My king, we have news from the west regarding the Ironborn. They have not abandoned their raids on the stony shore. Reports indicate they've torched several small fishing villages. Their longships appear to be commanded by a captain loyal to Euron Greyjoy." His tone was unreadable. Locke added, "We've tried to track their landings. The islanders strike fast, then fade back to sea. A few of our outriders were ambushed on the roads near Sea Dragon Point. There are also rumors that Balon Greyjoy is no longer in power. Word is Euron has taken control of the Iron Islands entirely, calling himself King of the Isles and the North." Locke's mouth twisted in distaste. "I suppose that means we can expect more trouble, not less." Robb pressed a hand against the back of a tall chair. "I want the coast secured. Lord Glover and Lord Mormont have both pledged men. Fortify Deepwood Motte with a strong garrison and dispatch additional rangers to watch for further landings. We cannot abandon our own shores. Tell them to light watch fires near the inlets so we can spot ships from afar. If Euron grows bold enough to strike at Winterfell, we'll make sure he regrets it." He paused, gaze drifting to the hearth. "But we must not spread ourselves too thin. The wall needs our support. The Ironborn can't be allowed to distract us entirely." Bolton nodded with precise politeness. "You might recall, Your Grace, that we do have the means to discourage further aggression if we strike at the Iron Islands directly. A bold approach, but it might be necessary." Robb frowned, wrestling with the notion. An expedition to the Iron Islands in winter seas seemed suicidal, especially now that Euron commanded them. But letting them raid with impunity was hardly acceptable. He took a breath. "One thing at a time. Lord Locke, you'll coordinate with the Glovers. Lord Bolton, send ravens to our allies in the south. House Tyrell might be able to help us with ships. If we can muster a modest fleet, perhaps we can blockade some of the Ironborn. Otherwise, we defend our shores while focusing on the true threat beyond the wall." The two bannermen bowed. Their conversation continued a short while, dissecting strategy, citing supply numbers, and exploring possible alliances. By the time they left, Robb's mind felt weighted with too many variables. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the hearth wash over him. The memory of Margaery's steadiness on the ramparts returned to him, offering a small comfort. Then he gathered up a stack of letters that needed his attention, determined to see the night's tasks done before seeking whatever rest he could find. In the days that followed, the temperature dropped further and snowstorms became more frequent. Plumes of white rose from rooftops, swirling in gusts. Outside Winterfell, the small town huddled for warmth, but the presence of trade wagons from the Reach kept starvation at bay. Margaery and Catelyn Stark worked tirelessly to organize caravans. Sometimes Sansa joined them, quietly learning the intricacies of distribution. Sansa had begun to reacquaint herself with the everyday routines of the North, though she still carried the scars of her captivity under Joffrey. She found a certain peace in the tasks Margaery offered, counting grain sacks, greeting villagers, writing neat lists of supplies. Her courtesy was impeccable, and Margaery found that the eldest Stark daughter, once so enamored with the idea of southern courts, now wore a more serious, introspective demeanor. Gone was the starry-eyed girl who had dreamed of gallant knights and perfect betrothals. In her place stood a young woman tempered by suffering, watchful and gentle. Margaery tried her best to nurture the parts of Sansa that still yearned for kindness and beauty. Sometimes, in the evenings, she would teach Sansa the songs of the Reach or show her how to press flowers in parchment to preserve their color. Small comforts, yes, but important ones. Amid these days, a flurry of ravens arrived from King's Landing. The new hand of the king, Tyrion Lannister, reached out in the name of King Joffrey, proposing some manner of negotiation, though the letter was carefully worded to avoid open concessions of independence to the north. Margaery watched as Robb read the letter in the presence of Ned Stark, who stood with a cane, still suffering occasional pains from his narrow escape the previous year. Tyrion's letter suggested that if the North would lay down rebellious pretensions, Joffrey might be inclined to treat them fairly, offering a royal pardon and official recognition of certain northern privileges. The letter also contained an oblique mention of Sansa's rightful place at court, couched in a tone that Margaery immediately recognized as a veiled threat or bribe. It was as if Tyrion thought the Stark loyalty to family would cause them to reconsider independence in exchange for Sansa's supposed future, though Sansa was already safely in Winterfell. Another note, more subtly, hinted that the Lannisters had no desire for renewed hostilities. That told Margaery the city must be weaker than it wanted to admit. Robb's brow furrowed as he read. He glanced at Ned, whose mouth formed a grim line. "They're not actually offering anything new," Robb said quietly. "We already have Sansa. Arya is still missing, that's true, but they don't even mention her. Are they holding her still, or do they not know where she is? And they want us to abandon our freedom. They still call it rebellious pretensions, as if I didn't have half the realm's grudging respect for humbling Tywin on the battlefield." He set the parchment aside. "I'll not bend the knee to Joffrey. Not after everything we've learned about him." Ned, leaning on his cane, gave a faint nod. "We shall respond politely but firmly. Remind them that you've been crowned by your people and that the North has no interest in further bloodshed so long as it remains unmolested. Ask after Arya's whereabouts. Demand her safe return. Lord Tyrion might be more reasonable than others in his family, but that doesn't mean he'll help us freely." Margaery added, "It's possible Tyrion is trying to keep Joffrey's violence contained. He may not want a war on two fronts. King's Landing is precarious, Stannis still threatens them, and Tywin cannot hope to fully suppress Dorne or the Vale should those territories rise up. A strong North allied with the Reach is a threat they can't ignore. In any case, we gain little by antagonizing them with insults. Better to keep the door to dialogue open, if only to buy us time." So they penned a formal reply, polite, circumspect, refusing to kneel but offering an assurance of peace so long as the North's sovereignty was respected. They also demanded information on Arya Stark. Ravens were sent, a small gesture in the swirling currents of Westerosi politics. Margaery's guess was that no immediate response would come. King's Landing was in no position to offer real concessions, yet they could not risk war with the newly declared kingdom in the north. Meanwhile, the situation beyond the wall grew bleaker by the day. Reports of strange sightings multiplied. Rangers from Castle Black vanished without a trace. The few who returned spoke of pale shapes in the night, an unearthly chill that sapped breath from lungs. Ned Stark's description of a captive wight, reanimated even after death, spread fear among the local bannermen. To address the looming crisis, Robb planned a journey to the Wall, intending to see the situation firsthand and confer with the Night's Watch. It was a decision that weighed heavily on him, for leaving Winterfell meant placing trust in those who remained behind. Yet, as king, he wanted to lead by example. If he commanded men to fight in the far north, he would do it himself as well. Margaery insisted on accompanying him. "I am your wife and your queen," she said plainly when he questioned her resolve. "Your father has gone to the Wall before. Sansa is safe here with your mother, and they can run Winterfell in our absence with your council's help. Let me see this threat with my own eyes. If we're to marshal the resources of the Reach, I owe it to my family and bannermen to know exactly what we face." Though the cold would be brutal and the journey long, her voice brooked no argument. Robb looked at her for a moment, torn between his instincts for her safety and his admiration for her courage. At last he nodded. "Then we go together." They set forth not long after, riding out in a column of 200 men-at-arms, a mix of northern bannermen and a small contingent from the Reach, those knights who had grown used to the winter over the months and volunteered for the mission. Grey Wind loped at Robb's side, enormous and silent, eyes gleaming in the midday light. Margaery rode near Robb, swathed in layers of wool and fur. She felt the chill more keenly than the northerners, but her face remained composed. Their path took them through the deeply forested roads, across the White Knife, and onward to the last hearth, where they rested briefly under the hospitality of House Umber. The Grey John was away, but his kin received the king and queen with boisterous respect. It was from them that Robb learned rumors of whites roaming near the foothills, stragglers come down from the mountains. The Umbers had staked them through the chest and burned them. Only that final act had ended the threat. A hush fell over the men when they heard such talk. Margaery felt the tension coil in her gut. These were not idle songs about heroic knights slaying beasts. This was reality more frightening than any petty war. Yet that fear only reinforced her resolve. If the dead truly walked, if this threat was not contained, it might sweep down and reduce the entire realm to frozen graves, no matter the lines drawn by kings. "We must find a way to unite the realm," she whispered to Robb late that night as they sat before the hearth in the guest chamber. "Or at least convince them not to tear each other apart while the real enemy gathers in the north." Robb's expression was shadowed. "I don't know if the realm can unite, not after all that's happened. The Lannisters won't yield easily, nor will the Baratheons. The Greyjoys are a wild card. Dorne holds grudges of its own. But I have to try. If this threat is half as dire as my father believes, we can't afford to keep fighting each other." They continued north, the road becoming ever more desolate, the air so cold that every breath stung in the lungs. Eventually, the towering wall emerged in the distance, a monolith of ice that dwarfed everything around it. Margaery had heard tales of its immensity, but the sight still stole her breath. It soared against the sky, its sheer face shimmering with reflected light, like the boundary of a world carved in blue and white. At the foot of the wall rose the scattered wooden and stone structures of Castle Black, austere, functional, and partially decrepit, but alive with activity. Black-cloaked brothers hurried here and there, carrying supplies, fletching arrows, or hauling timber for new barricades. As Robb, Margaery, and their entourage rode past the gates, the clang of the practice yard ceased. Curious eyes turned to regard them. Jon Snow was among those who stood waiting, wearing the all-black attire of the Night's Watch. The moment Margaery saw the resemblance to Ned Stark, she understood. This was Robb's half-brother, the one who had taken the black. Her husband dismounted and strode forward, clasping Jon's arm in a firm, brotherly gesture. Margaery observed the quiet relief in both young men's eyes as they greeted each other. Jon introduced them to Lord Commander Jeor Mormont, who stepped forward with a courteous bow. "Your Grace," he said, inclining his head first to Robb, then turning to Margaery and my Lady Queen. "You honor us with your presence. The Night's Watch could use all the help it can get." He was a burly, grizzled man with a thick beard, wearing black furs that had seen better days. Behind him stood a handful of senior officers, including a steward with round cheeks and nervous eyes, and a lean ranger with haunted features. Margaery recalled the man's name was Corran Halfhand. Jon had described him in earlier letters. Robb offered Mormont a respectful nod. "We've brought supplies, grain, salted meats, tools for building, courtesy of the North and the Reach. It's not a feast, but it should help your stores." A murmur of thanks rose from the assembled Black brothers. Winter had only begun in earnest, and resources would become precious in the bitter months to come. "We'd like to speak with you about the threat that looms," Robb continued gravely. "We've heard reports, but I want to know the truth of it." Mormont gave a short nod. "You'll hear it straight from the men who faced it. But let's get you warmed first, if we can." He gestured for them to follow him into the common hall, where a fire roared in a large stone hearth. Margaery felt the cold of the journey begin to recede, though her toes and fingers still prickled with numbness. The men crowded around the long tables. A few curious stewards brought mulled wine. Robb and Margaery settled on benches near the fire, removing some layers of fur as Mormont and the others recounted the events of recent months, missing rangers, undead creatures with blue eyes that emerged from the snowdrifts. A legendary ranger named Benjen Stark still missing, possibly dead. Margaery listened intently, heart pounding at the mention of whites who felt no pain, who rose after death to attack their comrades. Several men stood by to confirm these stories, their expressions etched with horror. One admitted he still woke in the night, thinking he heard the skittering steps of ice-spawned corpses. Jon Snow spoke quietly of an encounter where he and a few others had only survived by setting the whites aflame. Robb's knuckles tightened on the edge of the table. "And the others themselves? Have any of you seen them?" A hush. One old ranger said he'd glimpsed a tall, inhuman silhouette in a storm, a figure that glided across the snow, pale and lithe, with eyes shining like pale starlight. Another claimed that the others commanded the dead with gestures or whispers of frost-laced speech. Mormont added, "We know too little, but enough to be certain that this is no myth. They are real. And with each day's cold, they seem to stir more." Margaery's chest constricted at the gravity in every man's voice. She had never heard so many men speak in such subdued dread. Across the hall, Jon Snow's gaze drifted to Robb, and she saw the same question there that had burdened them for months. How could they possibly unite enough strength to stand against an enemy that didn't bleed or tire, an enemy that thrived on the cold? Robb's next words seemed to echo that thought. "We can fortify the wall, and we can send as many men as the North can spare," he said. "But if this threat is as terrible as you say, the North alone can't shoulder it. We need the help of the entire realm, the Reach, the Westerlands, Dorne, the Stormlands, the Vale. All must come together." Mormont's expression turned bleak. "The Night's Watch has been sounding that call, but King's Landing remains deaf. Perhaps if you and your queen can speak for us, we might gain more help." "That's our best hope." Robb nodded slowly. "We'll do what we can. I have enough sway with the Tyrells that they may at least send men or supplies." But winning over the Iron Throne, he trailed off. Neither he nor Margaery needed to say how unlikely that seemed. They spent the next few days touring the wall's defenses. Margaery stood on the icy top of that colossal edifice, peering out over the white wastes beyond, her cloak whipped by the wind. The sun hung low in the winter sky, casting pale light across an endless expanse of frosted forest and jagged ridges. She felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold. Somewhere out there, among the silent trees, an ancient darkness stirred. It was almost too vast, too primal to fully comprehend. Robb came up behind her, gray wind padding alongside. The direwolf peered over the icy expanse with ears erect, his breath fogging in the chill. "It looks peaceful from here," Margaery murmured. "But it's not, is it?" Robb's jaw tightened. "No. Mormont says a dozen rangers have gone missing in the last moon. Something out there is picking them off, or turning them into something else." She turned to look at him. In the daylight, his hair glinted auburn, a reminder that his Tully heritage ran strong. Yet he had the bearing of a Stark, solemn, determined, watchful. "We'll write to my father and grandmother," she said. "We'll do our best to rally support or at least supplies. Perhaps there are southern lords who value the realm's survival enough to set aside grudges. But if the Lannisters are short on coin, they might try to sabotage us. They could decide it's easier if the North and the others wear each other down. I hate to say it, but we have to be prepared for that." Robb gave a curt nod. "I've considered it. That's why we can't allow the realm to think we're ignoring everything else. If we vanish behind the wall, Tywin might see an opportunity. We need to show that the North remains vigilant. Our lines of communication with the Riverlands and the Reach must stay strong. So we'll fortify the Watch as best we can, then return to Winterfell and keep an eye on our southern borders. My father can remain here a while longer to assess the situation. He insisted on it. He wants to do all he can for the Watch." A pang of worry lanced through Margaery at the idea of Ned Stark staying behind in such danger. But she understood the man's sense of duty. "Very well," she said softly. She glanced again at the endless white beyond the wall. "We'll do what we must." 2 days later, a rider approached from the south, bearing urgent letters for King Robb. He was half frozen, his beard rimed with ice, but he stumbled into the common hall and pressed a sealed message into Robb's hand. The broken wax bore the sigil of House Tyrell. Margaery, standing by the hearth, immediately recognized her grandmother's seal. Robb peeled open the parchment, scanning it with intent. His eyes flicked to Margaery, a mix of tension and guarded hope. "It's from Lady Olenna," he murmured. "She says King's Landing is in chaos. Stannis attacked again, or tried to, but some new trouble forced him to retreat. The Iron Throne is short of coin. The city is on the brink of famine, and Lord Tywin has summoned every last Lannister bannerman to the capital. Olenna believes he's planning a major campaign, either to reassert Lannister dominance or to smash the Riverlands once and for all. She warns us that if Tywin moves, the Tyrells must prepare for war again." Margaery exhaled, reading over Robb's shoulder. Her grandmother's words were direct, laced with the usual dryness. "The Lannisters are stirring their pot of trouble again. Do not be caught napping. The dwarfling in the capital may try to keep them in line, but Tywin's will prevail. Keep your swords sharp, my sweet, or risk an untimely demise. With fondness from the Queen of Thorns." Margaery swallowed. "This means that while you've been here, the Lannisters have consolidated. If Tywin aims to march on the Riverlands, that could threaten our corridor to Highgarden. He might try to cut us off, isolate us, then come at the north. We can't let that happen. Robb nodded slowly. Agreed. We'll wrap up our business here. We can't remain much longer anyway. We've seen enough to know what we face. Then we ride south. I need to muster our forces in the Riverlands, coordinate with Edmure Tully, see where the Tyrells stand. If the Lannisters do march, I won't let them ravage our allies. He glanced at Mormont, who stood across the hall, listening. Lord Commander, I'll leave you half the supplies we brought, along with a small band of engineers to help reinforce these walls. I wish it could be more, but war stirs again. We have to protect our flank. Mormont inclined his head. You've done more than most. The Watch thanks you, your grace. He shifted his gaze to Margaery. And to you, my lady. We know this cold is no friend to a Southron queen, yet you came. Margaery forced a small smile. My grandmother used to say that a rose's bloom is sweeter if it endures a harsh winter. I'll see that you have the supplies you need as best we can manage. She had no illusions, though. She could give them shipments of grain, tools, and steel, but if the others truly marched south in force, the Watch would need more than that. They bid their farewells. Ned Stark agreed to remain for a time, making sure the Night's Watch capitalized on every resource the Starks and Tyrells had sent. Jon Snow stood by his side, a silent but devoted sentinel. After heartfelt embraces and stern words of caution, Robb and Margaery departed with their escort. The journey south felt all the colder now that they grasped the true weight of what lurked behind them. Sometimes they spotted strange footprints in the snow or came across a dead animal half-frozen in the woods. The men kept close watch at night, listening for distant wails or scraping sounds. But they reached Winterfell without incident, though the city was blanketed in heavier snow than when they had left. The days shortened, the nights stretched into near-perpetual dark, and the wind carried a keening note that set nerves on edge. Catelyn Stark met them in the courtyard, her face etched with relief. Sansa stood beside her, wrapped in a fur-lined cloak, and behind them were various nobles and servants. Sansa rushed forward first, hugging Margaery with surprising fervor. I was worried, she whispered, voice trembling. People said the far north is so dangerous. Margaery gave her a reassuring squeeze. It is, but we're here now, safe enough. Are you well? Sansa nodded shyly. Yes, just cold. But I've been helping Mother with the ledgers. And Rickon has grown so restless in the storms. He runs off with Shaggy Dog to the crypts. Robb joined them, patting Sansa's shoulder gently. It's good to be back. We won't stay long, though. Tywin Lannister is mustering again. We'll have to ride south soon to ensure the Riverlands remain protected. Catelyn's lips thinned, clearly unhappy at the thought of more war, but she nodded. At least rest a few days, she insisted. Your men and horses need it after such a journey. And so they tarried briefly in Winterfell, just enough to replenish supplies and let the men recover from the brutal cold of the wall. Margaery used every hour to send ravens and letters urging her father and grandmother to mobilize the Tyrell levies, or at least to stand ready. Meanwhile, Roose Bolton arrived with fresh tidings. The Ironborn had scaled back their raids for the moment, perhaps discouraged by the vigilance of the Northern Lords. Still, Euron Greyjoy loomed as a menace, sending cryptic messages about a king of the seas who does not fear the dead. Bolton delivered these tidings with his usual measured calm, offering little insight into whether Euron's threat was credible or mere posturing. Margaery found Bolton as unnerving as ever, but she could not deny his efficiency in gathering intelligence. On a grim morning, with snow drifting from a low sky, Robb and Margaery set forth once again, leading a larger retinue this time. Nearly 1,000 mounted men, plus supply wagons and foot soldiers. They aimed to bolster the Riverlands, particularly around Riverrun, and to link up with a contingent of Tyrell knights who had remained in the area under Ser Loras's command. The journey was slow, the roads partly blocked by ice, but they pressed on. When they reached the Twins, Walder Frey's brood was there to greet them with forced politeness. The ancient Lord Frey had not forgotten that he'd once hoped to secure a betrothal from the Starks, but Robb's earlier marriage to Margaery had circumvented any humiliating demands. Though resentful, Walder Frey dared not defy the king in the north allied with House Tyrell. His precious bridge would be worthless if the Starks simply decided to circumvent or destroy it. He welcomed them with a meager feast, grumbling about the cost. Margaery observed the sniping glances of various Freys, each jostling for advantage. She found it exhausting, but they stayed only the single night, then moved on, crossing the bridge with minimal fuss. Along the Green Fork, the winter snows gave way to a slightly milder climate. Still cold, but not as biting as the far north. The Riverlands had not escaped war's ravages, though. Burned farms and half-ruined holdfasts dotted the landscape, silent reminders of the Lannister raids from months past. Yet the presence of Tyrell supply wagons was felt here, too. Once barren storehouses were partially replenished by the harvests of the Reach. Margaery took heart in that. True alliances were forged by more than just swords. Every time she passed a group of small folk who waved in thanks, she felt a renewed sense of determination. River on it. Self rose by the banks where the Red Fork and Tumblestone rivers met. Its triangular walls stood proud, albeit still bearing scars from the sieges. Catelyn's brother, Edmure Tully, came forth to greet them, accompanied by the Blackfish, Ser Brynden Tully. Their banners of the leaping trout rippled in the chill wind. Edmure offered Robb a warm welcome as king, a handshake that turned into an embrace. Then he bowed politely to Margaery, though she noted the flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He still seemed a bit taken aback by the idea of a Tyrell queen in the north. Inside Riverrun's hall, they shared a meal of fish stew and bread while exchanging news. Edmure explained that Lannister scouts had been spotted near the borders of the Riverlands. "They're testing our defenses," he said, scowling. "We think Tywin may try to seize Harrenhal again or push up the King's Road to threaten us. We need to coordinate with the Tyrells if we're to hold them off." Ser Brynden snorted. "If Tywin tries to retake Harrenhal, he'll find it less hospitable than before. We've placed a strong garrison there under the Mallisters and your Reach Knights. But we need to be wary. Tywin rarely moves without cunning." Robb nodded grimly. "We'll link up with Ser Loras soon. Once we combine our forces, the Lannisters won't be able to pick us off piecemeal. But I'd rather avoid open battle if we can. Winter's upon us, and we can't risk wearing down our men in a costly engagement. Still, if Tywin thinks he can strike an easy blow, he'll do it." Margaery studied the map laid out on the table, tracing routes in her mind. To the west lay the Golden Tooth, the entry to the Westerlands. To the south, the roads led toward the Blackwater and King's Landing. She'd touch a finger to a spot near Harrenhal. "If we keep enough men around this corridor, we can move swiftly to block Tywin's approach or threaten a counterattack. House Tyrell can send more riders from the Reach if needed. My father's men are adept at open field engagements, but the winter conditions will slow them. Speed isn't our only concern, supply lines are crucial. We must keep the men fed and warm or they'll be too weak to fight. That means we need to maintain the roads or the rivers for transport." Edmure nodded in agreement. "The rivers are partially frozen in places. We're doing what we can to keep them navigable, but we might only have barges for part of the way. As for roads, snowdrifts have made them treacherous. We'll do our best, but the Lannisters might exploit that." They talked late into the night, planning, tallying numbers, weighing possibilities. Robb insisted on caution. Margaery supported him, knowing how fragile their resources were in a winter campaign. Ser Brynden, the Blackfish, exuded quiet competence, promising to see to the defenses personally. Every so often, Margaery's thoughts drifted to that far northern frontier where the real apocalypse stirred, and she felt a pang of dread. They were preparing for a war among men while an older, colder war brewed in the shadows. Would the realm tear itself apart before the others even arrived? Within a fortnight, Ser Loras Tyrell rode into Riverrun with a contingent of 500 knights, their banners snapping in the frigid breeze. His armor gleamed, but his face was tighter and more weathered than before. When he dismounted in the courtyard, he bowed low to Robb, hailing him as the king in the north, and offered Margaery a more familiar, sibling-like bow. She embraced him briefly, mindful of decorum. "It's good to see you," she murmured, "though I wish it were under better circumstances." Loras's expression softened. "As do I, sister, but we do as we must." He admitted that more Tyrell forces waited in reserve nearer to Highgarden, uncertain whether to move north or hold in the event that Dorne stirred. "Our grandmother and father send their regards," he added, and repeated warnings that we should not underestimate Tywin Lannister. "He's cunning, even desperate, now that the Iron Throne's finances are in tatters. If they can't by sellswords, they might try other means." Robb nodded. "We'll be ready. For now, let's see to our defenses and maintain the standoff. The best outcome would be forcing Tywin to realize he gains nothing by attacking. If that fails, we'll meet him on ground of our choosing." Over the next days, Knights from the Reach and bannermen of the North mingled in Riverrun's camp. Margaery noticed how the Southerners teased the Northerners about their dour moods, while the Northerners teased the Southerners about their delicate sensibilities in the cold. Yet, when they sparred together, she saw a fierce camaraderie forming. The men realized that they were no longer separate armies so much as two halves of a grand alliance, and that alliance would either endure or break under the next onslaught. Tywin's move came swifter than expected. Scouts raced back with reports of a Lannister force massing near the ruins of the Crossroads Inn, on the main route between King's Landing and Riverrun. Snow flurries made counting exact numbers difficult, but there were banners with the Golden Lion and a large host of foot soldiers. Rumors said that the mountain Ser Gregor Clegane was among them, always a grim portent. Robb wasted no time. He ordered half his host to gather near Harrenhal, under Ser Brynden and Lord Bolton, while he himself led the other half toward the Tumblestone, aiming to cut off any approach to Riverrun from the south. Margaery accompanied him, as did Ser Loras. Catelyn Stark arrived from Winterfell at speed, deeply concerned about her home region being threatened again. She took counsel with Edmure in Riverrun, sending ravens to outlying lords, urging them to hold strong. As the Northern Reach alliance marched, the snowfall thickened. The roads became slippery, forcing them to move slowly. Even with that caution, a number of wagons overturned and a few horses broke limbs and had to be put down. It was an ominous prelude to the possibility of battle. Camp was struck each evening in icy clearings or near half-frozen streams. The men huddled around fires, breath steaming as they tried to keep swords and armor free of rust. Margaery moved among them, offering words of encouragement, ensuring the wounded or sick received the best care available. Her presence bolstered morale in subtle ways. Many knights who once doubted a Southerner's place in the North now recognized her genuine commitment to their cause. Robb admired her openly for it, though privately he worried for her safety. She was no battle commander. If they clashed with the Lannisters, the front lines would be perilous. When they reached the vicinity of the Crossroads Inn, they found it deserted and half-burned, the once famous sign of the inn lying in shattered ruin. Tracks in the snow suggested an enemy host had passed recently. Robb set his outriders loose to find the Lannister camp. Days of skirmishing followed as small cavalry detachments from both sides probed each other's positions in the swirling snowfall. The mountain's men were spotted pillaging a small hamlet but withdrew before a larger force could arrive. The entire region seemed a no-man's land of swirling white, burnt homesteads, and anxious watchers. Eventually, scouts brought word that Tywin himself had taken a position near a partially wooded ridge. He likely hoped to draw Robb into attacking across open ground, counting on disciplined crossbowmen to wreak havoc. Robb set a war council in a large pavilion with the map spread on a makeshift table. Margaery, Loras, Edmure, and other lords crowded inside, breath misting the chilly air. Robb's voice was steady as he outlined his plan. We can't charge them head-on. Instead, we'll use the forest on the southern flank to approach undetected. Our outriders will feint from the north, drawing their crossbowmen to that side. Once they're committed, we strike from the south with the main force. If we break their line, Tywin might retreat. We must be prepared to press them hard enough to force negotiations, but not so far that we risk being encircled if their reinforcements are near. The lords nodded, though some looked uneasy. Winter warfare was notoriously unpredictable. Even the best plan could unravel if a blizzard struck mid-battle. When dawn came, the sky was gray as slate, the wind bitter. Margaery stood with Robb just behind the lines as men formed ranks under quietly spoken orders. She wore a thick cloak over boiled leather. She would not be fighting, but she refused to wait far behind the lines. If the battle turned dire, she would retreat to a safer vantage. Robb adjusted the clasp of her cloak, cupping her cheek briefly. Stay with the rear guard, he said, voice low enough that only she could hear. Ser Loras will keep watch over you. She managed a faint, confident smile. Just come back to me, Robb. We have too many tasks ahead to end here in the snow. He nodded and kissed her forehead, then strode away to mount his horse. Gray wind followed, a silent gray shadow among the swirling flakes. The hours that followed felt stretched thin by tension. Margaery remained with a contingent of horse archers, watching from a vantage point near a cluster of frosted pines. She glimpsed the outriders feigning a push on the Lannister camp from the north, distant shapes in the gray haze. She heard faint echoes of trumpets and saw the Lannister banners shift as crossbowmen advanced. That was the moment Robb's main host emerged from the southern tree line, surging forward in a wedge formation. Steel clashed, horns sounded, voices yelled. Even from her distance, Margaery felt the pulse of fear and adrenaline. Around her, the horse archers tensed, awaiting orders. Ser Loras stood close by, helm under his arm, peering intently into the swirling snow for any sign that they should join the fray or guard the flank. The battle coalesced into a chaotic dance. The Lannisters tried to wheel around and bring crossbow volleys to bear on Robb's flank, but the thick snow hampered them. Northern spearmen pressed into the gaps, aided by Knights of the Reach who hammered at Tywin's lines. Margaery could see glimpses of gold and crimson amid the swirling white, men slipping and tumbling on ice as they fought. Occasionally, she spotted gray wind bounding through the fray, a terrifying shape tearing into enemy ranks. Whenever that happened, Lannister lines wavered, uncertain how to face a war-trained direwolf the size of a small horse. Then, from the western edge of the field, more Lannister banners appeared, reinforcements, or at least a sizable detachment. "We should move," Ser Loras said urgently, turning to Margaery and the horse archers. "We can't let them fall upon Robb's flank unopposed. My lady, stay behind me." Margaery's heart thumped, but she nodded, trusting his judgment. The horse archers readied their bows. Loras raised his sword. "Forward, but keep formation." They trotted into the fray, hoofs crunching on crusted snow. Margaery's breath was shallow, the taste of metal in her mouth. She'd never been so close to open battle before, and the clash of steel, the screams of wounded men, churned her stomach. Yet she forced herself to focus on the immediate matter, ensuring these Lannister troops didn't envelop Robb's position. They moved along the edge of the battlefield, loosing arrows whenever the Lannister ranks appeared vulnerable. Margaery kept her head low, trusting her horse, her knees steady in the saddle. Arrows hissed overhead, striking the enemy. Some men shouted in panic, turning to face this new threat. Loras spurred forward, taking a few knights in a quick melee. Margaery saw a Lannister soldier aiming a crossbow at Ser Loras's exposed flank. Without thinking, she urged her mount forward, shouting in alarm. Loras whirled just in time, parrying with a swift blow that sent the crossbow bolt wide. The soldier fell beneath a hail of Reach arrows. The moment felt surreal to Margaery, her heart pounding as she realized how close Loras had come to being killed. Ahead, she glimpsed Robb on horseback, rallying a group of northern men-at-arms. He raised his sword high, leading them in a surge that cut deep into the Lannister line. Then, with a horn's clarion call, the Lannister forces began to break. Some men threw down weapons, fleeing or surrendering. Others fought in small pockets. Margaery realized with a rush of relief that the tide had turned. Tywin's tactic had failed. She reined in her mount, breath ragged, scanning for Robb. When she spotted him dismounted and leaning on his sword, gray wind panting at his side, she rode to him as carefully as she could through the churned snow. He looked exhausted, splattered with mud and blood, though most of it was not his own. She swung down from her horse, stumbling slightly. Robb reached out to steady her. The relief in his eyes was palpable. "We have them routed," he said. Tywin's banner was seen retreating west. "We may yet capture him if our outriders move swiftly." He coughed, shivering from the adrenaline crash. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head, forcing a thin smile. "I'm well. You?" "A cut or two, nothing fatal," he murmured, letting gray wind sniff at his side. "We did it, Margaery." "A victory, though the cost," he trailed off, glancing around at the bodies littering the snow. "For too many." The battered field was a sobering sight, not a triumphant one. This was what war meant: broken men, blood-stained drifts, the moans of the dying echoing through the hush of falling snow. They gathered what wounded they could, took prisoners who surrendered, and pressed on to see if Tywin himself was caught. It emerged that the Lannister lord had slipped away before the final rout, escorted by a core group of knights. The mountain was similarly unaccounted for. Still, a major portion of the Lannister host lay in tatters, and a handful of their high-ranking officers were taken captive. Robb intended to use them as bargaining chips, though Margaery doubted Tywin would show gratitude. That night, they camped near the battlefield. Margaery moved among the tents where the wounded were laid, distributing bandages, water, and what comfort she could muster. Occasionally she soothed men delirious with pain, telling them they fought bravely, that they would see their families again. She had no illusions many would not survive the night. As she crouched by a dying man from the north, smoothing his hair from his fevered brow, she heard him whisper thanks to the Queen. Her throat tightened. She pressed his hand gently until his grip loosened in death. Outside, the wind sighed through the pines. The smell of blood and soot hung in the cold air. Robb found her there, kneeling beside the fallen soldier, her eyes filled with unshed tears. He helped her stand, his hand warm on her shoulder. "You don't need to see all this," he said quietly. "We have healers." She shook her head. It's my duty. I can't just turn away. The words came out in a trembling whisper, though her expression was determined. He wrapped an arm around her, drawing her close. For a moment, they simply stood there amid the moans of the wounded, leaning on each other, letting the swirling snow cloak their silent grief. At dawn, they resumed reorganizing the combined host. Tywin's retreat left the Riverlands temporarily safe, though that safety felt fragile. Robb convened a council of war in a hastily erected pavilion. Margaery, Ser Loras, Edmure Tully, and various northern lords gathered, many of them nursing wounds. They discussed how to pursue Tywin, whether it was worth trying to chase him into the Westerlands in the depths of winter. It might be a trap, Roose Bolton cautioned, face impassive. We chase him too far west, we risk our own supply lines. The man is cunning. Edmure concurred. I'd rather fortify our holdings, build a blockade on any roads leading east from the Westerlands, and starve out his armies if they try to move. Harrenhal stands strong. With the roads snowed in, Tywin can't bring a large force back to threaten us anytime soon. Robb ran a hand through his hair, glancing at Margaery. We have a victory here. Maybe that's enough for now. The last thing we need is to overreach like the Lannisters did. Let us hold the ground we have. If Tywin wants to strike again, he'll know it won't be easy. A general agreement followed. They would not press too far into the Westerlands in these conditions, especially with rumors that the Greyjoys might raid from the west at the slightest opportunity. There was no sense in scattering their forces. But even amid the relief of victory, Margaery and Robb could not forget the looming shadow in the far north. By the time the battered host returned to Riverrun, new ravens awaited them with dispatches from Ned Stark. The situation at the wall had grown even more dire. Another expedition of rangers had vanished, and wildling scouts reported entire villages abandoned, their occupants turned into walking corpses. Ned's letter implored Robb to unify the realm's forces and prepare for an otherworldly invasion. We do not have much time, he wrote in his careful script. The others are on the move. They do not wait for the quarrels of men to be resolved. Reading it, Robb felt an icy knot in his stomach. If the others truly come while we're still locked in these feuds... He couldn't finish the sentence. Margaery gripped his arm, scanning Ned's words again. We must find a way to ensure that at least the major houses do not fight each other. The realm must turn its gaze north. But how to do that when Tywin Lannister still seethed with ambition, when Joffrey clung to a hollow throne, when Euron Greyjoy prowled the seas, and when Stannis Baratheon lurked on Dragonstone? Over the next weeks, as they lingered in Riverrun to reorganize, a plan took shape. It began with Margaery's quiet suggestion that they call for a grand council, an unprecedented gathering of lords from every great house, to discuss the existential threat. We hold it not in King's Landing, nor in Winterfell, she said, but at a neutral place. Perhaps White Harbor or even Old Town. Invite Dorne, the Vale, the Baratheons, the Tyrell banner men, the Lannisters, everyone. Robb was skeptical at first. Why would the Lannisters come? Why would any side that felt at advantage risk negotiations? But Margaery persisted. We have to try. We can brand it as a truce to discuss the crisis in the north, with safe passage guaranteed. If they refuse, it will show that they are ignoring a threat to all humanity. Edmure Tully brightened at the notion. That might appeal to some who are weary of war. After all, the small folk are suffering, the crown is broke, winter is harsh, and the realm bleeds from every corner. They might see reason if it means not facing an army of the dead alone. And so letters were drafted, sealed with both the dire wolf sigil of the king in the north and the golden rose of House Tyrell. The messengers set out across the battered land, carrying invitations that promised peaceable talks and hammered upon one theme: the Night's Watch had incontrovertible proof of an undead threat. The realm must face it together or perish. In the quiet nights that followed, Margaery and Robb found a new closeness, bound by the shared knowledge of how fragile their victories truly were. They talked in hushed voices about the future, of the children they might have, of how winter might bring catastrophic storms, of the possibility that the realm itself might not survive if the others poured south. We can't yield to despair, Margaery would say softly, resting her head on Robb's shoulder. We've come this far. There must be a way. As the first thaw of late winter began to drip from the Avies of Riverrun, word came back from various corners of Westeros. Some houses responded with tentative agreement to send representatives. Others were silent. From King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister responded politely but without committing on Joffrey's behalf. Stannis Baratheon's Raven said only that if the threat was real, the realm would need a righteous king, and he alone was Robert's true heir. The Vales regent, Lisa Arryn, refused to let armies march through her mountains. Dorne sent no immediate reply. All of it painted a fragmented picture, some pockets of hope, some walls of resistance. Yet it was a beginning, a slender chance that enough lords would come to the table to shape a plan for survival. It was in the midst of these uncertain tidings that a ragged band of men arrived at Riverrun, escorted by Tully guards. They were filthy, half-starved, with haunted expressions. One among them stepped forward, face streaked with dirt, hair tangled. Margaery recognized her instantly, Arya Stark, looking like a feral child, her eyes hard as flint. Behind her stood a few companions, including a tall boy with a massive sword and a girl with short hair who hovered protectively. Arya's face lit with relief on seeing Margaery, but she held herself stiffly as if she had forgotten how to greet family. Then she spotted Robb. In a heartbeat, she flung herself forward and wrapped her arms around him, burying her face against his chest. Robb's arms closed around his sister, his eyes shining with disbelief and sudden tears. Margaery's hand flew to her mouth, a flood of relief washing over her. For so long, Arya had been missing, presumed captive or lost. Yet here she was, alive and defiant, though clearly battered by her hardships. Edmure quickly ordered food and baths for the group, giving them a chance to recover. Once warmed and fed, Arya recounted a harrowing tale of escape from King's Landing after Ned's imprisonment, of captivity at Harrenhal under the brutal rule of the Mountain, of flight through war-torn lands. Her voice trembled when she spoke of the horrors she'd witnessed, but she never broke down. The old Arya's stubborn resilience burned in her eyes. That evening, the Stark siblings Robb, Sansa, Arya, and Rickon gathered around a fire in Riverrun Solar. Bran was still at Winterfell, but Ned was at the Wall. It struck Margaery that this was the most united the Stark family had been since the war's beginning. She could see the sorrow in Arya's gaze when she learned that so many people had died, that the realm was fracturing, that a new menace haunted the far north. Yet it did not cow her. She drew in a breath and said, "We can't let the Lannisters do this to us again. We have to protect each other from now on." Robb squeezed her hand gently. "We will, little sister." Sansa, pale and tentative, offered a silent nod, and Rickon stared wide-eyed, trying to piece everything together. Over the following days, as Arya regained her strength, Margaery sought her out. She found the girl in the courtyard, practicing sword forms with a thin blade under the watchful eye of the tall boy from her traveling companions. Margaery approached slowly, cloak rustling in the wind. The tall boy, Gendry, Arya called him, stepped back politely. Arya lowered her blade, wiping sweat from her brow. "I know how you helped Sansa," she said to Margaery in a straightforward tone, not quite trusting yet. "She told me, and she said you're my brother's wife. My queen." Arya said the word as if uncertain how it fit. Margaery inclined her head. "I am. I hope to be a friend as well." Arya studied her, then nodded with a frankness that reminded Margaery of none other than Arya's father. Quiet, direct, and unflinching. "I'm glad you're helping him. My father always said the North must stand together." A pause. "But you're from the South, and you're good, right?" Margaery smiled, though her eyes carried sadness. "I try to be, for my husband's people, and for the realm. I wish we'd met under gentler circumstances, but the gods had other plans." Arya looked away for a moment, scuffing her boot in the dirt. "I might go back north one day to the Wall to see Father and Jon. But first, I want to see the Lannisters fall." Her voice shook with the intensity of old grudges. Margaery didn't try to talk her out of it. She only said gently, "We must defeat something worse than the Lannisters now. The dead. Once that's done, well, we'll see." Thus, the uneasy swirl of alliances, negotiations, and family reunions continued. The battered realm hovered between renewed war and a faint glimmer of unity. The king in the north, bolstered by the unwavering Tyrell queen at his side, had won a great victory over Tywin Lannister. But Tywin still lived, and vengeance might yet simmer in the Westerlands. The Wall faced an unimaginable threat, and ravens flew in all directions, beckoning lords to a grand council that might or might not save Westeros from its own divisions. And over every conversation, every flicker of hope, loomed the silent dread that in the deep snows beyond the wall, the others gathered like a ghostly host, patient and pitiless, waiting for the realm's squabbles to tear it asunder. Late one night, Margaery and Robb stood on the ramparts of Riverrun, gazing at the moonlit rivers below. Snow dusted the battlements, the hush of winter broken only by the distant sound of sentries pacing. Robb slipped an arm around her waist. Sometimes I think of how different everything might have been if not for our marriage, if I had wed someone else for duty, or if your father had married you to Renly as they once planned. We might be mortal enemies now. She pressed against him, warmed by his closeness. Or I might be dead, or you might be. War is merciless. We've at least found a measure of peace together, enough to imagine a different future for the North and the Reach. She paused, hearing a faint rush of water under the ice-choked river. I just pray that the rest of the realm sees sense before it's too late. Robb's jaw clenched. We'll make them see it. If the Grand Council fails, we'll find another way. I won't let the living be devoured by the dead simply because we can't stop fighting each other. She looked at him then, seeing both the young man she'd met in King's Landing and the king he had become. Something in her chest fluttered with both pride and fear. The night sky seemed endless above them, the constellations twinkling like scattered diamonds. Together, she said softly, voice firm with resolve. He nodded, leaning his forehead briefly to hers. Together, he echoed, as the hush of the winter wind curled around them. There on the parapet, amid the swirling uncertainties of a realm on the brink, they made a silent vow that no matter what nightmares rose from the darkness, be they Lannister ambitions, iron-born treachery, or the unfathomable legions of the dead, they would stand side by side. The road ahead was perilous and unknown, but they held to each other in the cold, determined that somehow, through courage and unity, they would guide the North, the Reach, and all the realms of men toward a new dawn that might yet break across the snows. Night pressed against the ramparts of Riverrun like an ocean of shadows, broken only by torches flickering in the courtyard below. Robb Stark and Margaery Tyrell still stood upon the cold stone walkway, arms lightly around each other, gazing out over the half-frozen rivers that surrounded the castle. Their shared vow, to stand together against whatever calamity might befall the realm, lingered in the silence. By the time they finally made their way back inside, each footstep echoing on the winding stairs, the hush between them felt like a pact. Come morning, the frigid dawn revealed a land still heavy with the scars of war. Nearby fields bore scorch marks from the recent clash with Tywin's forces. Stunted grasses crunched under a brittle layer of ice. The battered tents of the wounded and the camp followers ringed Riverrun's outer ward. Smoke rose from campfires, a dull gray against the pearly sky. Margaery awoke early to help distribute what supplies she could among the survivors. Though a queen in name, she had no qualms about trudging through the mud and slush, cloak drawn tight. She offered measured comfort, small words of reassurance. To one knight from the Reach, his arm bandaged tight against the cold, she murmured that House Tyrell would see him rewarded for his courage. To a northern foot soldier who panted in pain from a leg wound, she knelt and pressed her glove to his brow, promising the king would not forget his sacrifice. The man managed a shaken smile and called her my lady, as if that small show of courtesy could steady his own rattled nerves. Later that morning, Margaery joined Robb in a makeshift solar within Riverrun's walls. A heavy oak table bore maps of Westeros, corners pinned with daggers. Sansa and Arya stood off to the side, reluctant to intrude but curious about the realm's fate. Sansa's hands fidgeted at her skirts. Arya wore a half-scowl, arms crossed, still raw from her recent ordeals. Ser Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, observed from another corner, keen-eyed, while Edmure Tully rummaged for fresh quills. In the corridors beyond, hushed conversation mingled with the distant ring of the blacksmith's hammer. Robb was reading aloud from the responses to the letters he and Margaery had sent, inviting the realm's great houses to gather for a grand council. His voice carried the same tension as the rest of the room felt. To the king in the north, he read, "We have received your summons and your entreaties regarding the threat in the far north. I, Doran Martell of Dorne, shall consider sending an envoy to observe these talks, provided safe passage and due courtesy are guaranteed. Prince Doran of Sunspear." Edmure leaned forward, brow lifting. "That's more than I expected from Dorne. They've been silent a long while. Margaery nodded. Prince Doran seldom moves rashly. If he's replying at all, it suggests he's paying attention. That's a start. Robb set aside that parchment and picked up another. His expression hardened. From King's Landing, he said grimly, "This is written by the King's hand, Tyrion Lannister." He acknowledges the invitation and states that the crown will consider some form of diplomatic engagement. But it's all conditional. He says any official royal delegation must be satisfied with the safety of the site and the participants' willingness to recognize Joffrey Baratheon as the rightful king. Arya's scowl deepened. Sansa paled, remembering Joffrey's cruelty. Robb inhaled slowly, fighting to rein in his anger. He also makes no mention of House Stark's independence. Robb continued, voice strained. Tyrion is leaving open the possibility that this entire council is just a bargaining table for them to force us back under the Iron Throne. Are we truly to invite that monster Joffrey here? Arya burst out, unable to hold her tongue. He's the one who tried to kill father. Margaery's heart twinged at Arya's raw fury, but she raised a calming hand. We're only inviting a representative from King's Landing. If Tyrion insists on bringing Joffrey, that's his choice. But it sounds like Tyrion intends to come in his nephew's name to glean information and possibly sabotage the talks if it suits them. Still, she took a measured breath. We can't exclude the Iron Throne from negotiations. Not when they control half the realm in name, if not in fact. We need them to face reality. Arya didn't look happy, but she pressed her lips together and fell silent. Robb cleared his throat. Then there's this from Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone. He held up a parchment bearing the seal of the Flaming Heart. He writes that if there is to be any discussion of the realm's peril, it should include an acknowledgement of his rightful claim as Robert's heir. And he warns that any pretender kings, Robb's mouth twisted at that phrase, will have no place in his vision of the future. But if the threat of unnatural foes is confirmed, he'll bring the fury of the Lord of Light to bear upon them. The room fell quiet. Edmure eventually let out a low whistle. So Stannis might come, but only if we bend the knee to him? That's hardly negotiation. Robb tossed the parchment aside. We expected as much. But if we can get him in the same place as Lannister envoys, or at least in the same conversation, maybe we can shift things. A united front against the White Walkers is the only chance. Margaery studied the map, letting the silence stretch. Her eyes drifted to the coastline of the Westerlands, where Tywin would be holed up, and to the Iron Islands beyond. The knowledge that Euron Greyjoy might swoop in if the mainland turned its back for too long weighed on her. How many more fronts could they manage at once? We can't solve every feud in one gathering, she said quietly. But if enough lords attend, the rest may be shamed into joining, or at least deterred from immediate war. And that might give the North time to prepare. If we can't unite the realm, we can at least keep it from tearing itself apart while we fortify the wall. If the others come before then... She let the words trail off. Where do we hold it? Arya asked bluntly. Not here, I hope. No, Robb answered. We need a neutral location. We thought Old Town could serve, or maybe White Harbor, somewhere that offers access by sea. The trouble is, if we hold it too far south, the rest of the northern lords might not attend easily. If we hold it too far north, the southern lords will cry that we're playing an advantage. It's a puzzle. Margaery tapped a finger thoughtfully on the edge of the map. Old Town belongs to the Hightowers, who are sworn to my family. Some might claim that's no more neutral than holding it in Winterfell. But White Harbor is sworn to you, so that's likewise problematic. Another option is the Isle of Faces near Harrenhal, though I doubt the lords would want to gather amid the weirwoods. Harrenhal itself could be an option, but it belongs to the Riverlands for now. The Isle of Faces is haunted, Arya mumbled under her breath, half skeptical, half superstitious. The Blackfish cleared his throat. Harrenhal might stand as a compromise. It's in the Riverlands, but it's changed hands so often that no one truly claims it wholeheartedly. The castle is enormous, enough space for multiple entourages, and if we station a strong garrison, we can ensure no quick betrayal. On the other hand, it's half-ruined and rumored to be cursed, so that might discourage would-be assassins. He allowed a wry grin to cross his face. Edmure drummed his fingers on the table. It also makes some sense from a logistical standpoint. Our combined forces are already in this region. If the Lannisters or Stannis or the Vale want to attend, they can make their way there via roads or rivers. Harrenhal is centrally located. If the meeting collapses into violence, we can either close the gates or withdraw. It might be easier than trying to hold such a council in White Harbor, where a single blockading fleet could trap us. Robb nodded in agreement. Harrenhal, then. We'll dispatch ravens to that effect and begin preparations. Lord Bolton has men stationed there now with Ser Brynden and some Tyrell knights. We'll have them prepare enough space to host the delegations, be they large or small. He released a long exhale. This will be a dangerous gamble, but we have to try. With that, the decision was made. Over the following days, fresh letters were penned and sent far and wide, specifying Harrenhal as the site of the upcoming Great Council of the Realm. The King in the North and the Queen of the North, the Wolf and the Rose, some folk had begun calling them, invoked the dire threat from beyond the wall as the primary cause. Tywin Lannister, if he wished to regain lost honor, was invited. Tyrion Lannister, as Hand, could speak for King Joffrey if that was their wish. Stannis, Doran Martell, Mace Tyrell already partially involved, and even Balon Greyjoy and Euron Greyjoy were included, though the latter was more of a formality. No one truly expected the Ironborn to negotiate in good faith. Meanwhile, Arya wrestled with staying put. She wanted to keep moving, determined to exact vengeance for what she had seen under Lannister rule. Robb insisted she remain with Sansa at Riverrun or possibly return to Winterfell to ensure her safety. She pushed back, bristling at the idea of being relegated to the sidelines, but Margaery gently reminded her that her father, Ned Stark, was at the wall, and that if the others advanced, House Stark might need every living heir to rally the North. Arya did not relish that role, but she ultimately conceded that she had few alternatives. "I won't be idle," she told Margaery one dusk, her slim blade needle glinting in her hand. She was finishing a drill in a torchlit corner of the courtyard. "If the White Walkers come, I won't run and hide." Margaery placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder. "I don't expect you to hide. Just remember your family needs you alive more than they need you rushing into a blade. You've been through so much." Arya exhaled, nodding reluctantly. Then she slipped needle back into its sheath. "I'll try to learn from you and from Robb," she said, voice quiet. "You both seem sure of your duty." Margaery only smiled, though a pang of uncertainty flickered through her chest. She was not nearly as certain as she tried to appear, but queenship demanded at least the appearance of confidence. 3 days later, the combined force of Northern and Reach soldiers departed Riverrun for Harrenhal. The journey took them across frosty roads where half-melted slush had refrozen in jagged patches. Wagons rumbled in slow lines. A hush of foreboding seemed to cling to the land. Winter's gloom had fallen heavily so that midday felt like twilight, the sun scarcely able to pierce the low-hanging clouds. Occasional flurries blurred the horizon. Robb rode at the head of the column, Grey Wind trotting beside him, ears pricked for danger. Margaery, well-wrapped in fur-lined cloaks, rode a sturdy palfrey near the center. Ser Loras Tyrell remained close, along with various lords of the north, one of them the quiet and unsettling Roose Bolton, whose pale eyes never seemed to miss a detail. Harrenhal's high walls soon loomed over the horizon, a bleak silhouette against the iron-gray sky. Smoke rose from within, signaling that the garrison had done its best to warm the colossal fortress. The wide moat, partially iced over, glittered in the fading daylight. Rumor said Aegon the Conqueror's dragon fire had melted the original towers centuries ago, leaving them warped. Even so, the castle's sheer size dwarfed any conventional keep. Margaery had heard enough of Harrenhal's dark legends to feel a chill creep along her spine as they approached. She thought of the men who had haunted these halls, the whimpering wretches who'd served under Tywin Lannister, the monstrous cruelty of the Mountain. Arya had escaped from this place, and the memory of that horror was plain in her eyes whenever Harrenhal was mentioned. Now it was to be the site of a council that might decide the fate of all Westeros. They entered beneath the thick portcullis, greeted by the Tully and Bolton men who formed the garrison. Ser Brynden Tully stood on a walkway, calling out instructions to stable the horses and arrange quarters. Men scurried to prepare a portion of the castle's massive courtyard for training drills, to open a few of the more intact halls for living space, and to ensure that the kitchen had enough capacity to feed the influx of lords and their retinue. Smoke drifted from newly refurbished chimneys, though it struggled against the frigid wind. Many of the chambers remained echoing and dark, the haunted hush of a place far too large to ever be fully filled. Once inside, Robb and Margaery settled in a cavernous hall that had been hastily cleaned of debris. The walls rose up into deep shadows, the ceiling lost in gloom. Rusted iron sconces lined the stone, each holding a fresh torch or lantern. Braziers glowed in corners, yet the air remained chilly. Their footsteps echoed on the flagstones as they explored. Margaery paused by a cluster of arrow slits, peering out at the wide sweep of land. If hostilities begin, she remarked to Robb, the defenders here have an advantage. But if any foe gains entry, the corridors can become a death trap. We must be mindful of that if the negotiations sour. Robb nodded, the tension in his posture visible. We'll place reliable men on the walls and at the gates, but we can't appear hostile to our guests. Let them see that we're taking security seriously, no more, no less. That evening, they convened their immediate war council in what had once been a feasting chamber for Harrenhal's old lords. Catelyn Stark had rejoined them, traveling down from Winterfell with a band of loyal knights once she was sure the younger children were safe there. She looked weary from the road, but relieved to be at her son's side. Edmure Tully, Brynden Tully, Roose Bolton, Ser Loras Tyrell, and a smattering of northern lords crowded around a large rectangular table that had been hauled into the center of the room. Servants moved about lighting fresh torches. The table bore a set of parchment scrolls listing the expected arrival of various envoys. Reports say that the veil remains closed, Edmure began, glancing at the newest Raven's message. Lady Arryn gives no indication she'll attend. She sealed the Bloody Gate, apparently convinced that the veil can endure winter alone. Robb exhaled. That means no official presence from House Arryn. Unless they send some lower bannermen on Lysa's behalf. A pity, but we can't force them. What of the Stormlands? Has anyone from the remnants of Renly's camp responded, other than those already sworn to the Reach? Ser Loras spoke up, crossing his arms. Some smaller Storm landlords have pledged to appear on behalf of Renly's memory. But many are still in disarray. Some turned to Stannis. Others drifted into Joffrey's orbit for lack of a better option. I doubt we'll see a united front from them. They have no single lord paramount now that Renly is gone. The Stormlands are fractious. Edmure grimaced. So, we have fragments from each corner of the realm. That might be better than nothing, enough to spread the story of the White Walkers even if the major powers remain skeptical. Margaery tapped her fingernails lightly on the table. At least Prince Doran might send a royal family member. If Dorne attends, that's significant. They've always held grudges against the Lannisters for what happened to Elia Martell. If Dorne and the Reach are united in seeing sense, that might persuade more cautious lords to join the cause. And if the Lannisters truly come, they'll have to face the fact that House Martell is back in the game. Roose Bolton inclined his head, his voice soft. Then all that remains is to see whether Tywin or his hand deigns to arrive in person. My scouts indicate that Lord Tywin remains in the Westerlands, presumably shoring up local support. As for Tyrion, he's still in King's Landing, dealing with the Boy King's mood. If they do come, it might be an armed retinue, large enough to dissuade any perceived trap. Catelyn Stark, seated in a high-backed wooden chair, folded her hands in her lap. We must be prepared for that. We'll have a strong garrison here, but we cannot appear to be staging an ambush. I doubt either Tywin or Tyrion would walk blindly into our territory otherwise. Robb glanced around the table. We'll set a clear protocol. No party enters with more than a certain number of knights, 200, perhaps. We'll do the same. I want to prevent any illusions that we're trying to subdue them by force. The others nodded agreement. After some more discussion of logistical details, where the envoys would lodge, how the daily sessions of the council might be structured, how to handle possible sabotage, they dispersed for the night. Margaery accompanied Robb to a smaller chamber set up as their quarters. A large bed of carved oak awaited, piled with furs to chase away the cold that seeped through the thick stone walls. A single brazier glowed in the center of the room, casting dancing shadows. Robb shed his cloak, letting it fall across a bench near the door. Are we truly mad to attempt this? He asked quietly, voice low in the stillness. He turned to face her, eyes reflecting the lamplight. Bringing so many adversaries under one cursed roof, expecting them to parley while the dead gather in the far north. Margaery stepped closer, sliding her hands over his shoulders, feeling the tension beneath the fabric of his tunic. She let a silence hang for a moment, choosing her words carefully. We are giving the realm its best chance, she said at last. If we did nothing, I fear our petty wars would go on until the others swept down and killed us all, one divided kingdom after another. Do I feel certain this will work? No. But it must be tried. He exhaled, some of the strain leaving his posture. You're right. He lifted a hand to brush a stray curl from her cheek. Thank you. It's easier to face this madness knowing I'm not alone. She gave him a small, wry smile. We stand together. They prepared for bed, slipping under the furs. Outside, an icy wind rattled through the broken towers. Harrenhal's ancient stones groaned in the darkness. Exhaustion tugged at them both, but rest did not come easily. Margaery lay awake, her mind replaying all the possible outcomes from tenuous success to catastrophic betrayal. She only drifted into fitful slumber well after the brazier's glow had dimmed to embers. Days stretched into a fortnight as the fortress stirred to life in a flurry of preparations. Workers repaired warped sections of the wall walk, replaced rotted doors, and swept dust and debris from halls that had been abandoned. Snow drifted in through broken windows in many upper chambers. Soldiers and servants alike toiled to keep the place habitable. Margaery oversaw the arrangement of a great hall where the main council sessions would be held. She had wooden benches brought in, a long dais for the highest-ranking participants, and a tapestry or two to soften the gloom. Ser Loras teased her gently about trying to turn Harrenhal into Highgarden, but she merely shrugged. A little grace never hurt any gathering, she said. The first envoys arrived on a foggy morning. Margaery and Robb stood atop the gatehouse to watch a column of riders approach across the snowy fields. The men bore the Sun and Spear banner of Dorne with bright orange and red fluttering against the gray. A small retinue, no more than 50. As they drew closer, Margaery recognized the leading figure as Prince Trystane Martell, accompanied by a taller, darker-skinned woman who carried herself with a martial bearing, likely a member of the Sand Snakes or one of Dorne's famed female warriors. They entered through Harrenhal's gate, greeted by Roose Bolton's men. Margaery and Robb hurried down to receive them in the courtyard. Prince Trystane dismounted, brushing stray snow from his heavy cloak. He was younger than Margaery expected, though rumors said Dor and Martell's health made it impossible for him to travel. This boy, perhaps 15, with solemn eyes, stepped forward and bowed formally to Robb. King in the North, he said, voice quiet but clear, I come in my father's name. Then he turned to Margaery, and a ghost of a smile flickered across his features. My lady queen. Her own courtesy was swift, inviting them inside. We are honored by your presence, she said, meaning it. Whatever else might unfold, the Martells had chosen to come. They were escorted to a set of chambers near the southwestern tower, newly refurbished with braziers and thick woolen tapestries. Margaery discreetly ordered warm spiced wine for them, mindful that the southern palate might struggle with the chill. Throughout that day, more arrivals trickled in. Minor lords from the Stormlands or a Vale Knight determined to represent some corner of the Arryn cause. They were fewer than hoped for, but each new set of banners raised a ripple of hushed curiosity among the garrison. That evening, a more imposing procession appeared, the Golden Roses of House Tyrell, led by Margaery's father, Mace Tyrell, and her grandmother, Olenna. Neither had wanted to remain idle in Highgarden when the realm's fate was at stake, though they traveled with a full 200 knights in shining mail, a precaution against banditry and Lannister ambush. Margaery hurried to greet them, a swirl of relief and affection flooding her. She embraced her grandmother first, mindful of Olenna's quick wit. So this is Harrenhal, the old woman sniffed, casting a disapproving look at the immense walls. Great lumps of black stone, holes in the roof, wind howling through every crack. And they mean to talk diplomacy here? Humph. Well, at least the Lannisters can't say we're pampering ourselves. Margaery hid a smile, stepping aside so that Robb could greet his father-in-law. Mace Tyrell appeared beaming, though behind his bonhomie, tension flickered in his eyes. He bowed at the waist to Robb, proclaiming, Your Grace, we come to stand united with you for the good of the realm. Then he took in Harrenhal's bleak courtyard and exhaled loudly. I only hope this place doesn't collapse on our heads. Preparations for them were already in place, so Margaery and Robb led their guests to the southwestern wing, letting them stow gear and see to the horses. Olenna soon insisted on a private word with Margaery, pulling her aside into a dusty corridor near the base of a tower. The old woman's sharp gaze swept Margaery's face. You look too pale, child. This business weighs on you. Is my grandson treating you well? Margaery allowed a brief laugh. He is. It's the war, the White Walkers, the uncertainty of all these barbed alliances. That's what weighs on me. Olenna nodded, lips pursed. I suppose it would weigh on anyone with sense. And here I thought you'd just be making eyes at your handsome Wolf King. Instead you're trying to save the entire realm from an undead horde. Quite the shift from the usual petty courtesies. Yes, Margaery said softly. I only hope that shift is enough to rouse the other lords to action. Her grandmother patted her arm, surprisingly gentle. Then I'll help in whatever small ways I can. and I suspect that redoubtable husband of yours will do his part. Just watch out for the Lannisters. They'll come with silver tongues. And I expect your father," she cast a quick glance down the corridor, "will be puffing himself up, trying to show the realm how indispensable we Tyrells can be." "Good. Let him. The more they see the Tyrell banner entwined with the Stark direwolf, the more they'll grasp that we have a real alliance. Now help me find a fire and a cup of wine. My poor bones are freezing in this ghastly ruin." Margaery led Olenna to a small lounge area near the main hall where servants had stoked a fire and laid out refreshments. The arrival of House Tyrell lent a new energy to Harrenhal, as though the swirling gloom of the corridors was momentarily pierced by a bright southern sun. But the next day dawned with news that a large force approached from the west, carrying crimson banners. The watchers on the walls reported Lannister colors, and not just a token group. Robb, joined by Margaery and Ser Brynden, rushed to the battlements to see for themselves. Across the frosty plain marched several hundred men, bristling with spears, the golden lions fluttering in the wind. At their head, a single carriage rolled with heavy wheel ruts in the snow. Soldiers in plate armor accompanied it, while outriders fanned out warily. Tywin or Tyrion? Or both? Brynden wondered aloud, shading his eyes. Robb's jaw set. "We'll find out soon enough. Ready the men, but no displays of open hostility. Let's see if they honor the terms and keep their numbers to 200 inside the walls." When the Lannister column reached the gate, a line of Stark and Tully guards stood at attention, overseen by Bolton men on the ramparts. Most of the Lannisters peeled away, setting camp outside Harrenhal's outer perimeter. Only 200 were permitted to enter. Then the tall portcullis rattled upward. Margaery and Robb descended to greet them in the castle yard, mindful that every eye was upon this moment. The carriage door opened, revealing Tyrion Lannister first, short of stature, swathed in a heavy fur cloak, his mismatched eyes scanning the courtyard. Behind him stepped a second figure in black leather gloves and a plain cloak. At first, Margaery thought it might be Tywin, but the man's hair was too blonde, his face younger, though set in a grim line. Jaime Lannister, the King Lair. The blood between him and House Stark was black indeed. He'd once fought with Robb's forces at the Whispering Wood, been captured, and then escaped under uncertain circumstances. Robb stiffened at the sight of Jaime, his hand drifting near his sword hilt. Grey Wind, by Robb's side, gave a low rumble deep in his throat. But Tyrion's quick gaze caught the tension, and he lifted both hands in a placating gesture. "King in the North," he said, voice carrying a note of ironic courtesy. "We come as envoys of the Iron Throne to heed your call for a grand council. My father regrets he could not attend in person. He deals with pressing matters in the Westerlands." The corners of Tyrion's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "But I trust Ser Jaime and I are enough to represent the crown's interests." Robb's voice came out low. "My lord father nearly lost his life to your sister's scheming, and my people have fought and died against your house. Forgive me if I doubt your good intentions, but so long as you abide by the terms, will not hinder you." Margaery stepped in then, offering a short bow of welcome, though her expression remained guarded. "We appreciate your attendance. We are all here under a flag of truce, Lord Tyrion. Keep it and we shall respond in kind." Jaime's green eyes flicked about the courtyard, lingering on Grey Wind. His posture stiffened ever so slightly. "We don't intend to break any truce," he said curtly. "We had our fill of battles in the snow last time." Tyrion gave a half-bow, half-flourish. "How gracious. Now, if we might retire to warmer quarters? This castle is even more foreboding in person than in the stories." Thus the Lannister envoy entered Harrenhal. Word of their arrival spread quickly among the other delegations. Tension crackled as old grievances and fresh grudges simmered in the corridors. The Martells, the Tyrells, the Northern Lords, none had reason to trust the Lannisters. Yet Tywin's chosen representatives walked tall as though the castle belonged to them. Margaery noted how many watchers scowled at Jaime's passing. She saw Arya flinch in the hallway when the Kingslayer strode by, though the girl refused to back down or look away. Jaime, for his part, seemed more rattled by the dire wolf prowling in the keep than by the scornful gazes. That evening, the Great Council's opening session was held in Harrenhal's largest remaining hall, a place of high ceilings and blackened beams. Torches lined the walls, casting dancing orange light over a sea of wooden benches. At the dais, a long table had been set for the principal figures, Robb Stark and Margaery, representing the North and, jointly, the alliance with the Reach. Next to them, Mace Tyrell, Lady Olenna, and Ser Loras, signifying the broader Tyrell strength. Prince Trystane Martell, subdued and watchful, was seated with his Dornish companions. Across from them, Tyrion Lannister and Jaime sat, joined by a handful of knights in Lannister livery. Spaces remained empty for the still expected envoys of Stannis Baratheon and possibly others. Around them, lesser lords from the Riverlands and the Stormlands took seats at benches. Roose Bolton stood behind Robb's chair, a silent shadow. Edmure Tully was off to the side, arms folded. Catelyn observed from a vantage near the dais, close enough to speak if needed. The atmosphere was fraught with a taut hush, as if every man and woman present wondered whether the next breath might bring open conflict. Robb rose first, clearing his throat. His voice resonated in the hush. "Lords and ladies, I welcome you to Harrenhal. We come not to rehash old grievances, but to address a danger greater than any we have known, one that threatens all of Westeros from Dorne to the Wall. The White Walkers are real, and winter has brought them forth. My father, Lord Eddard Stark, and the Night's Watch have seen them. Rangers have died facing them. The dead do not stay dead." A stir rippled through the benches. Some lords shifted uncomfortably, a few looked skeptical. Tyrion raised a brow. Jaime leaned back, arms crossed, his face unreadable. Margaery remained standing beside Robb, letting him speak, but ready to add her voice if needed. "I propose," Robb continued, "that the realm set aside its feuds, at least until this threat is confronted. We must send men and supplies to bolster the Night's Watch. We must unite our knowledge and resources. The horrors beyond the Wall are no mere peasant rumor." Prince Trystane spoke next, voice quiet but carrying an edge of curiosity. "Do you have undeniable proof? My father always taught me to weigh rumor against evidence. We've heard tales, but many in Dorne question them. We don't see snows in Sunspear." Margaery inclined her head, stepping forward. "We do have proof in the form of testimony from the Watch itself, from men we trust, including Eddard Stark. The Warden of the North does not spin wild tales. Some rangers captured a white, its eyes were blue, it moved without breath. It killed 2 men even after it should have been dead. And the sightings continue to multiply." Tyrion steepled his fingers, leaning on the table. "A grim story indeed. Yet the crown is embroiled in a war. The Iron Throne's coffers are not bottomless. Why should we divert coin and forces to the far north when rebellious lords claim kingship for themselves?" His mismatched eyes flicked to Robb. "Perhaps if the North recognized Joffrey's rightful authority." Margaery felt her temper flare, but she forced her face to remain impassive. Robb, however, answered in a tone as cold as the wind outside. "We are the North. We crowned ourselves when your nephew threatened my father's life and held my sister hostage. We have no wish to kneel to a king who is not my father's chosen liege. Nor does the realm need to kneel to the North in return. We ask only that we unite against a threat that endangers everyone. Afterward, if Joffrey or Stannis or any other man wishes to contest our freedom, so be it." Jaime Lannister scoffed under his breath. Tyrion glanced at him, then back to Robb. "I see. So no concessions from the king in the North." Olenna Tyrell spoke up unexpectedly, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "Oh, do stop circling like cats around each other. You can't spin gold if the White Walkers freeze the entire world, can you, imp? Your father Tywin might be cunning, but he won't outfox ice demons. Nor will your sister's plots matter when the dead rise." A ripple of amusement and through the Tyrell ranks, though it was more a dry scoff than a true laugh. Tyrion, to his credit, managed a thin smile. "A fair point, my lady. I suspect we'll all find ourselves in a dire predicament if these tales are true. Which begs the question, how do we prove them beyond rumor?" Margaery seized that opening. "My father, Lord Mace Tyrell, has pledged to send some of our knights with shipments of grain north, to Castle Black, once the roads are passable. If you, Lord Tyrion, are willing to pledge men or funds to do likewise, we can see for ourselves if the Night's Watch was exaggerating. Your watchers could bring back first-hand accounts. We can send ravens daily to each seat of power with updates." Mace Tyrell nodded, clearing his throat. "Yes, quite so. The Reach can support a limited expedition, enough to fend off bandits. A cost we're willing to bear, in part, for the sake of verifying these claims." He puffed out his chest, obviously eager to show leadership in front of so many highborn onlookers. Trystane Martell added, "Dorne can dispatch a small contingent of observers too, though we have fewer men to spare in winter." The woman at his side, presumably one of the Sand Snakes, gave a curt nod of agreement, arms folded. A faint flicker crossed Tyrion's face, surprise perhaps. He turned to Jaime. The Kingslayer's jaw flexed, but he shrugged. "If we're going to do this, let's do it. Better than sitting around listening to ghost stories. Father won't like it, but I imagine he'd prefer that to an unstoppable undead horde." he said, voice laced with sardonic dryness. Tyrion raised a hand. On behalf of the crown, I can provisionally agree to a joint expedition, one that will travel to the Wall and beyond, if necessary, to confirm the truth. But, he added, glancing at Robb, we require assurances this is not a trick, a ruse to lure our men into a trap. I'd like collateral. Catelyn Stark, stepping forward, placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. You have my word as a Stark, she said, which used to mean something in King's Landing. But if you require hostages, let them be men from both sides. An exchange of hostages, to ensure good faith. A hush fell. Margaery's stomach nodded. The idea of hostages conjured dark memories of Sansa's captivity in the Red Keep, of how the Lannisters had used her as leverage. Yet she saw the logic in it. No one would trust this uneasy alliance otherwise. Tyrion nodded slowly. We'll discuss the specifics. My father will want men of good standing to ensure the crown is not betrayed. So began the first of many long sessions in that echoing hall. They debated the scale of the expedition, the route, the distribution of costs. The words White Walkers and the dead hung over every conversation like a specter. At times, the tension boiled, especially when mention was made of Joffrey's legitimacy or the tragedies visited upon House Stark. But each time fury threatened to erupt, Margaery or Tyrion or Olenna Tyrell deftly steered the conversation back to the threat from the far north, reminding everyone that war among men would be meaningless if an army of corpses spilled south. On the third evening of the council, a new arrival was announced, a lean, dark-haired man with a fiery red beard clad in a patched cloak of black, Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, speaking on behalf of Stannis Baratheon. He entered the hall with only a handful of followers, looking exhausted yet resolute. Whispers spread among the watchers. Many had heard of Davos's loyalty to Stannis, of how he'd smuggled onions into Storm's End during the siege in Robert's rebellion. Davos bowed awkwardly to the dais. My lords, my ladies, King Stannis sends me to see if there is truth to these tales of walking dead. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. No Stannis himself? How disappointing. Davos's mouth tightened, but he kept his voice even. He remains on Dragonstone at council with the Red Priestess. But he says if you can prove the White Walkers are real, he'll march north under the banner of the Lord of Light to cleanse the darkness. Davos paused, glancing uncertainly at Robb and Margaery. That said, my king does not yield his claim. He is Robert's rightful heir. A chorus of groans and mutters swept the benches. Margaery suppressed her own exasperation, forcing a mild smile. We thank you for coming, Ser Davos. Or is it Lord Davos now? Just a knight, Davos said quietly, though King Stannis named me his hand of sorts in these negotiations. Robb inclined his head. So be it. Then you know our position, Ser Davos. We have formed a joint expedition to the Wall. Will you pledge men or supplies? Davos exchanged a glance with the men behind him. We can pledge some men, yes, and a few ships to ferry them around the coast if needed. But King Stannis cannot promise more until we see this threat for ourselves. He commands me to observe carefully. He bowed again. Though I also bring a warning, if we find the threat is exaggerated, King Stannis will treat your so-called rebellion as an open challenge to his throne. At that, Arya, hovering near Sansa at the side of the hall, let out a scoff. Robb did not turn, but Margaery knew he must be seething inside. She intervened, voice calm, then we all have a vested interest in ensuring the truth is plainly seen. You are welcome here, Ser Davos. We pray you come in peace and depart with understanding. Tyrion's tone turned playful. Ah, yes. The Lord of Light. I've heard rumors of that red woman's spells. Perhaps she can conjure the White Walkers for us. Jaime snorted under his breath. Davos's expression hardened, but he offered no retort. The meeting continued, and as the days wore on, the shape of a fragile plan took form. Scouts and rangers, accompanied by watchers from each major faction, would go north to Castle Black, then beyond the Wall, if possible. They would seek tangible proof, a captive white, or some clear evidence of the other's presence. In the meantime, the lords gathered at Harrenhal would tentatively agree not to launch fresh offensives against one another. A short truce. If the Watchers returned with undeniable proof, all the realm's armies would be called north. If the Watchers found nothing or failed to return, well, that was left ominously unspoken. Through endless debate, Margaery worked tirelessly to keep the factions from tearing each other apart. Olenna helped, occasionally cutting down someone's pompous speech with biting wit. Tyrion proved a surprisingly stabilizing force, bridging the hostility between Lannister loyalists and everyone else. Davos, earnest and unassuming, pressed for clarity on every detail. Trystane Martell sat quietly, absorbing each nuance, conferring in low voices with his Dornish companions. Margaery often wondered what plan brewed behind the boy prince's dark eyes. A turning point came when the question of who would lead the expedition and which hostages would remain behind took center stage. Roose Bolton proposed that each faction provide a highborn individual for the mission, ensuring accountability. The Lannisters balked at risking Jaime or Tyrion in unknown lands. Tyrion suggested a lesser cousin, only to have the suggestion slapped down by Robb. He was done with half measures. Margaery, recalling how Sansa had been used as a pawn, insisted that no one's children be forced into it. Tensions flared. Eventually, it was agreed that certain named knights or lords, trusted by their lieges, would go. Each side would also provide a counterpart to remain in Harrenhal as a form of hostage. If the Watchers did not return or if someone launched an attack in the Watchers' absence, that side would forfeit. It was a brutal arrangement, but it seemed the only way to maintain fragile trust. Nights in Harrenhal were rife with whispers and intrigues. Margaery overheard rumors of attempts by some lords to contact Tywin directly, seeking secret alliances. Others muttered about the Iron Islands. Why had no envoy from Euron Greyjoy come? Another rumor claimed the Vale might suddenly ride forth, but that too was uncertain. During a break in the council's sessions, Margaery found Arya perched on a crumbling window ledge overlooking the courtyard. Gray light filtered through. She approached gently. "Arya." The girl turned, eyes reflecting the gloom. She'd grown thinner, more feral, but also sharper in mind. "I hate them all," she muttered, glancing at the courtyard below where various lords passed, cloaks swirling. The Lannisters, Stannis' men. All of them. They talk, but do they really care about the others? Or do they just want to keep fighting each other? Margaery sighed, coming to stand beside her. Maybe both. They're humans, Arya. Fear and pride twist them. But you and I, we try to keep them from madness. The alternative is letting the dead roam free. Arya traced the stone ledge with a fingertip. If the Watchers bring back a white, will that end the arguments? "I hope so," Margaery said, though her voice lacked conviction. Perhaps seeing is believing. Time crept forward. Finally, the day came for the Watchers' expedition to set forth. The courtyard bustled with preparation. Bundles of dragonglass daggers, sent by the Night's Watch after Samwell Tarly's discovery, were loaded onto wagons, along with casks of ale, salted meats, and thick winter gear. The Watchers included men from the north, from the Reach, from Dorne, from King's Landing, and from Stannis' faction. Even a small group wearing the lion sigil of House Lannister joined, though Tyrion pointedly did not accompany them. Instead, he left a cousin in command. Roose Bolton insisted on sending some Dreadfort men, though Margaery felt uneasy about that. She had learned enough of Bolton's cold cunning to wonder at his motives. Robb himself did not join the Watchers. He was needed to hold the fragile alliance together at Harrenhal. The Watchers would be led by a veteran ranger from the north and an old soldier from the Reach, men of proven loyalty. Edmure Tully volunteered a half-dozen Riverlanders, while Prince Trystane contributed 3 Dornish spears, each sworn to bring back the truth. Ser Davos offered a handful of King Stannis' best men, though he chose to remain behind as the Baratheon envoy. On a raw morning, their column set out, passing beneath Harrenhal's portcullis and into the white wastes of winter. Frozen breath coiled around every horse's muzzle. Snow-laden clouds stretched across the sky. A hush fell upon those watching from the battlements. Margaery among them, cloak flapping in the wind. The Watchers marched north, aiming first for the Twins, then Moat Cailin, and onward to the Wall. After their departure, the uneasy gatherings resumed. Each faction had left behind an equivalent hostage in Harrenhal. The Lannisters placed one of their highborn knights under watch, while the Tyrells and Martells did the same. Tension thickened day by day, as those left behind realized their lives might be forfeit if war resumed or if the Watchers vanished. Margaery found it stifling, the waiting, the swirl of uncertain allegiances. She threw herself into small acts of leadership, ensuring the fortress had adequate stores for a lengthy stay, negotiating with local Riverlander peasants for food, dispatching messages to Highgarden and to Ned Stark at the Wall. Robb similarly busied himself in military drill, practicing with Grey Wind in the courtyard, or conferring with the Blackfish on how best to defend Harrenhal if the council collapsed. At times, the friction between the Tyrells and Lannisters flared anew. In one heated exchange, Ser Loras confronted Jaime Lannister near the main staircase, accusing him of slaying innocents during some earlier skirmish. Jaime fired back that Loras was a fool chasing a dead man's rainbow. Referring to Renly, only the intervention of Margaery and Robb prevented a duel. The men parted scowling. Tyrion sighed, lamenting that they might kill each other before the undead arrived. Prince Trystane, for his part, visited Margaery at times, politely inquiring about winter conditions and the White Walker legends. She sensed he was gathering intelligence, perhaps for Dorne and Martell's eventual maneuvering. Yet he remained cordial, occasionally confiding that Dorne had no love for either Lannisters or Targaryens, but also refused to kneel to the north. "We do what's best for Dorne," he said. "If that means fighting beside you against these others, we will. But after that, who knows?" So the council hovered in limbo. A month crept by with no word from the Watchers. The days felt half-lit by a wan winter sun, the nights long and cold. Rumors flew. Some said the Watchers must have turned back, or fallen prey to whites, or betrayed the cause. Others said the Watchers' letters must be delayed by the snow-choked roads. Tempers frayed. More than once, Margaery found herself intervening in disputes that flared among the men. The building anxiety was like a tinderbox. Jaime Lannister grew restless, prowling the corridors, complaining that they should ride west to bolster Tywin. Davos, calm and grounded, insisted on patience. Olenna Tyrell waged a war of words with minor lords who questioned the Reach's strategy. Then finally a raven arrived in the dead of night, a battered bird with a cracked beak. It carried a single scrap of parchment, scrawled with a trembling hand. The gist was clear: Castle Black under siege by strange attackers. The Watchers had reached the wall and ventured beyond. Terrible encounters. Some Watchers had fallen. Others pressed on. The parchment ended with a stark line: "The dead are real." A hush fell over Harrenhal when the message was read aloud at sunrise. Many lords blanched. Davos crossed himself as if to ward off evil. Jaime Lannister and Tyrion exchanged uneasy looks. Mace Tyrell spluttered anxiously about gathering the banners. Trystane Martell furrowed his brow, muttering that Dorne would want more details. Robb stood, reading the words over and over, then raised his gaze to meet Margaery's. In his eyes, she saw fear and determination mingled. A realm that had refused to unify for so long might now face a reckoning that no single house could withstand. "What do we do?" demanded a Stormlander lord from the benches. "If the others are truly there?" Robb's voice rang out, echoing off Harrenhal's soaring walls. "We stand by our oaths," he said. "We send every spear we can spare to the wall. The Watchers call for help and we must answer." A clamor rose, some shouting that the Lannisters should go first, others calling for volunteers. Tyrion forced his way forward, planting both hands on the table. "The Crown cannot ignore this. If we fail to act and the dead pour south, even the Red Keep won't be safe." He turned to Jaime. "We'll send a raven to Father, demanding he mobilize at once. For all our sakes." Jaime glowered. "He'll not be pleased, but I see no alternative." Davos bowed his head. "I'll send word to King Stannis. He promised to face the darkness. Now is his chance." Trystane Martell lifted his chin. "And I will dispatch messages to Dorne. Prince Doran must decide how many troops can weather the cold. But we cannot stand idle." Mace Tyrell cleared his throat. "Highgarden can muster forces, but the roads will be perilous. The supply lines alone." Olenna cut him off, tone brusque. "We'll do it, no matter the cost. Else none of us will have a garden to call home." The hall dissolved into hectic conversation as lords and knights scrambled to plan a second, larger mobilization. The Watchers were in peril beyond the wall. The White Walkers, it seemed, were no myth. Harrenhal's cursed walls reverberated with an urgency that transcended petty wars. Margaery locked eyes with Robb through the swirl of commotion. He pressed his lips into a thin line and inclined his head, a silent promise that whatever awaited them, they would face it side by side, as they had vowed. In the following days, the Great Council effectively transformed into a war council for survival. Wagons were ordered, steel smiths hammered out fresh arms, and letters flew in all directions. Tension still simmered. Some men whispered that Tywin might use this as a chance to strike unopposed, or that Stannis might assault King's Landing while everyone marched north. But the sense of looming catastrophe overshadowed even those suspicions. Amid this upheaval, Margaery devoted herself to practicalities. How to feed thousands of marching men in deep winter, how to ensure the wounded in the north had medical supplies, how to keep the fragile alliance from fracturing again. She conferred with Edmure Tully and Ser Brynden, making sure the Riverlands could support the passage of southern troops. She wrote fervent letters to Highgarden, calling for more shipments of grain. She spoke quietly with Davos, who had experience in maritime logistics, about whether some armies could sail around Westeros to Eastwatch by the sea. The Onion Knight believed it possible, though dangerous in winter waters. All the while, the knowledge that an army of the dead might already be marching beneath the northern sky haunted her. Sometimes she woke in the night, heart hammering, imagining a tide of pale, sightless eyes drifting through the gloom. She would reach for Robb's warmth beside her, grounding herself in the reality of the moment. He, too, slept fitfully, burdened by the scope of a crisis no boy king should have had to face. Yet each dawn, they rose and donned their respective mantles. Wolf and Rose, working tirelessly to keep the realm from collapsing under its own fears. A fortnight later, Harrenhal's battered gates opened once more to admit a figure staggering on horseback, half dead with exhaustion. The watchman rushed to assist him, calling for healers. Margaery and Robb were summoned at once. They arrived in the courtyard to see a man slumped in the saddle, face pale with cold burns and eyes wild. A ragged bandage wrapped one arm, the other sleeve was torn entirely away, exposing flesh bruised black and blue. When he managed to speak, it was in a rasp. "The Watchers, we found them, the Whites, oh gods, they got some of us." It was one of the men the Tyrells had contributed to the expedition, a knight from a minor branch of House Peak, if Margaery recalled correctly. His name was Ser Richard. She pressed a water skin to his lips, guiding him gently off the horse with the help of a stable boy. Robb crouched by them, gray wind at his flank, ears back as if sensing the man's terror. Ser Richard gulped water, coughing. "We made it to the knife fort, or what was left of it. There was fighting. The Watchers scattered. We tried to bring back something. Oh gods, they never stopped coming." His voice broke on a sob, tears of raw terror running down his cheeks. Robb exchanged a grim look with Margaery, then spoke softly. "Easy. You're safe here. Did anyone else survive?" Ser Richard closed his eyes, trembling. "Some. The Northmen, maybe. A few others. They might still be alive. I had to ride south, or I would have died too. The Whites, they killed men I called brothers. We set them on fire, but more came. I saw another, tall, carrying a blade of ice. It cut down 3 men as if they were children." He trailed off, voice choked by horror. A crowd of knights and lords had begun to gather in the courtyard, listening in stunned silence. Tyrion Lannister stood near the steps, mouth set in a thin line. Jaime hovered at his side. Davos bowed his head as if praying. The Martell contingent whispered among themselves. From a vantage point above, Mace Tyrell and Olenna listened, faces drawn. Robb rose slowly, fists clenched. Margaery placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the tension strumming through him. He turned to face the assembled lords, voice raw with emotion. "The Watchers have found the truth. Any man who doubts now is a fool. The White Walkers are here." A ripple of fear and shock spread through the courtyard. Even those who had scoffed at the stories wore expressions of unease, seeing Ser Richard's haunted stare. Jaime muttered something under his breath, and Tyrion's eyes flicked to Margaery as if to ask, "Now what?" Margaery lifted her chin, stepping forward. "We have no choice. We must unite and march north to join my Lord Father." She glanced around, correcting herself. "To join our combined armies. The Night's Watch cannot stand alone. If we wait, we may lose all chance of halting the others at the wall." Davos nodded grimly. Stannis pledged he would fight this darkness. "I'll write at once, urging him to sail from Dragonstone. We can coordinate to land men at Eastwatch." Tyrion cleared his throat. "The Crown will do likewise. I can't speak for Joffrey's personal feelings, but I'll persuade him if I can. Father too. Jaime, you'll ride west with me to gather men." Jaime hesitated, but under the weight of so many eyes, he gave a curt nod. "We'll do what must be done. If the dead are truly marching, we'd be fools to ignore it." Prince Trystane Martell spoke, voice trembling slightly. Dorne doesn't relish the cold but will not let the rest of the realm fall. I'll send riders to Sunspear. I only pray they can make it in time. The roads are treacherous. For a moment, it seemed as though the entire courtyard pulsed with a single heartbeat, the realm's exhausted heart beating in fear yet also in something like hope. Perhaps at last, the lords understood the stakes. Margaery inhaled, feeling the cold air burn in her chest. Then let it be decided, she declared, her voice carrying. This war we wage is no longer north against south, lion against wolf, stag against dragon's memory. It is the living against the dead. If we fail, all our banners will fall to ice and darkness. Catelyn Stark stepped forward from behind the onlookers, tears glistening in her eyes. My son is king in the north. And I tell you, for all we have suffered, I would suffer it again if it spares us from an endless night. Robb stood tall, placing a hand over the dire wolf emblem on his cloak. We muster all the forces we can, then we march for the wall. Any lord who withholds his strength in this hour shall be condemned by history. Slowly, with varying degrees of reluctance, the lords and knights in the courtyard bowed their heads in agreement. Mace Tyrell rumbled that he'd rally Highgarden. Olenna Tyrell, surprisingly quiet, stared into the distance as though recalling older histories. Tyrion wiped a hand across his face, weighed by the enormity of the road ahead. Jaime frowned but said nothing more. Davos nodded as if praying for them all. Trystane Martell pressed his lips into a firm line. Margaery knelt beside Ser Richard, who still shook on the flagstones, half in shock. She signaled a healer to take him away. As they lifted him, he let out a strangled plea. Save them, the Watchers, they're still out there. Margaery nodded, a pang twisting her stomach. She could offer no immediate rescue. So many had already perished. But if they arrived with enough men and enough determination, perhaps they could turn the tide. If not, well, the only alternative was death for them all. That night, Harrenhal's halls roiled with frantic preparations. Ravens fluttered in and out of the rookery, bearing messages to every corner of Westeros. Scrolls demanded immediate mustering of men, grain, and arms. Lords hammered out pacts to coordinate roads, supply caravans, or naval transports. The hush of the cursed fortress was replaced by the clatter of hooves, the clang of smithies working late, the swirl of endless debates on how best to travel north. Many recognized that crossing the neck in the throes of winter could be lethal for large armies, but they had to try. Some pinned hopes on the King's Road, others insisted they must use ships. Margaery walked the corridors at Robb's side, forging or reaffirming alliances. She spoke with Tyrion about ways the crown could expedite the movement of southern troops. She reminded Davos to send that urgent letter to Stannis. She cornered a pair of Stormland knights, urging them to rally any Castellan who still hesitated. At every turn, she was haunted by a single thought: the White Walkers. The Watchers are scattered. The dead are real. She repeated it like a mantra whenever she encountered a skeptic. Shortly before midnight, she found a moment of quiet with Robb in the half-ruined solar they used for planning. A single brazier glowed faintly, casting wavering light across the table of maps. He paced restlessly, cloak stirring the dust on the floor. Grey Wind sat near the hearth, muzzle on his paws. I should have gone with the Watchers, Robb muttered. Then maybe I could have helped them fight off the Whites. Margaery moved closer, resting a hand on his forearm to still his pacing. You had to be here to hold this alliance together. Without you, they'd still be at each other's throats. Don't blame yourself. He let out a shuddering breath, placing his hand over hers. We must go north soon. Leave enough men behind to guard the Riverlands from any opportunists, but gather everything else. Even the Tyrells, if they can manage it. We'll meet at Moat Cailin. But what if Tywin never truly marches? What if the Lannisters wait for us to be spent in the snow, then swoop in to conquer what's left? She met his gaze, eyes reflecting the brazier's glow. If they do, they'll condemn themselves. At least Tyrion and Jaime appear convinced. The realm may outrun Tywin's personal ambition. We have no other choice but to go. If we stay behind our walls, the dead will only grow stronger. He nodded reluctantly, tangling his fingers in hers. Then that's what we'll do. I'll write to Father, tell him we're on our way. God willing, he can still hold the watch together until we arrive. A hush fell between them. Outside, the wind moaned through the twisted towers. Margaery found herself gazing at the ragged shape of Harrenhal's roof, thinking how ephemeral these stone walls truly were. Once, lords believed this castle unassailable only to see it scorched and broken by dragonfire. Now the realm pinned its hopes on a fragile alliance of old enemies. Would the White Walkers prove an even more unstoppable force than dragons? She turned her attention back to Robb, tightening her hold on his hand. We'll gather the living, she said quietly, and we'll fight. That's all we can do. In the days that followed, Harrenhal emptied in a surge of mustering. Banners were lowered, wagons loaded, scouts dispatched. Every lord made hurried plans to raise whatever forces they had left. Mace Tyrell and Olenna led a portion of the Reach men back south, intending to gather more men and supplies before pivoting north, likely via the Rose Road and then the King's Road. Tyrion and Jaime Lannister departed with a small escort to King's Landing to persuade or coerce Joffrey into sending men under Tywin's command. Davos set off for Dragonstone, vowing that Stannis would keep his word. Prince Trystane Martell prepared to ride to Dorne, though Margaery guessed only a modest Dornish force would ultimately brave the winter. Robb and Margaery remained behind long enough to coordinate with Edmure Tully and the River Lords, deciding which portion of the region's forces would march north at once and which would remain to protect their lands from any bandits or opportunists. Then, at last, on a cold, bleak morning, the king in the north led his host out through Harrenhal's gates, Margaery at his side, heading for the neck. Wind whipped over the plains, swirling eddies of snow. Grey Wind prowled at the forefront, a silent sentinel for House Stark. As they rode away, Margaery glanced back at the dark silhouette of Harrenhal. She wondered if she would see that cursed fortress again, or if the entire realm would soon be buried under ice and death. The War of Houses had become secondary to a greater war, a war for life itself. In her heart, she carried the flicker of faith that the unity forged in Harrenhal would hold just long enough. They pressed northward, a long and grueling march. At each keep along the way, local bannermen joined, some from the north, some from the Riverlands, a few scattered knights from the Stormlands or the Reach who had traveled ahead. The roads were savage, ice-rutted and plagued by leftover raiders from the chaos of the last year. Yet Robb's presence and the specter of the White Walkers compelled men to set aside grudges. Farmers emerged from huts, offering meager stores to the passing host. In the evenings, Margaery sat by the campfire, hearing the men murmur of old legends and new horrors. She felt the weight of each day, each league traveled in the bitter cold as if the winter itself was testing their resolve. At last, they reached Moat Cailin, its ancient stones half buried in snowdrifts. A throng of northern banners rippled overhead, House Mormont, House Serwyn, House Umber, and many more. The old fortress stood as a narrow choke point, controlling passage into the true north. Word spread that Ned Stark, still at the wall, had sent repeated ravens urging haste. The nights were growing darker, the sun setting earlier. The others advanced, or so claimed the wildlings who trickled through in frightened bands, seeking shelter south of the wall. Robb wasted no time. At Moat Cailin, he merged his host with other northern forces, forging an army. Some said it might be the largest mustering of northerners in generations, albeit battered by prior wars. Margaery gazed upon those thousands of men, tired, hungry, but fierce in spirit, and felt an odd mix of pride and fear. She had never seen so many soldiers from so many houses gathered with one purpose. By then, letters arrived from the south, bearing mixed news. Tyrion managed to secure some measure of compliance from King's Landing, though Joffrey was rumored to be in a violent rage at the notion of wasting resources on a northern fairy tale. Tywin, however, had grudgingly ordered a partial muster, as had the lords of the Westerlands, likely compelled by Tyrion's warnings and perhaps by some deep sense of self-preservation. Stannis was said to be preparing ships at Dragonstone, though none could say how many men he truly commanded. The Tyrell armies marched from Highgarden in multiple columns. Prince Trystane's letter indicated Dorne's commitment was moderate but real. If all went well, multiple armies would converge on the north in the months to come, though whether they'd arrive before the White Walkers overran the wall was uncertain. Nerves were frayed. Warriors glowered at each other in the camp, mindful that some had once been enemies. But Margaery noticed a grim determination taking hold. Each soldier had heard the stories of Whites, of the Watcher's disastrous encounter, of the creeping winter night. Each man realized that if they failed to stop the threat up north, it would eventually come for them. Some prayed to the Seven, some to the old gods, some to the Lord of Light, but all prayed for salvation. Robb assembled his principal bannermen in Moat Cailin's largest tower, a dank circular space with crumbling walls. Margaery attended, along with Catelyn, Edmure, Ser Brynden, and Roose Bolton, among others. A single flickering brazier shed uncertain light. Robb spoke bluntly, "We march for the wall within a fortnight. The roads are near impassable, but we have no choice. If the men of the south manage to join us, we'll greet them with open arms. If they do not, we'll stand with what we have." He paused, scanning the faces. "My father is there. The Night's Watch is there. We cannot abandon them to an enemy that does not die." Catelyn lowered her gaze, wiping at her eyes. "We'll see him soon," she said softly, a mother's worry evident. "I pray he's safe." A ripple of agreement swept the tower. Roose Bolton's voice, mild as ever, interjected. We must consider that the Ironborn might exploit our absence. Should we leave a garrison in the north to guard against Euron Greyjoy's raids? Robb nodded. We must. The Umbers and Glovers will handle that. But not so many that we weaken our main host. The others are the greater threat. If the Ironborn wish to pillage farmland while we fight the dead, so be it, but the living realm's survival takes precedence. That said, we'll do our best to watch the coasts. No one argued. They all saw the logic. So final arrangements were made. The wind howled around the tower as if in agreement with their grim resolve. Margaery spent part of the following day in the improvised infirmary, helping to treat frostbitten scouts who came in from the outskirts. She recognized the same haunted look in many eyes. The whisper of the others had spread. More than once, a soldier clutched her arm, trembling as he recounted half-glimpsed figures of ice in the snowy woods at night, vanishing before dawn. Each retelling only fueled Margaery's conviction. They had so little time. At last, the day arrived. Drums sounded at dawn, echoing across Moat Caelin's ramparts. Soldiers formed ranks along the causeway leading north. Snow crunched underfoot, visible in the pale gray light. Robb, astride a warhorse, raised the Stark banner, the dire wolf flapping in the wind. Beside him rode Margaery, cloaked in furs. The Tyrell rose pinned at her breast. Grey Wind stood alert, muzzle twitching. Behind them stretched the column. Thousands of men in mail and leather, wagons laden with supplies, mounted knights bearing the sigils of countless houses. Dreadfort men marched near men from Bear Island, while Tully outriders mixed with a handful of southern knights who had journeyed ahead. Robb raised his sword, the steel catching a faint glimmer of the pale sun. His voice rolled across the assembled ranks. Forward, to the wall. A chorus of horns answered. Thus began the final leg of their march into the true north, toward an enemy that defied mortal comprehension. Margaery kept her horse in line with Robb's, her heart pounding in her chest. She felt the cold through every layer of cloth. In that moment, she recalled the day she had first met Robb in King's Landing, when the southern sun had seemed so bright, and the war of men had seemed so absolute. Now, all that petty strife paled before the gathering darkness in the far north. She inhaled, tasting snow on the air, and reached over to brush her glove against Robb's gauntlet. He spared her a brief, steady glance. A silent promise that they would keep riding, keep fighting, keep breathing until the last hope was spent. Behind them, Moat Caelin's ancient towers stood watch over an emptying land, and the lonely wind carried their army's footfalls into the distance. Neither king nor queen could know what awaited them at the wall, how soon the others might strike, how many allies would arrive in time, or how many watchers still clung to life. But they pressed on, guided by duty, bound by the cause of the living. In the hush of endless winter, their banners advanced, determined to meet the dead on the threshold of the realm and drive them back if they could. Only the next dawn, and the dawn after that, would reveal the shape of fate that awaited them all. They left Moat Caelin in the weak glow of a winter dawn, the sky marbled with clouds and pale bands of light. Robb Stark led the procession, his warhorse picking its way over frozen ground. The banner of the direwolf stirred in a steady breeze from the north, while the combined host of northern and riverland soldiers filed out in a single, unbroken column. Margaery Tyrell rode beside him. More accurately, she half-rode, half-guided her horse along the rutted path, for the temperature had fallen overnight and the land was as hard as iron. Where the terrain softened, it turned muddy under a dusting of fresh snow. Either condition risked broken wheels or twisted ankles for the men on foot. Yet the army pressed onward, determined, stoic. Around them, the battered remnants of war-scavenged farmland gave way to wild moors. The farther north they went, the more the world seemed to contract into a realm of stark emptiness, frozen streams, leafless stands of trees, low hills crested with snowdrifts. Ravens circled overhead, cawing at the columns of men. From time to time, Margaery glimpsed a silhouette in the distance, a lone figure, possibly a scout or a farmer. Then it would vanish into the whiteness, leaving only the hush of wind and the crunch of boots. Their pace was slow, but they made steady progress each day, halting only when darkness fell early in the late afternoon. The soldiers would hastily clear an area of snow, pitch tents as best they could, and set out sentries. Smoke from cook fires curled into the cold sky, blending with the drifting flakes. Margaery took it upon herself to visit the smaller campfires, encouraging the men and ensuring that the limited rations, grain, dried fish, salt beef, were distributed fairly. Her presence served as a rallying point, a reminder that the great houses were not merely sending these soldiers to freeze and die in a far-off wilderness. Every evening, she heard them murmur about the fabled White Walkers, the missing Watchers, the rumors of an unstoppable darkness that the realm was only belatedly uniting to confront. Most men were frightened, but that fear sharpened their sense of duty. Robb likewise moved among the troops, exchanging a few words here and there. He was no longer just a lord's son, but their king, crowned by northern bannermen. Yet he carried the weight of that crown with a sober air, too sober for one so young, Margaery thought at times. She often found him standing at the edge of camp after sunset, gray wind at his side, staring north as though he could sense the threat beyond the horizon. He seldom shared his fears aloud, but she saw them in the set of his jaw, the tension in his shoulders. On the 5th day after leaving Moat Cailin, they encountered a ragtag band of wildlings, men, women, and children heading south. Their guide was a stout, bearded fellow who wore ragged furs. He approached the vanguard of Stark soldiers warily, holding up both hands in a gesture of peace. Robb, alerted by outriders, rode forward to parley. Margaery joined him, breath-fogging in the cold air. Gray wind sniffed the wind, hackles slightly raised. One of the wildlings stepped forward, a lean woman with sharp eyes. "We're fleeing," she said bluntly, her accent thick with the wildling cadences of the true north. "The dead are rising, same as the old tales. Whole villages gone, men taken in the night." She glanced at Margaery, then at Robb, uncertain of their rank but evidently guessing from the number of soldiers that they were people of importance. "If you're heading north, you're mad. But maybe you're braver than me. We want safe passage to the south." A hush fell among the soldiers. The woman's words, so matter-of-fact, confirmed the rumors that had been chasing them like a dark shadow. Robb lowered his voice. "We're going to the wall," he said. "The Night's Watch stands there, and we aim to fight these others. If you seek safety, you may come with us or move further south to find a place among the northern lords." The woman let out a humorless laugh. "The Watch can hardly protect themselves, from what I heard. Better we cross the neck and keep on going until your southern knights stop us." She cocked her head. "You'll let us pass? Without murdering us or locking us in chains?" Robb nodded. "We have no quarrel with you. The living must stand together. Go in peace, though we have little food to spare." The wildlings accepted his terms with grim relief, scattering around the edges of the army to continue south. Even so, some lingered, forming a small cluster near the baggage wagons. Margaery noticed that a few wore expressions torn between fear and a flicker of curiosity. Perhaps they saw safety in numbers. She quietly advised the stewards to offer them some leftovers if possible. Most of the soldiers seemed wary of these free folk, but under Robb's orders, they left them be. Later that night, more fires dotted the perimeter of the camp, belonging to wildlings who decided it was safer to stay close than venture alone into the snow. Such encounters became more frequent as they pressed on. Stray refugees, some from as far away as Hardhome, claimed that entire swathes of the land beyond the wall had fallen to the others. Margaery listened in growing horror to stories of villages decimated, corpses reanimated in the darkness. Every dawn, she and Robb steeled themselves anew, urging the column forward. Near the outskirts of the Gift, the stretch of land traditionally granted to the Night's Watch, they found the homestead sparse and the roads difficult to follow. Drifts piled high against half-ruined fences, and snow-blanketed barns and fields alike, erasing the boundaries of farmland. They occasionally passed a holdfast that had been abandoned, shutters torn loose by winter storms. Once, they found tracks in the snow that seemed neither animal nor human, as if something bipedal had dragged itself across the fields. No one ventured closer to investigate. The men whispered that the White Walkers might be scouting the area already. As the sun dipped low on another gray afternoon, the watchers atop a small ridge signaled that Castle Black lay to the north, barely visible through a haze of blowing snow. The black silhouette of the wall itself stretched across the horizon, a massive barrier of ice, impossible to miss even in poor light. Relief coursed through the army at the sight, tempered by nerves. Their advance parties had reported that the Night's Watch was still manning the gates, though they had suffered attacks from whites in the surrounding forest. They arrived at Castle Black at midday the next morning. The climb to the wall's base was grueling. Deep snow, hidden ice patches, and a biting wind that whipped from the west. Margaery pulled her cloak tight, blinking against the flakes as she peered at the monstrous edifice of ice towering overhead. It loomed at least 700 feet high, its surface a pale blue-white shot through with cracks and ridges. Wooden ramparts and hoists jutted out near the top, manned by black-cloaked figures. The main yard of Castle Black lay within the ring of wooden buildings, some in better repair than others. Smoke rose from forges and hearths, but the entire place looked battered, haunted by recent struggle. Ned Stark was there to greet them, flanked by Lord Commander Jeor Mormont and a cluster of Black brothers. Margaery's first impression was how gaunt Ned looked, as though the cold or stress had gnawed at him. Yet his eyes flickered with fierce resolve when he saw Robb dismount. Father and son clasped hands, then embraced. Margaery dismounted and bowed her head, offering Ned a quiet greeting. There was an unspoken sense of relief. Despite the misery that surrounded them, at least the Starks were reunited. They spoke in hurried tones near the base of the wall, mindful that thousands of soldiers still needed to be settled, assigned tents or barracks, and fed. Ned explained how attacks by whites had become frequent in the dark hours. The Watch had lost a dozen men in the last fortnight alone, surprise raids, bodies of the dead lurching out of the forest gloom. The others themselves rarely appear, Ned said grimly. But you can feel their presence. The temperature drops suddenly and a mist creeps over the snow. Then come the whites. We burn every body we find to prevent more from being turned. He cast a glance at the fear on the soldiers' faces, men who had marched from the warmth of the south. We can't hold them off forever if they attack in numbers. Robb listened intently, brow furrowed. We need to fortify the wall. Reinforce the Watch. We have men from the north and the Riverlands, and we hope the Reach will arrive soon via the King's Road. The Lannisters, well, that's uncertain, but Tyrion pledged some assistance. Ned gave a weary nod. Word arrived that King's Landing has sent a small contingent to Eastwatch with more promised. Stannis is rumored to be sailing that way as well. But no one knows how many. For now, we do what we can. He gestured for them to join him in the common hall, a simple wooden structure near the base of the ice. Inside, a roaring hearth provided welcome warmth, though it did little to banish the smell of unwashed bodies and old stew. Margaery noticed black-cloaked men dozing at tables, half dead with exhaustion. The war with the dead gave little respite. Once seated around a rough-hewn table, Ned introduced them to the leadership of the Watch, Jeor Mormont, bowing politely, Maester Aemon, ancient and nearly blind, but somehow still calm, a rangy man called Corran Halfhand, reputed to be one of the best rangers still living, and a burly, bearded fellow named Ed Tollett, who seemed to handle much of the day-to-day errands. Jon Snow was conspicuously absent, which Margaery found surprising, though she knew he was a sworn brother of the Watch and might be off on some assignment. She caught a small flicker of sadness in Ned's expression whenever Jon's name was mentioned. Jeor Mormont wasted no time. Your men are welcome, Stark. We need every sword and spear. But they must learn how to fight whites. Conventional tactics help, but the key is fire. And if you ever see an other, their blades are deadly. The only thing that stops them is dragon glass, or so they say. A stash of it was found north of the wall. We've tried forging daggers, arrowheads. We can distribute them, but supply is limited. Margaery thought of the cargo wagons behind them. We brought as many dragon glass weapons as we could shape in the south, plus more raw obsidian from dragonstone quarries. We hope it's enough to arm a fraction of the soldiers. She sighed. We had no time for more. Mormont accepted that with a grunt. Better than nothing. Robb lifted his gaze to Ned. How soon until we must mount a serious defense? Have the whites begun massing for an assault? Ned raked a hand through his hair, flecked with gray more than ever. They test our perimeter nightly, small packs, it seems. We lost men near the Shadow Tower. The wildlings who came in said the others have an army somewhere beyond the Frostfangs. That might be rumor, or it might be real. If they gather in large numbers, the wall is our only barrier. Jeor Mormont, arms folded, added softly, we can see occasional lights far in the distance at night, flickers of pale blue in the forest. Some say it's the others marching. Others claim it's illusions. We can't be sure. But I suspect a storm is coming, one that could shatter everything. Robb's mouth pressed into a tight line. Then we must ready ourselves now. My men can start repairs on the fortifications. We'll coordinate with your rangers. Once the next wave of southern reinforcements arrives, we can station them along the wall, too. His voice grew resolute. We'll make our stand here if we must. Margaery placed a hand lightly on his arm as if to say she stood behind him. Ned, silent for a moment, rested a palm on the table. Winterfell always taught us that the wall was all that stood between the realm and the terrors of the far north. The old tales rarely found ears that believed them until now. He straightened, eyes meeting Robb's. I'm proud of you, son, for leading these men here. Let's pray it's enough. Out in the courtyard, the new arrivals hustled to make camp. Castle Black was never designed to house thousands of outsiders, so tents sprang up in rows around the main yard while the watch assigned certain barracks to the lords and key knights. Margaery insisted on a modest arrangement. She and Robb would share a simple tower room, no more than needed to stay warm and keep their belongings secure. Soldiers from the Riverlands, from House Serwyn, House Glover, and even a handful from House Bolton scattered to whatever corners they could find. The cold bit mercilessly. Many men had only experienced mild southern winters, and the unrelenting chill pressed in on them with every breath. Within 2 days, the first real conflict arose. A party of northern soldiers patrolling the outskirts stumbled upon a group of wildlings. Something escalated. Shouts turned to blows, steel was drawn. Margaery never discovered the exact spark, but she heard about it when the wounded trickled into the infirmary. One wildling had been slain, 2 northern men left with nasty cuts. Furious at the breakdown of discipline, Robb held a public address in the courtyard. He reminded his soldiers that any who joined the cause of the living, be they wildling or kneeler, were allies now. He threatened harsh punishment for any further aggression. The wildlings, in turn, were told they must respect the realm's laws while within the gift. Tension simmered, but no more bloodshed followed. In those small interactions, Margaery saw how fragile this entire alliance remained, men with old hatreds forced to stand side by side against a threat too monstrous to comprehend until it stood right before them. Each dusk, the wind shrieked across the top of the wall, and men peered north with torches in hand. Margaery ventured up there once on a cold, moonless night. They used a creaking wooden lift to ascend the icy face. The top of the wall was like a frozen plain, stretching east and west as far as the eye could see, dotted with guard huts, ramparts, and spaced-out braziers. Below lay a stark expanse of forest, dark shapes that might be trees, might be valleys. If she looked far enough, she could almost imagine flickers of movement in the distance. The cold was so severe that each breath burned in her chest. Robb stood with her, gray wind pacing anxiously as they stared out. The hush felt immense. They're out there, Robb murmured. Somewhere. Yes, she said, voice barely audible above the keening wind. But so are our watchers, or what's left of them. We might find survivors. She thought of the watchers who had set out weeks before, men from the Reach, from Dorne, from the north, and from King's Landing, an unlikely fellowship, searching for proof. A handful had turned up dead or half insane, but no comprehensive word had arrived. Perhaps a few still clung to life amid the frozen wilderness. Robb's expression darkened. We can't wait forever. We'll mount a foray soon, see if we can find them or find out what happened. But first we need more men in place to hold Castle Black if we're attacked. He paused. When we're attacked. She linked her gloved hand with his, pressing close to share what little warmth they had. The immensity of the wall loomed over them. We'll do what we must, she whispered, and pray the realm's reinforcements come. In the days that followed, scouts returned with both hopeful and disconcerting news. Some had ridden south to check the King's Road. They reported that portions of the Tyrell army were indeed making their way up, albeit slowly, thousands of footmen, cavalry, supply wagons. Word also suggested that a Lannister force, led by a mix of Westerland's bannermen and Crown loyalists, had left the capital to head north. Stannis' ships had been spotted near Eastwatch, disembarking men along the eastern shore, though rumors of sea ice and storms complicated their approach. The entire realm, it seemed, was dragging itself up toward the wall, step by painful step. But that same group of scouts brought rumors of new raids by the Ironborn along the western coasts. Euron Greyjoy had landed a few longships near the rills, burning small villages. House Mormont on Bear Island remained under threat. It was unclear how large Euron's ambitions might be. Margaery and Robb exchanged troubled looks upon hearing that news. So many old enmities would not simply vanish in the face of the others. But there was no question of dividing the new northern host to chase Euron. They had no choice but to rely on local defenders. The heart of the struggle lay here, at the wall. Gradually, more columns arrived at Castle Black, exhausted men trudging the final miles over icy roads. The vanguard of the Tyrell force reached them first. A detachment led by Randyll Tarly, stern-faced, joined by banner lords from lesser houses of the Reach. They pulled up in the castle yard with a swirl of green and gold banners. The horses lathered from the harsh ride. Margaery went out to greet them, remembering Tarly's reputation for strict discipline and unwavering loyalty. She caught sight of his cold, appraising eyes as he dismounted. "My lady queen," he said, bowing stiffly. "Lord Tyrell is behind us by some days, but he sends me ahead to strengthen the lines." She returned the courtesy, mindful that Tarly had once served as a pillar of House Tyrell's military might. "We're glad of every sword, Lord Tarly. The Watch can direct you where they need reinforcements." He nodded, though he couldn't help a skeptical glance at the looming wall. "Gods be good," he muttered under his breath. "Let's hope we're not too late." Over the following week, hundreds more Tyrell men trickled in. They pitched tents next to the northern host, forging an unlikely tapestry of sigils across the snowy yard. Flowers of the Reach, dire wolves of the north, trouts of the riverlands. The men found common cause in the biting cold and the rumors of nightmarish foes. After the initial friction, an uneasy respect formed. Margaery witnessed a Northman teaching a Reach cavalryman how to tie a cloak more securely against the wind. A soldier from House Redwine offered a man from House Serwyn a sip of their famed arbor wine. People bonded over shared survival in this frigid environment. But as their numbers swelled, the sightings of whites also increased. Patrols beyond the wall occasionally returned with horror stories. Glimpses of unnatural shapes flitting through snow-laden trees, footprints that appeared from nowhere, swirling mists that seemed to whisper. At times, the patrols did not return at all. A gloom settled over Castle Black. The Black brothers had begun reinforcing the other castles along the wall as well. Eastwatch, the Shadow Tower, and some abandoned ones in between, though they lacked the manpower to hold them effectively. One evening, as Margaery conferred with Ned Stark, Jeor Mormont, and Robb in the common hall, a commotion sounded in the courtyard. Men shouted for torches and help. Margaery dashed outside, heart pounding. The entire yard was lit by scattered lanterns, revealing a half-dozen rangers stumbling through the open gates. One collapsed the moment he crossed the threshold, snow clinging to his cloak. Another retched onto the ground, hacking out a strangled sob. The watchers surrounding them parted as if the men were cursed. Margaery pushed forward, ignoring the swirl of fearful whispers. Robb arrived beside her, gray-wind, stiff-legged and wary. "Let them through," Robb commanded, and the guards stepped aside. Margaery knelt to aid one man who had sunk to his knees. His face was ashen, his lips nearly blue from cold. She ordered a steward to fetch blankets, water, anything to revive them. Jeor Mormont recognized the men. Rangers from the Watch who had accompanied some of the Watchers beyond the wall. When he demanded a report, the men answered only with broken words, gibbering half in terror. It took time, cups of hot wine, gentle coaxing, before one regained enough composure to speak in more than a whisper. His name was Hallis, and his eyes darted about as if expecting an attack at any moment. He told of a camp near the Fist of the First Men, a ringed hill in the haunted forest. The Watchers had tried to establish a defensible position, searching for any sign of living or dead. For a time, they spotted only tracks and fleeting shapes in the distant treeline. Then, one night, a sudden chill fell upon the camp. Mist rolled in, the horses panicked, and the whites appeared in force. They swarmed from the darkness, silent, unstoppable things with black hands and ice-crusted faces. Men fought back with steel and fire, but for every white burned, two more emerged. Some Watchers were dragged off screaming, others rose again after they fell. Hallis recounted glimpses of tall, inhuman figures at the periphery, pale in the moonlight, eyes gleaming with cold malice, the others commanding the whites. He described a blade of ice that shattered a man's sword on contact. Eventually, Hallis and a handful of survivors fled in chaos, scattering through the forest. Only these rangers managed to find their way back to the wall. His voice shook as he uttered the last sentences. "They're beyond counting, more dead than we can burn. They'll come, all of them, it's only a matter of time." A hush gripped the courtyard. Robb stood pale, lips parted, as if searching for words. Margaery felt a tingling in her spine, terror and anger merging. She caught Ned's grim gaze. Jorah Mormont spoke, voice gruff. "Then we have our proof. They move in large numbers. We have only one choice: defend the wall at all costs." The battered rangers were carried away to the infirmary. Robb turned to the lords and soldiers gathered around him. "Ready every man," he said, voice tight. "Fires must be kept burning through the night. Archers must have dragonglass arrows. We'll set watchers atop the wall and in the courtyards. If the others are marching with an army of the dead, we might face an assault soon." As if to punctuate his words, the wind picked up, howling over the ramparts, scattering snow. Men rushed to obey, though many wore expressions of dread. An air of finality took hold, a sense that the battle they had dreaded was nearing. In the days that followed, no large-scale attack came, yet the nightly white raids intensified. Patrols vanished. Sometimes the men on the wall reported faint blue lights flickering at the edge of the forest or whispered screams carried on the wind. Margaery hardly slept, spending late hours overseeing the distribution of dragonglass arrowheads, then rising early to meet with the watch captains. She was no soldier, but she knew the importance of morale, of making sure the men felt connected to a leadership that cared for their survival. Once or twice, she visited the top of the wall again, speaking with the watchers. She saw how their hands trembled as they clutched bows or spears. Fear could kill an army as surely as any foe if left to fester. Then, one bitter afternoon, horns rang out from the western watchtower. A cry followed, "Riders!" Banners from the south. Robb and Margaery rushed onto the ramparts above Castle Black's main gate. Through a swirl of drifting snow, they spotted an incoming column, 500 or so, bearing the Golden Lion of Lannister, the Crowned Stag of Baratheon, and the Red and Yellow of House Baratheon from the Stormlands. It seemed a combined party of Crown loyalists and Stormland lords. Surreal though it was, Margaery felt a flicker of relief. The more men at the wall, the stronger their defense, provided these new arrivals truly fought the undead and not a petty war. The riders passed into the courtyard where Ned Stark and some of the Watch's stewards greeted them. Margaery joined soon after, cloaked against the cold. She recognized a few faces from Harrenhal's council, knights who had pledged to join the Watchers if the threat was confirmed. Among them was the short but sharp-eyed Tyrion Lannister, dismounting with a theatrical grunt. He stamped his feet in the snow, exhaling plumes of mist. Jaime Lannister was with him, face set in a rigid mask, scanning the yard for threats. A handful of Crown Stag banner men followed, men said to be loyal to King Stannis but previously uncertain. Margaery also spotted a tall knight bearing the sigil of House Selmy from the Stormlands, though she did not know him personally. Tyrion sketched about a Ned Stark, then turned to Robb, who arrived a moment later with Grey Wind loping at his side. "My lords, lovely weather you have here. I trust you're staying warm." He offered Margaery a sardonic incline of his head. "My lady queen. Still forging alliances between summer roses and northern snows, I see." Robb's expression was guarded. "You've come a long way. Are your men prepared for what awaits them?" Tyrion's mismatched eyes flickered over the courtyard. "As prepared as one can be for stories of ice demons. I've brought what Lord Tywin could spare from the capital. Rumor says more will follow from the Westlands. And Stannis is sending more from the east. Time will tell if we arrived too late." Jaime swung down from his horse, ignoring the stares of many northern soldiers who had reason to hate him. He brushed snow off his cloak. "Where do we set up camp? This place looks more crowded than Flea Bottom." Ned Stark's voice was cool. "We'll find space in the yard or along the perimeter for you. A portion of your men can shelter in the old barracks if you choose, but you'll have to abide by the Watch's rules." Jaime only shrugged. "Better than freezing to death, I suppose." Margaery took in the new arrivals. Many looked exhausted, their cloaks stiff with frost. But at least they were additional swords to face the White Walkers. The next hours passed in a flurry of accommodations, distributing rations, stabling horses, and reassigning watch shifts. Tyrion eventually found his way to Margaery's side as she inspected the storage sheds. "Well, my lady," he said, adjusting the fur trim of his gloves, "it seems we are all in this together, assuming these frozen fiends are as horrible as I've been told. I heard rumors that half your watchers never returned." She paused, eyeing a crate of stale barley. "They didn't. Those who did come back spoke of horrors beyond imagining. We lose men to whites nightly." She met his gaze. "This is not a mere rumor, Lord Tyrion." He pursed his lips, a trace of genuine worry crossing his face. "I never thought I'd see the day. We Lannisters pride ourselves on cunning, but cunning means nothing if your foe doesn't feel fear or hunger. Have you a plan?" Margaery exhaled. "We hold the wall. If it falls, the dead spill into the realm unchecked. Once enough men from the south gather here, we might attempt a great ranging north to find and destroy the others. But that remains uncertain. Our every move depends on how large their forces truly are. Some men speak of tens of thousands of whites. Tyrion's eyes narrowed. Tens of thousands? He gave a short, nervous laugh. The realm can field armies of 100,000, but not if it's scattered and riddled with old feuds. Well, let's hope enough houses answer the call soon. He inclined his head politely. If you need me for anything, I'll be in the next shed trying to find something drinkable. Despite the tension, Margaery allowed herself a small laugh, quickly stifled. The Lannister dwarf, for all his flippancy, had some sense of perspective. She returned to her tasks, heart heavy with the knowledge that their combined might still be insufficient. By the end of that same week, a more impressive contingent arrived, Stannis Baratheon himself, landing at Eastwatch and making the journey west along the wall. Accompanied by the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, and a red-robed priestess known only as Melisandre, Stannis entered Castle Black with a smaller but disciplined force. They wore the crowned stag of House Baratheon, or the burning heart that signified his new faith. Whispers abounded. Some men said Stannis's priestess could command shadows. Others said she burned idols in worship of her fire god. The atmosphere bristled with suspicion, for many in the north still followed the old gods or the Seven, and the presence of a foreign priestess unsettled them. Stannis himself was a grim figure, tall, stiff, wearing a heavy cloak pinned at the shoulder with a stag's head. He demanded an immediate audience with Ned Stark, remembering Ned's old loyalty to Robert. Robb and Margaery attended that meeting too, in the cramped commander's solar above the common hall. Jeor Mormont and a few other leaders stood by. Stannis's voice was clipped. The dead gather in the north, so I've come to do my duty as Robert's lawful heir, no matter that half the realm contests my claim. If these White Walkers are as dire as you claim, we must destroy them. The Lord of Light shall guide us. Ned inclined his head. We welcome your men, but this is no single kingdom's fight. If you are determined to call yourself King of Westeros, keep it to yourself for now. We have a bigger war. Stannis's jaw tightened, but he nodded curtly. I will not hamper the defense. When the others are ended, then we can settle questions of succession. Until then, we unite. Perhaps the Lord of Light will open the eyes of unbelievers. Margaery kept her expression neutral, though she sensed how the mild tension in the room only underlined how precarious their alliance was. Melisandre's gaze swept across each person, lingering on Margaery for a moment. The priestess's eyes were dark, but something in them burned with an inner flame. The night is dark and full of terrors, she said in a low, resonant voice. Yet if we gather the fires of men, we may drive back the cold shadows. We must not hesitate to do what is necessary. Jeor Mormont scratched his beard. And what would you suggest we do? He demanded bluntly. Melisandre's lips curved in a faint smile. Some evils cannot be fought by steel alone. They require the power of flame. But you shall see in time. She turned that unwavering gaze to Margaery. You bear the promise of summer, my lady, but winter will test all of us. Pray your heart remains aflame. Unsettled, Margaery inclined her head. We do what we must for the living. Stannis soon took command of a portion of the eastern defenses. Davos Seaworth approached Margaery and Robb, quietly voicing relief that at least Stannis seemed earnest about the threat. He would burn the world if he thought it would save it, Davos murmured, half wry, half apprehensive. I only hope it's enough. And so the days at Castle Black stretched on, turning into weeks. The combined armies swelled further with each new arrival, though not all were large forces. Some southern lords arrived in small knots, their men whittled down by the rigors of travel. Others brought wagons of supplies only to realize how quickly an army of thousands could consume them. Margaery oversaw distribution as best she could, working with the Night's Watch stewards. The biggest challenge was sustaining that many people in a subarctic environment. Hunting yielded scarce game, fishing was limited by frozen rivers, and the men had to ration every crust of bread or ounce of salt beef. Occasionally, a low-level dispute flared between different factions, a Lannister knight accusing a Stormlander of sabotage, or a Tyrell outrider brawling with a northern sworn sword over a half-frozen hog. Each time, Margaery or Robb or Ned intervened, reminding them that if they could not unite now, the White Walkers would surely triumph. Yet tension was a constant undercurrent beneath the veneer of tenuous alliance. Then, during a particularly cold night, the horns sounded at the top of the wall, a single blast, echoing across the darkness, followed by a second, then a third. 3 horn blasts meant one thing, the others. A hush of dread seized the fortress. Margaery, startled awake in her tower room, flung on boots and cloak. Robb was already up, sword belt in hand. They exchanged one swift look of alarm and then they bolted outside. Grey wind bounded at their heels. The yard was chaos. Men scrambled for weapons, for torches. Archers raced to the wooden staircases that led to the wall's top. Horns still blared, distant and eerie in the winter wind. Snow fell in gusts, swirling in the torchlight. Margaery fought to keep her footing on the slick ground as she followed Robb toward the central courtyard where Ned Stark, Jeor Mormont, Tyrion, and others were gathering. "What do we know?" Robb demanded, voice taut. One of the Black brothers, panting hard, managed to speak. Scouts at the top saw movement near the tree line. Whites, hundreds at least, maybe more. The others glimpsed behind them. "They're approaching from the west along a path we call the Snowbridge. Could be an attack on Castle Black." Jeor Mormont spat a curse. "Light the signal fires. Get archers in position. If they come, we rain dragonglass arrows on them, plus whatever flaming pitch we have. We'll meet them at the base of the wall if they try to scale it." Robb called out to the gathered men, "Form up. Spearmen, you're with me by the western palisade. Archers, to the ramparts. Keep the braziers lit, fire kills whites. Light the oil casks if need be." His voice resonated with the authority he'd gradually learned in the war. Soldiers scattered to obey. Margaery caught Ned's eye. "Is there anything I?" "Coordinate the supply wagons for the front lines," Ned said. "Send runners with dragonglass to each watch station. Keep morale steady. If they break through," he grimaced, not finishing the thought. She nodded, swallowing fear. The adrenaline pumping through her veins sharpened her focus. She hurried off, cloak dragging through the snow to find the quartermasters. Torches bobbed in the gloom as she barked instructions. "Distribute arrows, oil flasks, yes, those. Make sure every unit has something to burn the whites. Go." She could scarcely believe this was her life. Once, she had learned courtesy and dancing in Highgarden's courts, and now she was distributing flammable pitch to an army preparing to battle walking corpses. Somewhere above, a horn blast again split the night. Shouts rang out atop the wall. Margaery saw dark shapes moving against the swirling snow. The entire fortress bristled with tension as men readied for the onslaught. Moments later, distant howling emerged from beyond the gate, faint but growing stronger. It was not the howling of wolves, some unnatural, keening wail that set her teeth on edge. She tried not to let panic seize her, forcing herself to keep directing supplies. Robb had mustered a line near the western gate, a mix of northern pikes and Tyrell men-at-arms, plus some of Stannis's knights. Fires flickered behind them, illuminating the circle of fear in their eyes. Margaery, glancing over, caught a glimpse of Tyrion Lannister among them, looking grim but resolved. Jaime stood a short ways off, sword bared. Even Tormund Giantsbane, who had joined them from the wildlings, hovered with a scowl, great axe in hand. The living truly had come together in all their fractious diversity. Minutes stretched into an eternity as they waited, each heartbeat pounding. Then the watchers on the wall yelled that the whites were advancing through the trees, hundreds, maybe 1,000 or more, a creeping swarm of lifeless shapes. "Archers," came the cry. "Loose." A volley of arrows soared from the top of the wall. Some had dragonglass arrowheads, others were merely steel. Margaery's vantage from the courtyard offered a limited view, but she heard the faint hiss, the distant thuds as they struck. Some whites likely dropped, but more spilled forward. She imagined a tide of half-rotted corpses, eyes glowing blue in the darkness, unstoppable unless burned or destroyed with obsidian. Then the horns blasted again, 2 short blows. "They're at the base," someone shouted. "They're trying the gate." A frenzy erupted. Men rushed to reinforce the outer gate, dragging up barrels of pitch. Margaery felt her heart thunder. If the whites could smash the gate, they would flood into the castle yard. She left the supply wagons in the hands of a steward and raced toward the western barricade. Snow whipped at her face, cold and stinging, but she pressed on. She found Robb with a torch in one hand, his sword in the other. Grey winds stood bristling at his side. Nearby, a cluster of men with torches prepared to set oil-soaked timbers aflame if anything broke through. A thunderous crash echoed through the night. The whites were pounding at the thick outer door or perhaps hacking at it with unnatural strength. Overhead, archers continued to fire downward, but it was clear from their frantic shouts that the mass of undead was pressing close, piling up against the gate. "In position," Robb bellowed. "If they breach, we hold them at the courtyard entrance." Margaery swallowed hard. She refused to cower in the back. She grabbed a spare torch and hustled to a vantage point behind the pike line, prepared to offer flames where needed. Her stomach twisted. She was no warrior, but she could do this much, give fire to those who needed it. The next moments blurred into panic and violence. With a splintering crack, the outer gate gave way. A wave of whites surged in. Some wore the tattered remains of old clothing or armor from men long dead, others were near skeletal, their flesh half-stripped. Their eyes glowed a cold, terrible blue. They shrieked or hissed as they poured across the threshold. The living met them with a clash of steel, pikes stabbing forward. The whites that were impaled continued to thrash, heedless of mortal wounds. A few men who stabbed them with steel found themselves dragged into an undead embrace. Screams sliced the air. "Fire!" shouted a northern captain. Another line of men hurled torches or poured flaming oil onto the whites. Where the flames touched, whites shriveled, collapsing in a swirl of black smoke and foul stench. Margaery rushed forward, passing lit torches to trembling soldiers, her own heart pounding so fiercely that each breath felt like a gasp. Robb fought in the front rank, gray wind tearing into the undead with savage fury. When the direwolf ripped off limbs or heads, some whites collapsed, others merely crawled forward. Stannis's knights formed a wedge near the flank, brandishing swords wrapped in oil-soaked rags they ignited from braziers. Margaery spotted Tyrion Lannister stabbing at a white with a dragonglass dagger, panic and determination mingling on his face. For a time, it seemed they held the advantage. Whites that came through the gate were burned, cut down, or pinned by pikes. But the undead numbers mounted. More pressed in from behind, climbing over the burned bodies of their fellows. Some whites that had been half-destroyed reanimated again, requiring multiple hits. A creeping horror spread among the defenders. These foes felt no pain, showed no fear. "Push them back," Robb shouted, voice hoarse. He hacked at a white that clutched a severed sword. The blow severed its arm, but it still lunged, jaws snapping. Gray wind barreled into it, bringing it down. Fire from a nearby torch finished it off. Another white, once a large man in battered mail, swung a rusted axe at Robb's flank. Robb twisted, parrying with a grunt, barely avoiding a lethal strike. Margaery let out a cry of warning, throwing her torch at the white. It caught flame, staggering blindly, and a soldier rammed it with a pike. She hastily seized another torch from a crate nearby, handing it to a Riverlands man who looked petrified. "Burn them," she yelled. Flames spread across the courtyard in patches, the snow sizzling. Smoke choked the air. The whites screeched as they burned, dozens at a time, but more kept pressing through the open gate. The defenders reeled, pressed backward. Margaery saw men slip on the bloody slush, screams abruptly cut off as whites tore into them. The stench of decay and burning flesh assaulted her. She fought down rising vomit, tears freezing on her cheeks from the cold. Then, from behind the whites, a tall figure emerged, striding through the ruined gate as if it owned the night. Its body was almost humanoid, but unnaturally lithe, pale skin reflecting the firelight. Armor fashioned of ice clung to its frame, and in its hand it carried a slender sword that gleamed with a bluish radiance. Another. The swirling snow seemed to hush around it. Men faltered, stepping back in dread as the creature advanced, eyes shining like frozen stars. It flicked its wrist, parrying a spear thrust from a brave Tyrell man-at-arms. The impact shattered the steel head of the spear, leaving the man holding a broken shaft. The other's next stroke sliced the man's chest, dropping him in a gush of blood. No flame or steel seemed to threaten it. Margaery's heart nearly stopped. "Dragonglass," came a shout. "Use dragonglass against it." Robb sprinted forward, brandishing a longsword with an obsidian dagger strapped to his belt. The other regarded him with a tilt of its head as if amused. Robb feinted a slash, but the icy blade of the other knocked his steel aside in a shower of sparks. Cold dread coiled in Margaery's gut. She fumbled at her waist, pulling out a small obsidian knife of her own. She wasn't sure how she'd get close enough to use it, her entire body trembled with fear. The creature advanced on Robb, a silent, deadly grace in every step. Gray wind leapt at it, snapping, but the other moved with inhuman speed, slashing the direwolf's shoulder. A yelp of pain escaped Gray wind, stumbling. Robb roared in fury, lunging. The other parried again, its blade casting an eerie light across Robb's face. Margaery forced her legs to move, running closer, ducking around struggling men. If she could just distract it one instant. She saw Robb trying to reach for his obsidian dagger, but the other's sword flicked out, nearly striking his wrist. The clang of steel on ice rang out. Then, from the side, a furious figure barreled into the fray, Tormund Giant's bane, roaring with savage glee. He swung a torch at the other. It seemed to recoil from the fire, stepping sideways. That split second was all Robb needed. He yanked his obsidian dagger free and slashed toward the creature's midsection. A sizzling crackle followed, like ice fracturing under heavy weight. The other jerked backward, body quivering. Where the dragonglass struck, its pale flesh darkened as if frost were turning black. With a soundless shriek, the other's entire form shattered into a spray of glittering shards, dissolving into swirling snow in the blink of an eye. The shards struck the ground and melted, leaving nothing but the echo of an unearthly wail. A brief hush as men gaped. Margaery let out a shuddering breath. The others could be killed by dragonglass, just as rumored. Robb knelt by Grey Wind, who whimpered, blood matting his fur. Tormund hammered his chest. That's how you do it, he bellowed, though he was bleeding from a cut on his arm. But the fight was far from over. Whites continued pouring in. Without the other driving them, they might have been less coordinated, but they remained relentless. Push them out, Robb shouted, voice raw. Burn them all. New lines formed. Archers fired flaming arrows from vantage points, lancing rows of undead. Men with torches swept forward, driving Whites back. Through the ruined gate, dozens of corpses, living and dead, littered the courtyard. Margaery kicked a severed arm that still twitched, flinging a torch onto it to keep it from reanimating. The entire night blurred into a nightmare of flame and claw, screams and roars. Eventually, the living gained the upper hand, pushing the Whites beyond the threshold. More barrels of pitch were hurled after them, followed by torches, until the corridor leading outside was an inferno. The Whites that did not burn retreated or collapsed. Then it was done. The battle ended as abruptly as it began, leaving the courtyard choked with smoke and scattered with the fallen. Margaery stood trembling, lungs burning with exertion. Her face felt numb from cold and shock. Robb leaned on his sword, panting, Grey Wind pressed to his thigh. Blood seeped from the direwolf's wound, though it did not appear immediately fatal. All around them, men slumped in the snow, some weeping from pain or relief. Many would not rise again. The stink of burnt flesh hung in the air, gagging her. Somewhere near the gate, Ned Stark directed men to drag out the remains of any Whites and burn them thoroughly. Tyrion Lannister limped past, an ugly scratch on his face, muttering curses about undead. Jaime Lannister was supporting a wounded Stormlander knight. Stannis's men had formed a circle to take stock of their casualties. Sobbing and moaning filled the gloom, mingling with the crackle of flames. Casualties, Robb rasped. We need a count. Margaery wiped sweat and soot from her brow. I'll help triage the wounded. She cast a look at Grey Wind. You're direwolf. We need to tend him. Robb nodded, swallowing. Do it. I'll manage here. She squeezed his arm gently, then rushed to find the maesters and healers. There were so many wounded, some with grievous bites or hacking injuries. She moved from man to man, offering comfort, applying salves or bandages, pressing cloth to bloody gashes. Her cloak became stained with gore. Fear still churned in her stomach, but a strange calm guided her movements. She had to help, had to do something. By dawn, the defenders had counted the cost of that night's battle. Nearly 100 men lay dead, maybe more. Another 200 nursed serious injuries. Many corpses had to be burned again just to be safe. The gate was wrecked, meaning Castle Black's perimeter was severely compromised. The only blessing was that the Whites had not come with an even larger horde, or more others. If they had, the fortress might have fallen. When the sun rose weakly over the eastern horizon, Margaery stood on the charred threshold, staring out at the remains of the night's slaughter. Blackened bones, melted ice, lumps of twisted flesh. She felt as if she'd aged a lifetime. Robb approached, ashen-faced, Grey Wind limping at his side, bandaged. He gently took Margaery's hand in his. Neither spoke. The weight of mortality was too heavy for words. Word spread quickly of how Robb Stark had killed an other with dragonglass and how Tormund had helped distract it. Soldiers clung to that story like a talisman of hope. These creatures could be destroyed if a man was bold enough. But the knowledge that the Whites had attacked in such numbers and that more others likely lurked behind them gnawed everyone's confidence. If this was just the first wave, how would they survive the full onslaught? In the aftermath, ravens flew urgently south, bearing news of the battle and the dire need for still more soldiers, more obsidian, more supplies. Margaery penned letters to her father and grandmother at Highgarden, urging them to hurry. Tyrion and Jaime also sent messages to Tywin, if only to emphasize how real the threat was. Stannis dispatched riders to Eastwatch, commanding the rest of his forces to reinforce Castle Black at once. The realm had no choice but to stand or fall together. And yet, amid the heartbreak, a grim determination took root in every corner of Castle Black. Men saw that the living could prevail if they fought with fire and dragonglass. The day after the attack, the Watchers dragged more timbers from the forest, patching the outer gate, setting up new barricades. Blacksmiths hammered out improvised dragonglass arrowheads. Maesters and healers worked round the clock on the wounded. Runners carried messages up and down the wall, ensuring that every strong point was on high alert. Margaery divided her time between caring for the wounded and coordinating supplies. She discovered a numbness in herself that allowed her to keep functioning, as though her mind had locked away the horror for later. Each time she walked through the courtyard, the memories of that night's carnage resurfaced. But so did the memory of the other shattering under Robb's dagger, a moment of victory amid despair. Robb conferred often with Ned, Jeor Mormont, and the other High Lords. They debated launching a preemptive strike north of the wall, but the consensus was that they were not yet strong enough. Better to wait until the rest of the realm's armies arrived than march together. Until then, they would defend, rebuild, and gather intelligence through cautious rangers. Everyone braced for another assault. Days wore on, each morning a gift that the others had not attacked in greater numbers. The realm's troops trickled in, columns from the Reach, from the Stormlands, and even from the Westerlands. Some men's jaws dropped at the sight of the wall. Others recounted how their journeys had been plagued by snowstorms or rumored white sightings. Lines of tents sprang up around Castle Black, a sprawling camp that stretched beyond the old boundary. Margaery found it both heartening and terrifying. When had Westeros last fielded such a combined force in one place? Possibly not since the Targaryen invasions. But would it be enough? One gray morning, horns sounded again. But this time it was only a herald from the southern approach. Mace Tyrell arrived at last, leading thousands more footmen and cavalry, accompanied by Lady Olenna in a wheelhouse. Their green and gold banners filled the muddy tract with color, though the men wore grim faces, having heard rumors of the undead battle. A swirl of activity accompanied their arrival, men dismounting, rummaging for places to camp or stable the horses. Olenna demanded at once to see Margaery. She found her grandmother in a hastily cleared corner of the courtyard, stepping from her wheelhouse onto a frosty patch of ground, a wrinkled nose at the smell of burned flesh that lingered in the air. "Gods above, child," Olenna said, eyes flicking around at the signs of the recent fight. "Is this what we've come to?" Margaery embraced her briefly, heart twisting at the stark difference between the southern courts and this place. "Yes," she whispered. "This is war against an enemy not of flesh but of ice. You won't believe it until you see a white or an other. But their real grandmother. We only barely held them off." Olenna's mouth pressed into a thin line. "Then we'll do what we must. Mace is puffing about bringing half the Reach, but I suspect that might not be enough." She squeezed Margaery's hand. "You look exhausted, dear. I'll see if I can organize your father's men with some semblance of sense. Where is that stiff-lipped Tarly? We'll need him to keep discipline." Mace Tyrell, meanwhile, greeted Robb with attempts at hearty bravado, though he blanched at the tales of the undead. "We'll show these fiends the might of Highgarden," he proclaimed, though his eyes occasionally darted to the shattered gate, the scorched ground. Robb forced a polite nod, not wasting words. They needed every man, even Mace Tyrell's pomp and flourish. In the days that followed, the fortress and its surroundings transformed into a vast military encampment. Scouts reported that Tywin Lannister had sent an additional host from the Westerlands, though it was uncertain how soon they might arrive. Men from the Vale remained scarce, but rumor said a small band had slipped through the mountains. Dorne had dispatched a token force under Prince Trystane, though only a fraction of Dorne's might. The entire realm was converging on the wall, if in fits and starts, forging a patchwork alliance that might crack under stress. Robb and the other leaders debated daily whether to go on the offensive. Some, like Tormund and the wildlings, argued they should strike the others in the forest, attempt to destroy them on their own ground before they gathered. Others believed the advantage lay in the wall's defense. Stannis, in his grim way, insisted that a confrontation was inevitable, prophesying that only fire could cleanse the darkness. Tyrion wanted to see if more lords arrived, refusing to risk open battle until they had maximum numbers. Margaery listened to each argument, her mind churning. They all had points. Meanwhile, scattered sightings suggested that the White Walkers were massing beyond the forest, joined by any wildling dead they could claim. Occasional refugees trickled in, speaking of entire valleys stripped of life, reanimated corpses stalking the slopes. Each new tale deepened the sense of dread. Margaery felt it pressing on her each night as she tried to sleep in the cramped tower room. Robb, too, struggled with nightmares, sometimes bolting awake, chest heaving. She would comfort him as best she could, but no gentle words could fully banish the terror of the undead. At last, the lords decided. They could not wait further. A host now many tens of thousands strong clogged the gift, and supply lines were stretched. The others might strike at any time, forcing a desperate defense. Better to take the fight north of the wall while they still had some advantage of planning. That was the consensus hammered out in a final council meeting that included Ned Stark, Robb, Mace Tyrell, Stannis, Tyrion, Davos, Tormund, and the Night's Watch leadership. All of them recognized the risk. Marching an army beyond the wall was near unthinkable. But so was sitting in place until the White Walkers crashed upon them like a tidal wave. Ned spoke quietly. "We muster everything we have. We opened some of the old castles along the wall to keep them manned. A portion of the army remains behind to guard Castle Black and the gateway. The rest crosses into the haunted forest. We aim to find the heart of the other's power and end it." No one looked truly confident, but all agreed. The next days were a frenzy of preparation, reinforcing supply wagons with extra rations, distributing dragonglass arrowheads, forging additional obsidian-tipped spears, sewing more insulating layers for the men. Margaery helped draft the final muster orders. She found it surreal, imagining an army of the entire realm marching into the land of permanent winter. But that was their reality now. When at last the columns formed inside Castle Black's courtyard, it was a sight to behold. Northern bannermen, Tyrell knights, Lannister outriders, Baratheon foot soldiers, Dornish spearmen, wildling raiders, even knights from the Riverlands, an array of sigils that would once have fought each other. They had chosen or been compelled to stand side by side. Trumpets sounded in the cold morning air, the echo bouncing off the wall's icy face. The battered gate had been rebuilt just enough to allow them passage out. The men marched in a long line, disappearing into the gloom beyond the enormous ice barrier. Ned Stark stayed behind to coordinate Castle Black's defense. Stannis decided to march with the main column, bringing his Red Priestess. Tyrion joined as well, accompanied by Jaime and a cadre of Crown loyalists. Mace Tyrell advanced with a portion of his cavalry, leaving Olenna to manage supply lines. Robb assumed a commanding position at the column's head. Grey Wind's injuries healed enough for him to walk proudly again. Margaery refused to remain behind, though it frightened her. She rode near Robb, knowing she could coordinate supply caravans while in motion. And so the great host ventured north of the wall. The gates opened onto a rough trail that quickly dissolved into snowy wilderness. Towering pines groaned under the weight of accumulated snow. Winds whistled through the branches, carrying faint echoes that made men jump. Sentries fanned out, scanning for movement. At first, the forest remained eerily still. Occasionally, they'd pass old watchfires or mass graves, signs of smaller scouting parties that had come before. Each new site told a grim story of how the Watchers had tried and failed to push deeper. Twice, they discovered half-devoured bodies, likely killed by whites or starvation. The men pressed on, forging a path with difficulty. On the second day, the sky darkened prematurely. A storm blew in, swirling snow so thick that visibility shrank to a few yards. The leaders considered halting, but Stannis insisted they must push on to a clearing he claimed would be more defensible. Men stumbled, carts skidded, curses filled the wind. Margaery found herself numb from cold and fear, clinging to her horse's reins as the swirling snow battered her. She glimpsed Robb's form ahead, determined, forging a trail with the vanguard. Then, abruptly, chaos erupted. The front ranks cried out as whites leapt from beneath drifts of snow or from behind dense stands of trees. Screams rose, horns blared. All across the column, men scrambled to form a line, to reach for torches. The whites' eyes shone an eerie blue in the stormlight, and they fell upon the living with savage force. Margaery's horse reared, nearly throwing her. She gripped the saddle, heart hammering. A white in the remains of wildling furs lunged from the snowbank, grasping for her leg. A passing Tyrell soldier slashed at it, severing its arm. She fumbled for her obsidian dagger, thrusting it downward. The white screeched and jerked away. Another soldier finished it with a torch. All around, she heard men yelling, "Dragaglass! Fire!" The swirling blizzard made it impossible to see more than a few feet. She heard Robb's voice somewhere ahead, calling for formation. Swords clanged, bones cracked, the stench of decay fouled the wind. Margaery dismounted, deciding she was less of a target on foot, and groped her way through the swirling whiteness, calling out for Robb. She stumbled over a body, still or undead, she couldn't tell, and nearly fell. A gaunt shape lurched at her from the side, mouth twisted in a silent shriek. She gasped, raising her dagger. At that instant, a black armor figure collided with the white, tackling it to the ground. Jaime Lannister, breathing hard, pinned it with his sword. "Burn this thing," he spat, glancing at her. Margaery fumbled for her flint, lighting a scrap of cloth. She touched it to the white's rotting hair. It caught flame in an instant, thrashing as it burned. Jaime nodded curtly and staggered away, presumably seeking the next threat. She pushed on, the swirling flakes stinging her face, her cloak dragging in the snow. Shouts and curses rose from all directions. Flame and shadow flickered. She tripped over a broken spear, recognized the banner of House Serwyn half buried in a drift. Then a warm, furry shape pressed against her, Grey Wind, sniffing to see if she was friend or foe. Relief coursed through her. "Where's Robb?" she managed, voice quavering. Grey Wind jerked his muzzle forward, bounding into the storm. She followed as best she could, stumbling. Seconds later, she spotted Robb's silhouette locked in combat with multiple whites. He swung his sword in sweeping arcs, cutting down two, but more came. Another lunged from the flank, forcing him to whirl. Grey Wind tore into it, scattering limbs. Robb raised a torch, pressing forward. Margaery ran to him, eyes wide. Their gazes met in the swirl of chaos, relief and worry mingling. She tried to speak, but another wave of whites lurched out of the snow-laden pines. Robb shouted, "Behind me!" He brandished the torch, forcing the undead to recoil from the flame. Margaery gripped her dagger, ready to stab anything that got past him. Then came a new sound, a hollow, droning note that carried through the blizzard, like the moan of winter itself. The whites paused, as if listening. Robb and Margaery exchanged alarmed looks, hearts pounding. Something large stirred in the gloom. A monstrous shape emerged from between the trees. A giant white, twice the height of a man, its skin pale and torn, revealing frosted sinew. Its face was contorted in a grotesque snarl, eyes burning with cold blue fire. It brandished a massive club of splintered wood. Men scattered, some screaming. The giant white roared, swinging the club down. One poor soldier was instantly crushed. The snow spattered red. "Torch it!" Robb bellowed, though the thing was enormous. He flung an oil jar, which shattered across the giant's legs, splattering flammable liquid. Another soldier tried to ignite it with a torch, but the giant stomped him. Margaery stifled a cry of horror. Grey Wind lunged at the giant's flank, gnashing at its calf, but the giant kicked the direwolf aside with brutal force. Robb roared, charging forward, thrusting a torch at the white's torso. A lick of flame caught, but the giant's thrashing club nearly knocked Robb aside. Margaery rushed in, brandishing her own torch, trying to set the oil ablaze. The giant twisted, swinging the club. She barely leapt back, stumbling in the snow. Suddenly, more men converged. A knot of Tyrell soldiers, a band of wildlings, even Jaime Lannister again. They hurled more torches, hacking with obsidian-tipped spears. Fire caught at last, creeping up the giant's side. It howled, twisting in agony, but it did not drop. Instead, it slammed the club into the ground, sending men flying. In a desperate move, Tormund Giantsbane clambered up the giant's back, jamming a dragonglass dagger into its neck. The giant white bucked, roaring. Tormund stabbed again and again, until the entire creature toppled with a thunderous crash, flames engulfing its torso. The snow hissed and steam billowed. Margaery coughed, wiping at her eyes. The stench of burned flesh nearly overwhelmed her. She glimpsed Tormund standing triumphantly on the giant's remains, breathing hard. Robb was on his knees, Grey Wind at his side, both battered but alive. She rushed to him. "Are you?" "I'm fine," he managed, though his face was drawn with exhaustion. "We have to regroup. This storm, we can't hold formation." The night, and it was indeed night now, the sun long gone, became a rolling skirmish. Groups of living fought packs of whites across the snow, lit by flickering torches and churned up by the howling wind. Margaery lost track of time in the chaos, helping burn whites whenever she could. At one point, she found Tyrion pinned by an undead soldier in battered Lannister armor, forced to ironically slay a reanimated cousin. She flung her torch, distracting it so he could plunge a dragonglass blade. They nodded grimly at each other, then parted. Here and there, blasts of bright flame erupted. Melisandre's work, men said. Fire illusions or some manner of sorcery that set whites ablaze in clusters. Margaery caught glimpses of the Red Priestess chanting, eyes fixed on the swirling gloom. She wasn't sure whether to be thankful or fearful at the display of power. Stannis's men fought doggedly nearby, silent fervor in every strike. At last, the whites seemed to pull back, or the storm shifted, limiting their onslaught. Gradually, the living forces clumped together in a broad clearing. Dead whites and dead men littered the snowdrifts. The survivors panted, bloodied, eyes hollow. Whether by chance or some strategy of the others, the assault ended as abruptly as it began. The wind still howled, but no more undead charged. Shakily, Margaery and Robb found each other once again. "We need to form a proper camp," Robb said through clenched teeth. "We can't wander in this storm. Gather the men, set up fires, treat the wounded." And so they did, huddling among the tall pines, clearing space for tents or makeshift shelters. The watch was doubled, men posted with torches and dragonglass weapons. Everywhere, the stench of burned flesh lingered. In a circle at the center of camp, they piled the bodies of the dead, friend and foe alike, and set them alight to prevent reanimation. The flames cast grotesque shadows on the snow. Margaery spent hours tending to wounded men, ignoring her own bruises and cuts. Dawn arrived eventually, a pale, filtered light revealing the grim toll. Dozens, maybe hundreds, had fallen. The columns were scattered across the forest, each band fighting its own battle. Runners brought word that some groups had fared worse, Dornish spearmen overwhelmed by whites, a pocket of Westerland knights annihilated. Many men were missing, uncertain if they had been taken or simply lost. The others had not even appeared in force. This was but a fraction of their dead. Margaery felt the sense of dread deepen. If the White Walkers could harass them like this every night, how could the living muster enough strength to strike a definitive blow? By mid-morning, the storm eased, revealing the sky a dull gray. The battered host pressed on. They had no real choice. Turning back would cede the forest to the dead. Robb, battered though he was, set his jaw and ordered the march. Stannis concurred, though his face was stony with ill-concealed worry. Tyrion, bruised and limping, offered no protest. They advanced day after day, losing men each night to white raids. Sometimes they glimpsed an other on a distant ridge, watching, but it vanished before they could close in. The living began to suspect they were being led deeper into a trap or forced into a war of attrition. Margaery clung to hope, yet each new dawn found their numbers diminished, their resolve tested. Finally, scouts returned with trembling voices. They had found a vast clearing in the forest where the dead seemed to mass, a place ringed by ancient weirwood trees. Possibly the others' staging ground or a site of dark power. "If we strike there," Ned Stark's raven delivered the message, "we may disrupt the entire undead legion." Robb, Stannis, Tyrion, and the others agreed. This had to be the final blow. Word spread through the exhausted ranks, prepare for the greatest battle of their lives. The living would converge on that clearing in a concerted push, attempt to destroy the others in open combat. The next nights might decide the fate of Westeros. Margaery found herself standing in a half-frozen ravine, facing Robb. They were part of a planning circle near a battered war table improvised from crates. Grey wind lay at Robb's feet, licking wounds. Torches ringed them, the flames guttering in the cold wind. The hush was thick. Robb gently touched Margaery's cheek, his voice low. "This is it, Margaery. One way or another, we end this. If the others are massed there," he swallowed, "I won't let them claim the realm. I can't." She pressed her hand over his, ignoring the crusted blood on his sleeve. "We must fight. Together. If we fall, so does everything we've ever known." Their gazes locked, and for a moment, they were just two young souls in a war unimaginable. Then Robb exhaled, turning back to the table. Men and women stood around it, Tormund, Davos, Jaime, Loras, Tyrion, Stannis, a few others. They planned their final formation, cavalry on the flanks, footmen in the center, lines of archers with dragonglass arrows behind. If possible, they would lure the others out. Melisandre murmured that she would call upon her fires, though how that might help, none were sure. When the meeting ended, the entire camp stirred with quiet dread. Soldiers busied themselves checking gear, hugging their comrades, whispering prayers to the old gods, the Seven, the Lord of Light, or any deity that might listen. Margaery paced among them, offering a kind word where she could. More than once, men clasped her hand in gratitude, calling her the Queen of the North who never yielded. She felt unworthy of such praise. She was simply doing what had to be done, hoping her hands would not shake too badly when the time came. Dusk fell. The columns advanced slowly, every man anticipating a final stand. The sky glimmered with faint stars, the temperature dropping to a lethal chill. At last, they reached the edges of the clearing the scouts had described. Torchlight revealed a wide expanse between the trees, ground thick with old snow. In the center stood a cluster of ancient weirwoods, their bone-white trunks twisted, red leaves rustling eerily as if they bore silent witness to centuries of bloodshed. Robb signaled for a halt. The men formed ranks, dragonglass-tipped pikes bristling in the front, archers behind with oil-dipped arrows. Cavalry remained on the flanks, though in such deep snow their effectiveness was questionable. Fire pits were hastily set up behind the lines, ready to ignite more torches. Margaery rode up with Robb, dismounting near the center. Gray wind prowled, hackles raised. The entire place felt oppressive, like stepping into a tomb. Minutes crawled by intense silence. Then, at the edge of vision, shapes stirred in the darkness under the trees. The temperature plummeted even further, ice crystals forming in the air. The living host watched, hearts pounding, as a countless multitude of wights emerged, men, women, giants, bears, all reanimated, eyes blazing blue. They filled the clearing in a thick ring, encircling the living. Some brandished ancient weapons, others simply clawed at the air. A hush of terror spread. And there, among them, moved the others, tall, elegant forms with swords of ice, gliding across the snow. More than Margaery had ever imagined. At least half a dozen were visible, possibly more hidden behind. They made no sound, but the wights parted for them as if commanded by a silent will. Robb's hand found Margaery's. She squeezed it once, then stepped back behind the line to let him lead. A single thought flashed through her mind: this is the moment. If we fail, Westeros belongs to the dead. Stannis, mounted near the right flank, raised his sword, which glowed faintly red, Melisandre's enchantment, perhaps. He shouted for the men to hold. Tormund and the wildlings bellowed defiance. Tyrell soldiers gripped their pikes, fear etched on their faces. Tyrion Lannister stood near Jaime, both poised with obsidian daggers. The others advanced, expressions unreadable. Then one lifted its arm in a gesture. With a collective hiss, the wights charged. An ocean of undead rushed forward, rotted limbs reaching for living flesh. Horns blared, men roared, and the final battle began. Pikes braced, steel and obsidian stabbed forward, arrows lit the night in streaks of flame, setting the foremost wights ablaze. Screeches erupted as undead fell, but more pressed on, heedless of the losses. The lines wavered under the impact. Swords flashed, clubs swung, the ground churned with gore and slush. Margaery, brandishing a torch, stayed near the second rank. Whenever a wight broke through, she'd thrust the torch or toss an oil jar. She saw Robb at the forefront, side by side with Grey Wind, slicing wights with savage determination. On the right, Stannis' men formed a shield wall. On the left, the Tyrell cavalry tried a desperate charge, but the snow hindered them. Everywhere she looked, bodies fell, living and dead. At the center of the clearing, the others glided closer, swords of ice gleaming in the firelight. One engaged a cluster of Riverlanders, effortlessly shattering steel shields, leaving men screaming in shock. Another flanked a group of Lannister knights, dispatching them in moments. Tormund confronted one with a flaming axe, but the other shattered the axe's metal head, forcing Tormund to scramble for a dragonglass shard. In the swirling frenzy, Margaery glimpsed Melisandre standing amid the chaos, arms raised, chanting in a foreign tongue. Flames erupted around her, incinerating clusters of wights. Yet the others remained unaffected by normal flames. Only obsidian or Valyrian steel could hamper them. Then the lines broke in multiple places. Wights poured into the gaps, threatening to encircle the living. Margaery found herself isolated with a small group of Tyrell men, trying to keep the undead from cutting them off. Her torch was nearly spent, and she had only one obsidian dagger left. She stabbed a wight that lunged at her, but it took 2 stabs to fell it. Another seized her from behind, skeletal fingers digging into her shoulder. She cried out, dropping her torch. Before she could free herself, a sword slashed past, severing the wight's arm. She spun to see Jaime Lannister, breathing ragged, offering her a hand. She clutched his arm in gratitude, and they forced their way back toward the main line. Moments later, a monstrous white bear barreled in from the flank, scattering men. It crushed a Tyrell banner-bearer, roaring in unnatural fury. Margaery watched helplessly as it rampaged, unstoppable without flame. Then a swirl of dire wolf gray streaked by Grey Wind lunged at the bear's hind leg. The white bear roared, turning. That gave some men time to fling torches, setting its fur ablaze. But the bear only hissed louder, rolling in the snow to extinguish the flames. Out of the corner of her eye, Margaery saw another stepping forward, sword raised. Robb raced to meet it, obsidian dagger in his offhand. The next seconds were a blur of furious blows, the other's icicle blade clashing with Robb's steel. Sparks flew, hoarfrost coating Robb's gauntlet. Margaery's heart lurched. She tried to move closer, but was blocked by a crush of men fending off more whites. Swords locked. The other's expression was one of eerie calm, while Robb's face burned with defiance. Grey Wind, done with the white bear, charged in, snapping at the other's flank. The creature spun, slashing the dire wolf's shoulder again. Robb roared in fury, slamming his steel sword aside and plunging the obsidian dagger toward the other's torso. But this other was quicker than the one at Castle Black. It twisted, using its blade to knock Robb's dagger wide. A crack sounded as Robb's sword hand took the brunt of the blow, likely fracturing bone. Margaery gasped, seeing him stagger, obsidian dagger dropping. The other raised its sword for a finishing strike. Suddenly, a swirl of flame erupted behind it. Melisandre stood there, chanting. The air twisted with heat, forcing the other to whirl. In that instant of distraction, Grey Wind latched onto the other's leg, snarling with savage intensity. The creature hissed, stabbed downward, but Grey Wind darted away. Desperate, Robb lunged with his shattered steel blade, lodging it in the other's side. Though ordinary steel was worthless for killing an other, it did cause a moment's entanglement. Margaery seized her chance. She snatched a spare obsidian spear from a fallen soldier, dashed forward, and drove the spear into the other's exposed flank with all the force she could muster. The impact pulsed through her arms, and for a heartbeat she saw the other's pale face turn toward her, eyes brimming with alien malice. Then the spear's obsidian tip hissed. Cracks of black frost spread across its torso. The other stiffened, gave a soundless shriek, and burst into a cascade of icy shards dissolving into drifting snow. Margaery stumbled backward, half-shocked at what she'd done. Robb collapsed to his knees, clutching his broken hand, breath ragged. But there was no time to rejoice. Everywhere, the battle raged. 2 more others had joined the fray, cutting through lines of men. The whites pressed in, unstoppable in their numbers. Through the swirl of chaos, Margaery caught glimpses of Tormund slaying a giant white, Stannis locked in a savage duel with an other, Tyrion flinging jars of wildfire to incinerate a mass of undead. Flames lit the clearing, reflecting off the thousands of white eyes. Minutes or hours might have passed. It felt timeless in the madness. Men died screaming or were dragged off. White walkers advanced, only to be repelled by last-second stabs of obsidian. Bits of them shattered under the lethal stone. The land glowed with patches of unnatural flame from Melisandre's conjurations. Even so, the living seemed near collapse, their lines buckling under the sheer number of the dead. Just when it felt all would be lost, horns brayed from the south edge of the clearing, deep, triumphant blasts. Reinforcements. Margaery glimpsed additional banners pouring in. House Tully, House Bolton, House Mormont, fresh northern levies who had marched behind the main column. They crashed into the rear ranks of the whites, hacking and burning. The undead horde reeled under the new assault. The final others, outnumbered and harried by dragonglass-wielding knights, began to withdraw. Without them guiding the whites, the undead ranks grew disorganized. Some attacked aimlessly, others simply milled. The living seized the advantage, driving them back in droves, incinerating or smashing each as they could. At last, the tide turned. The clearing was an inferno of scattered flames. The ground churned into bloody slush. The whites that remained crumbled, burned, or retreated into the darkness beyond the trees. The others vanished as silently as they had come, their presence receding into the depths of the night. The living, battered and exhausted, realized they had somehow survived. Margaery collapsed to her knees beside Robb, who was half-conscious from blood loss and pain in his shattered hand. Grey Wind lay next to him, panting, muzzle matted with gore. Her entire body trembled, her vision blurred by tears and smoke. She murmured Robb's name, pressing her hand against his cheek. He managed a faint nod, mouth twisting in a grimace. Around them, the ring of weirwood trees stood ghostly in the flickering light, red leaves rustling as if to whisper of the carnage. Everywhere lay broken bodies, both living and dead. The stench was unimaginable. Torches illuminated the haunted faces of survivors. Some cheered weakly, but most stood in dazed silence, tears freezing on their cheeks. Stannis knelt in the snow, chest heaving. Tyrion slumped against a fallen log, wiping soot from his brow. Tormund roared in victory, though he had lost half his men. Melisandre stared at the swirling flames, lips moving in a prayer or invocation. Jaime Lannister knelt to help a wounded soldier. The realm's greatest houses, united in an unimaginable fight for survival, had emerged the victors of this night. If such a word could even be used for so bloody a triumph. Slowly, the living turned to the wretched task of gathering their dead, finishing off any whites that still twitched, and ensuring no more corpses rose. It was an act of reclamation, forging a crude mass pyre in the center of the clearing, the flames stretching high enough to stain the sky with red and black. Through the smoke, Margaery gazed at Robb, lying on a stretcher some men had brought forth. His eyes flickered open, pained but alive. "We did it," he rasped. She bowed her head, tears finally loosening. "Yes," she whispered, voice trembling. "We beat them back." The others fled, or shattered. She recalled the sight of the one she had speared dissolving into shards. "It might not be the last of them, but we've broken their main force." Ned Stark emerged from the battered lines, supporting a limping man at his side. He sank to the ground near Robb, relief flooding his features. "The White Walkers are undone, at least for now. Most of their whites have lost direction." He swallowed, scanning the devastation. "We'll have to remain vigilant, but we've given Westeros a chance." Margaery sank into a half-sit, half-collapse in the snow, clutching Robb's uninjured hand. Around them, battered survivors gathered. Men from the north, the Reach, the Westerlands, the Stormlands, Dorne, the Vale in smaller numbers, wildlings. All covered in ash and blood. In that moment, no one boasted or insulted. They had seen the face of extinction and stood together. The final fires blazed high, incinerating the remains of the undead, an offering of flame against the cold. The few surviving others had vanished into the deeper wastes. Dawn approached, a weak glow in the eastern sky. The realm's greatest threat had been met and, at unimaginable cost, pushed back. Whether it was truly over or only a temporary reprieve, no one could say. But for now, the living breathed, tasted the cold air, and clung to each other in the swirling snow. Margaery, tears staining her cheeks, leaned over Robb, pressing her forehead to his. Gray wind whined softly. "We live," she whispered, voice catching. "The living remain." His eyes shone, clouded with pain but fierce in spirit. "Together," he murmured. "Wolf and Rose we stand." She nodded, letting exhaustion sweep over her. In the blackened clearing, surrounded by smoke and the moaning of wounded men, she closed her eyes. This was not how she had ever pictured saving the realm. But it was done. The dawn, pale and grim, found them battered and broken, but not extinguished. A new day rose over the snows, and in that fragile light, the living held on to hope that they had reclaimed a future from the clutches of endless night. Night turned slowly to day in a haze of smoke and drifting snow, the pale sunlight revealing the devastated clearing where the alliance of the living had fought and, by a hair's breadth, prevailed against the others. Bodies lay everywhere, heaped in burnt ruin or still partly frozen in the churned-up drifts. A dull hush pervaded the air as though the world had paused in shock. Tendrils of steam rose from the blackened remains of the mass pyres where the living had hastily incinerated whites to prevent them from ever rising again. The hush was broken only by the moans of the wounded, the crackle of dying flames, and the low murmur of men and women picking through what was left of the battlefield. Margaery Tyrell sat in the snow beside Robb Stark's stretcher, still wearing the gore-stained cloak she had fought in the night before. Her heartbeat refused to slow. Every so often she swayed in place, warring against both exhaustion and the raw memory of what she had witnessed. She had expected the final battle to test the realm, but nothing could have prepared her for the ferocity of the White Walkers and their legion of whites. She remembered the way another had nearly claimed Robb's life, the near-constant screams that had echoed across the snow, and the monstrous, fire-wreathed giant white thrashing in fury. Even now, recalling those images set her hands trembling again. But they had survived. Dawn had come. The living had forced the others to retreat, at least for now. Robb was breathing shallowly, half-conscious. His broken hand was badly swollen, fingers stiff where the bones had fractured from an other's blade strike. Scattered bruises, cuts, and frostburn dotted his body. Yet he was alive. Every few moments, Margaery found herself checking his pulse, gently pressing a cloth to his forehead. He blinked and, with a soft groan, tried to rise. She laid a hand on his chest to still him. "Don't," she whispered, voice raw. "You need rest." "I'm all right," he murmured, though pain etched his features. Grey Wind remained curled up close by, likewise battered, nursing a gashed flank and a missing tuft of fur from an earlier blow. The direwolf gave a subdued whine whenever Robb moved, as though reminding him to stay put. Across the clearing, columns of the living were reforming, small knots of survivors trying to gather themselves. Most carried torches or flint, ensuring no leftover whites would twitch to life. From the corner of her eye, Margaery noticed several High Lords moving grimly among the wounded. Stannis Baratheon, black hair matted to his head, cloak drenched in blood and melted snow. Tyrion Lannister with a bandage across his brow, limping between heaps of bodies in search of survivors or old friends. Tormund Giantsbane, his bright red beard half-scorched, barking orders at wildling raiders who had fought by his side. The diversity of the force was staggering. Here, a Tyrell man-at-arms huddled near a battered Bolton soldier. There, a Lannister knight giving water to a Stormlander footman. There had never been a gathering of houses so broad, and never had all faced such horror. Margaery exhaled shakily, brushing stray locks of hair from Robb's forehead. Around her, the scene resembled a vision of the Seven Hells, lumps of the dead, the ground soaked in red-brown slush, the horrifying stench of charred flesh. She found it almost impossible to believe that only hours ago they had come so close to annihilation. That the White Walkers, pale swords shimmering, had waded into their lines with dreadful grace. Memories flickered, and others' eyes meeting hers just before she'd driven an obsidian spear into its torso, its body cracking and dissolving into shards. The fact that she and so many others had dared to stand against them still felt unreal. Footsteps crunched behind her. She looked up to see Ned Stark approaching, face drawn and wan. Behind him loomed Jeor Mormont, similarly exhausted. Both men had reached the battlefield in time to coordinate the final push. They halted by Robb's stretcher. "How is he?" Ned asked quietly, eyes flicking from Robb's bandaged hand to his son's pale features. "He'll survive," Margaery said. "His hand is badly broken, and he's battered all over. But the maesters say he should mend with time, assuming no infection sets in." Ned bent down, pressing a hand to Robb's uninjured shoulder. "You fought bravely, son. You must heal now. Let us handle the aftermath." Robb blinked, breathing heavily. "We can't let the others reform. If they're out there," he coughed. "We should chase them north." Mormont's gruff voice intervened. "We might, in time. But for now, let's make sure the ones who can still fight are in shape to do so." Last we saw, the others withdrew deeper into the forest. Their whites scattered. Some are definitely destroyed forever. As for the rest, he exhaled, gaze flicking to the silent pines beyond the clearing. They might remain a threat if they can muster new corpses. Margaery felt ice in her veins at the thought of a second assault. "We need to track them, but carefully," she murmured, "or we risk walking into another ambush. If the realm's armies are too scattered, we're easy prey." Ned nodded, lips set in a thin line. "We'll hold this position a while. We'll gather the survivors, send out watchers in safe pairs, see if we can confirm how many others fled and how many were truly destroyed." From the horizon, the sun rose a little higher, staining the sky with pale gold and pink. Men squinted at the weak light, grateful for any warmth. Margaery noticed small clusters of soldiers kneeling near the corpses of lost friends, heads bowed in grief. The hush weighed on her. She looked again at Robb, who squeezed her hand in silent reassurance. "I'll be fine, truly," he whispered. "Go see if they need help with anything. I'll rest." It pained her to leave him. Yet she understood that the realm's leaders had to work swiftly to secure the victory. Pressing a soft kiss to his cheek, she stood trudging across the snow toward a makeshift command area. Over the next hours, she worked alongside many others, seeing to the wounded, ensuring the final whites were burned, and trying to piece together who among their allies still lived. Stannis remained unflinching, directing the men under his banner to gather salvaged weapons and drag the white corpses to fresh pyres. Davos Seaworth at his side kept wiping his brow in weary disbelief, muttering that he never thought he would see such a day. Tyrion, for once, had no quips, only a stiff, subdued focus as he helped identify Lannister casualties. Jaime Lannister, too, wore a haunted look, though he made sure to help Margaery's father, Mace Tyrell, who had arrived in the final wave. Mace fussed about the heavy cost, wringing his hands at the sight of so many Tyrell men fallen. Lady Olenna, in turn, was carried to the battlefield in a small palanquin, cursing the stench but determined to see who survived. Everywhere was the sense that the world had nearly ended and only by the narrowest margin had they escaped. Late that afternoon, when the sky turned a watery blue, a group of wildling outriders returned. They reported that the others truly had retreated northward, leaving only pockets of whites. Few if any living souls remained in those forests. The outriders believed that the others, so grievously wounded by dragonglass and the combined might of the realm, might not stage another major assault soon. Hope flickered in Margaery's chest at that news. If the White Walkers had lost the heart of their unnatural army, perhaps Westeros might finally know a fragile peace. Yet many questions remained. How many others still lurked in the far north? Could they rebuild their white hordes from any new dead they found? The realm's leaders resolved to remain in the haunted forest a while longer, establishing fortifications near the site of victory so they could respond quickly if the enemy reappeared. Meanwhile, messages would be sent to the Wall, to Winterfell, and even south, announcing that the living had struck a decisive blow. For now at least, the tide was turned. And so began a week of solemn labor. Thousands of tents sprang up around the clearing, Tyrell pavilions, northern encampments, Lannister sections, Stormlanders, wildlings in their own gatherings. The battered land rang with the clang of hammers as men built rudimentary palisades out of fallen pine logs. Snow continued to swirl day by day, but it was no longer the howling storm that had raged during the battle. Margaery found herself overseeing half of the supply distribution. She made sure each sector had enough rations, reorganized the wounded's care, and coordinated with Maester Aemon and other maesters who had come from the Wall or from far-flung houses. No single house alone could have handled so many injured. Some might not survive long, for their wounds were grievous or infected. Margaery resolved to do everything she could, yet each day more men died, their lifeless bodies carted to the bonfire to prevent reanimation. Robb spent much of that time recovering in a large Tyrell tent near the center of camp. His mother, Catelyn, arrived from Castle Black with fresh bandages, pale-faced upon seeing her son so gravely hurt. Together with Margaery, she made sure the northern healers tended him carefully. Maester Luwin, who had come south from Winterfell months before, supervised the careful setting of Robb's broken bones. Luwin worried about frostbite and infection, but concluded that, with luck and rest, Robb would regain use of his hand, though perhaps with reduced grip strength. At intervals, Robb insisted on meeting with other lords and captains, propped up on furs, wincing with pain whenever he moved. Margaery had half a mind to forbid him from such strain. But Ned Stark, solemn and weary, needed his son's presence if the northern bannermen were to maintain unity, especially since so many had sworn themselves to the king in the north. Robb's proven valor, he had slain an other at Castle Black and again faced one here in the clearing, gave him a near-mythic status among the men. His authority stabilized a fragile alliance of houses that still remembered old grudges. In their eyes, Robb Stark truly was the Wolf King who had defended the realm from an ancient evil. One cold morning, Margaery emerged from the medical tent to find Stannis Baratheon striding toward her, his red priestess, Melisandre, close behind. Margaery's heart fluttered at the sight of that woman in crimson robes, remembering how she had conjured flames to distract the White Walkers. She forced herself to remain steady. The smell of burnt corpses lingered in the air, but it was less overpowering now that they had cleared so many remains from the battlefield. Stannis inclined his head. "My Lady Queen," he said stiffly, using the title others had often given Margaery because she was wed to Robb. His own claim to the Iron Throne made the address awkward, but in the face of the White Walkers, titles had ceased to be the main issue. "We are holding a council shortly to discuss the next phase. Can your husband attend?" Margaery shook her head. "He's still too injured to walk, but we can bring the council to him. He can speak from his cot if necessary." Melisandre's dark eyes flickered. She surveyed the medical tent behind Margaery. "The king in the north bears grievous wounds, but the Lord of Light spares those with a greater purpose," she said in a low, resonant tone. "He has done his part in banishing the night. Shall he continue to stand with us, or does he now rest from the fight?" Anger pricked Margaery's chest at the insinuation that Robb might choose to withdraw from the conflict. "We intend to see this threat ended," she answered sharply. "My husband will continue to defend the realm until the others are no more." Stannis nodded as if satisfied. "Then we speak at midday." He glanced at Melisandre, who said nothing else. Together, they turned and walked away, heading toward a section of the encampment where Stannis's men had erected tall banner poles displaying the crowned stag and the red heart of Lawler. At midday, in the largest Tyrell pavilion, many of the realm's leaders gathered. Ned Stark, Catelyn Stark, Jeor Mormont, Tormund Giantsbane, Tyrion and Jaime Lannister, Mace Tyrell, Randall Tarly, Brynden Blackfish Tully, Prince Trystane Martell, Davos Seaworth, Melisandre, and a handful of other key lords or knights. Robb lay on a cot near the center, propped on pillows. Margaery sat at his side, resting a hand on his good arm. Outside, the wind rattled the pavilion walls and fresh snow flurries danced across the clearing. They debated in hushed but urgent voices how to proceed. Some wildlings insisted that venturing further north was folly, the others might regroup near the Frost Fangs or beyond. Tormund recommended that they send small scouting parties to ensure the White Walkers weren't raising new hordes. Tyrion argued that they had accomplished their greatest objective, breaking the army of the dead, and that from here, the realm could maintain a strong presence at the wall, patrolling vigilantly. Stannis wanted to push forward, hunting down any straggling others while momentum remained, though many doubted they had the strength left for another pitched battle in the deep wilderness. Jeor Mormont cleared his throat. The Night's Watch was nearly spent before these battles. We're grateful for the realm's help, but we can't remain out here forever. Winter is deepening and we have thousands of wounded. Our supply lines can't hold indefinitely. If the White Walkers have retreated beyond the uncharted lands, chasing them might cost us everything we've gained. Ned Stark raked a hand through his gray-flecked hair. We also need to consider that there are other threats in the realm. Balon Greyjoy, well, Euron now still raids the coasts. And if we don't consolidate the peace between the houses, we'll collapse as soon as we return south. We cannot simply vanish into the snows. The wise course might be to hold a strong garrison at the wall, enough to repel any new white attacks while the rest of us handle matters in the kingdoms. Randall Tarly, stern-faced as ever, folded his arms. I dislike the thought of letting any others roam free, but unless we propose a full expedition with a year's worth of supplies, we'll risk disaster. And who knows if the others even maintain a stronghold. We might wander in circles until we all freeze to death. Tormund bristled. There are caves in the far north. Some talk of the lands of always winter, haunted ice fields. Could be the others have a domain there. But only fools would journey so far. Robb stirred on the cot, wincing at the pain in his hand. His voice sounded rough. We can't allow them to gather strength unseen. The watchers we sent out before found only glimpses, but we saw how swiftly they can raise new whites. If a single other remains, it might threaten us in time. Jeor Mormont let out a resigned sigh. The Night's Watch will do what we can. If the realm's lords bolster us, we might hold the line. We can send small forces deeper north to scout periodically, though not a massive army. We just don't have the resources for that. Jaime Lannister cleared his throat, leaning against a table as if favoring an injury to his leg. What matters most is we're not fighting them alone now. The entire realm knows the truth. If the White Walkers rear their heads again, the realm can rally. Better than letting half our armies starve or freeze chasing a rumor. Melisandre, silent until now, let her gaze drift across the gathering. The Great Other has been driven back for the moment. Lawler's fire has prevailed. But we must remain ever vigilant. The night is dark and the enemy does not truly sleep. Stannis made a sound of agreement. Then it is decided. We anchor ourselves near the wall, holding watch. Our men need rest, regrouping. Eventually, many will want to return south. But we cannot all scatter, or the threat remains. The best solution might be a permanent alliance among the great houses under one king. He shot a look at Robb. So that we can mobilize quickly if the others return. That mention of kingship made the tent ripple with tension. Margaery felt Robb shift. His face darkened, remembering how the War of Five Kings had begun. Tyrion politely coughed as though wanting to steer the conversation elsewhere. Ned Stark's expression was carefully neutral, but Catelyn frowned. Mace Tyrell glanced at Olenna, who perched in a corner. Tormund scowled. He cared little for any southern titles. In the end, no one openly took up the argument as the threat of political friction still hovered. Ned cleared his throat. We can have that debate once we're certain the White Walkers won't immediately regroup. For now, let us maintain the unity that served us. We'll set a strong garrison with the Night's Watch, ensure that the biggest lords pledge soldiers and supplies on a rotating basis to keep the wall manned. He fixed Stannis with a meaningful look. As for the rest, we have time to solve it with words, not swords. Stannis's lips thinned, but he gave a curt nod. So be it. The meeting ended on that cautious compromise. Margaery felt a surge of relief, though she suspected that eventually the realm's old disputes would resurface. At least they had a plan to maintain vigilance against the White Walkers. That was the best she could hope for after such a costly victory. In the days that followed, the battered host lingered in the clearing, fortifying a temporary outpost called New Aegon's Watch, a half-sarcastic, half-practical name that Tyrion jokingly suggested, so that a modest garrison could remain north of the wall for a few moons, patrolling for any fresh stirrings of the undead. Then, as supply lines grew thin, the lords began withdrawing large portions of their armies southward, headed back to Castle Black or beyond. Winter storms were only growing fiercer. Margaery, sensing how battered their men were, knew the decision was wise. The alternative was widespread famine. Robb remained too weak to ride far, so Margaery oversaw the slow retreat of the northern and Tyrell host. They made sure the wounded had sleds or wagons. The land they passed through still bore scars of the battles, half buried in snowdrifts. Over 1,000 had died in that final conflict, with more missing. Even those who survived carried scars, physical or mental. At one point, Margaery came across a group of men from House Serwyn quietly burying a companion who had died from infected wounds. They recited no fancy eulogy, just placed a dragonglass arrowhead in his hand to prevent white raising and covered him with stones. It was a stark reflection of how the North faced death with a somber practicality. As they neared the wall, Stannis parted ways, leading his men back to Eastwatch, where his ships remained anchored. He took Melisandre with him, presumably planning to sail to Dragonstone once he had ensured the eastern portion of the wall was secure. Tormund and many free folk joined the Watchers, pledging to help the Night's Watch keep an eye out for any renewed threat. Tyrion and Jaime traveled with Margaery's column for a time, then planned to cut west in search of the Lannister forces rumored to be in the area. Prince Trystane Martell and his Dornish guard set their course south, their breath pluming in the cold as they spoke of returning to sunlight. Margaery watched them all go with a strange pang, these lords who had once been enemies, now bound by the memory of the dead rising from the snow. Eventually, Margaery's group made it back to Castle Black. The battered fortress looked almost welcoming after the horrors beyond the wall. Snow covered its rooftops, but at least there were proper walls, stable structures for the men to rest in, and half-decent fires. Robb's condition improved somewhat in that less hostile environment. He could walk a few steps with support, though his hand remained splinted and throbbing. One evening, Margaery found him standing in the courtyard, leaning against a post, staring up at the colossal ice face that loomed overhead. The top of the wall was wreathed in a pale haze, torches glowing like distant stars. She approached quietly, pressing a warm fur around his shoulders. He gave a faint smile. "Thank you," he said, voice soft. "You should be lying down," she gently chastised. He inhaled, wincing as he shifted weight off his injured side. "I will soon. I just needed a moment to clear my head." A short silence. "Do you remember the day we arrived here, how we thought it was the culminating moment, rallying an army to stand against the others? Now we've fought 2 battles, nearly lost everything, but we're still alive. Hard to believe." Margaery brushed a hand over his good arm. "We did what no one believed possible. The entire realm united, at least briefly, to face a threat from legend." She hesitated, swallowing. If only it could remain united now that the immediate danger is past. He nodded, gaze shifting to watch a pair of black brothers walking by, carrying new pickaxes for repairs. "That's the question, isn't it? King's Landing, the Lannisters, Stannis, the Ironborn. Will they all just revert to warring among themselves? Or can we forge a real peace?" She didn't have an answer, so she simply moved closer, letting him lean on her. Snow drifted from the parapets, swirling in faint eddies. The memory of the White Walkers' chilling presence still haunted them, but at least for now they had a respite. Within a fortnight, Ned Stark declared that a portion of the northern troops would remain at Castle Black, rotating with other lords to keep the watch strong. The rest, including Robb and Margaery, would travel back south to Winterfell. Margaery welcomed the notion of returning to a place with stronger walls, better provisions, and a sense of home for Robb. Sansa and Arya awaited them, as did young Rickon and Bran. The realm might be battered, but if Winterfell endured, so did the memory of the North's unity. Their journey south was far from easy. The snow-covered roads were treacherous. They traveled slowly, often hindered by ice-laden rivers, collapsed bridges, or drifting storms. Along the way, they encountered pockets of small folk struggling to survive the winter. Some families had fled the riverlands, worried about bandits, only to find the cold more dangerous than any soldier. Margaery, drawing on Tyrell resources, distributed what supplies she could spare, though her own men had limited rations. Still, she refused to let children starve without at least some bread and salted fish. The northern lords, long accustomed to hardship, helped manage these distributions with quiet efficiency, though they warned her that no one could feed the entire realm in a harsh winter. Margaery resolved that once she reached Winterfell, she would dispatch pleas for help from Highgarden's storehouses and try to coordinate with other southern houses. If the people starved, everything they gained would be undone. After nearly a month of grueling travel, they saw the high, gray walls of Winterfell through a swirl of snowfall. The fortress stood proud as ever, though the winter's cape around it felt even more austere than usual. Word of their approach had arrived in advance, so the gates opened to welcome them. A throng of locals and remaining soldiers lined the courtyard, anxious to see the king in the north and his queen, who had ventured beyond the wall to fight evil. Margaery sensed their awe and their sorrow, for many among the crowd had lost kin in the war. She and Robb nodded greetings from horseback, though he clearly struggled with the pain in his hand, wincing with every jolt of the saddle. Grey Wind padded behind them, still limping a bit but improved. Catelyn rode near, her expression torn between relief at reaching home and mourning for the state of the realm. The moment Margaery dismounted, Sansa and Arya rushed out. Sansa, tears in her eyes, embraced her brother carefully, minding his injuries. Arya, tall and wiry, hovered at Robb's side, worry etched on her features. Then both girls turned to Margaery, offering hugs that carried equal parts gratitude and heartbreak. Arya had grown more solemn since Margaery last saw her, though the bold spark of her old self remained. Sansa, for her part, exuded a gentler but unwavering grace. They both endured the war's traumas in their own ways. Bran emerged not far behind them, leaning on a crutch. His legs were weak from the fall that had changed his life, but he had grown in cunning and calm. Rickon, now a restless boy of about 6, clung to Shaggy Dog, wide-eyed at the returning soldiers. Margaery went to them, offering a kind smile and a few reassuring words, though Rickon clearly found it odd to see so many battered men. That night, Winterfell's great hall filled with as many as could stand. Fires roared in the hearth. The gloom of winter pressed in from outside, but inside there was a fragile warmth. Robb, though in pain, sat in the Lord's chair at the high table, with Margaery at his side. Ned Stark stood as well, addressing the gathered lords and key local folk. He spoke simply of how the White Walkers had been driven back at heavy cost, and how the realm must remain watchful. He commended the soldiers who had marched, paid tribute to the fallen, and acknowledged that a piece of the old darkness might linger beyond the wall. The hall was hushed throughout his speech, broken only by murmured prayers or sniffles for the dead. Yet there was also a current of pride, for the North had led the greatest stand against an ancient foe. After Ned's address, Margaery and Robb greeted the lords who had returned from the fight and those who had held Winterfell in their absence. Roose Bolton remained unsettlingly courteous, praising the victory while offering a thin-lipped smile. Lady Meage Mormont, battered but fierce, recounted how her kin had defended Bear Island from Ironborn raiders. Lord Wyman Manderley from White Harbor sent warm regards, though his men had arrived late. Even Walder Frey, from a distance, dispatched a letter of grudging congratulations, likely not wanting to be the only house to withhold praise. For once, grudges seemed overshadowed by the magnitude of what the realm had faced. Margaery sensed that the people craved a sense of closure. Yet the winter raged on outside. The North's motto, "Winter is coming," had never felt so apartment. She spent the following weeks settling into a rhythm, visiting the glass gardens, conferring with stewards, ensuring that news of the other's partial defeat spread to remote villages so no one would panic at stray rumors of undead. She also helped gather leftover harvest supplies from the Reach, directing caravans to White Harbor or other ports that might send them upriver to feed the North. It was not enough to stave off all hunger, but it was a start. Robb's hand healed slowly. He could move his fingers after a month, though the maesters warned that full strength might never return. He threw himself into the tasks of kingship anyway, meeting with bannermen, riding to southern houses, and sending ravens to Castle Black. Word came back that the men stationed beyond the wall had encountered no major resurgence of whites, though they occasionally found pockets of undead wandering aimlessly. Every time, dragonglass and fire ended those threats. Still, the watchers reported glimpses of shapes in far distance, perhaps others, perhaps illusions. The war might not be over, only dormant. Meanwhile, letters from various corners of Westeros revealed a realm uncertain of its future. With the common enemy mostly pushed back, old feuds threatened to spark again. Rumors circulated that Tywin Lannister was reasserting influence in King's Landing, making deals to ensure Joffrey retained some measure of power. Stannis holed up on Dragonstone with his Red Priestess, uncertain whether to press a claim to the throne or maintain an uneasy truce. The Iron Islands continued to raid where they could, though they found fewer easy targets now that so many men had returned from the north. Dorne kept to itself, with Prince Dorne wary of any new entanglements. The Tyrells had pulled back to the Reach, dealing with their own winter challenges. As for the Vale, Lisa Arryn had not stirred from her mountain stronghold, seemingly content to wait out the winter in isolation. In the midst of these developments, Margaery realized that the realm might fracture again if no stable agreement was reached regarding kingship, the distribution of power, and the security of the North's independence. Many in the North believed that Robb should remain king in the North, free from any southern overlord. Others, especially some southern lords, argued the entire realm needed a single sovereign to face future threats. Margaery saw that the question would not vanish. She and Robb had pledged to protect the living, but how to protect them from themselves? One day, as winter winds rattled the shutters of Winterfell's solar, Robb called a meeting with Margaery, Ned, Catelyn, and a few key lords, including Roose Bolton and the Blackfish. Robb still wore a sling for his injured hand, but he paced restlessly before the hearth. "I've had ravens from Tyrion Lannister," Robb said, frowning. "He claims that King's Landing wants to hold another Grand Council, this time in the capital, where the realm can discuss how best to address the future. Apparently, Joffrey sees an opportunity to reconsolidate power now that the White Walkers are no longer an immediate threat. Tyrion implies that we might negotiate better terms if we attend. But I hardly trust the Lannisters. They might be luring us into a trap." Ned nodded slowly. "We remember how Cersei dealt with me. Even Tyrion, for all his reasonableness, remains a Lannister. Yet ignoring the invitation might provoke them. With the others receding, the southern houses could pivot to calling us rebels once again." Catelyn folded her hands. "But if we go to King's Landing openly, we risk abduction or worse. We may have proven ourselves in battle, but the Lannisters are cunning. I wouldn't put anything past Tywin." Margaery watched as Roose Bolton's pale eyes flickered. He spoke in an even tone. "Yet if we do not go, they might brand us traitors anew, sending the realm spiraling into conflict. Would the North want another war after all we have lost?" A hush fell. They all remembered the years of turmoil that had begun with Robert Baratheon's death and spiraled into the War of the Five Kings. The realm was battered, exhausted. Another cataclysmic war might break it beyond repair. At length, Robb sighed, resting his good hand on the mantle. "We can't let the Lannisters rebuild unopposed while we hide in the North. I suggest we at least consider sending an embassy. But I won't kneel to Joffrey. The North earned its independence in blood. My father was nearly killed by them once. I refuse to trust in their mercy." Ned's jaw clenched. "Agreed. Yet perhaps a compromise can be found, some arrangement that acknowledges the North's autonomy while not closing us off from the rest of the realm. The White Walkers might return in a generation or a century. Without an alliance, we'll be weak." The discussion continued, but no immediate consensus arose. Eventually, they decided to wait for more news from the other houses. Margaery volunteered to write to her father and grandmother, gleaning their stance on how to handle King's Landing. The Tyrells remained the second greatest power in the realm after the Lannisters, so their choice would be pivotal. In the quiet days that followed, life in Winterfell took on a strangely domestic routine again, though wariness lingered. Margaery found pockets of joy. She walked in the Godwood with Sansa, helping the girl find comfort in the hush of the ancient weirwood. She taught Arya a few new steps of a graceful dance, though Arya insisted that her water-dancing sword forms were far more useful. She read with Bran in the library, occasionally glimpsing a thoughtful intensity in his eyes that reminded her he was no ordinary child. She laughed with Rickon, who boasted that Shaggy Dog would soon be big enough to slay giants, just like Grey Wind had fought the undead giant. And she took time to speak with the small folk in Wintertown, ensuring they had enough fuel and food to endure the deepening cold. But always, the swirl of politics waited in the background. Eventually, ravens arrived from the Reach. Olenna wrote bluntly that she believed the best outcome would be forging a stable monarchy under a single king, assuming that king does not hail from an incestuous brood of Lannisters. Mace Tyrell likewise hinted that if the North insisted on complete separation, the Tyrells might not be able to maintain such close ties. Margaery translated that subtext for Robb. The Tyrells sought trade and influence across the entire realm. A fractured kingdom might hamper their ambitions. They did, however, acknowledge that the North's fury after Ned's near execution was justified. If the Lannisters clung to Joffrey's rule, a new crisis might loom. A single letter from Tyrion arrived around that time, more carefully worded. He wrote that Tywin had no desire to spark a new war but also insisted the North remember its duties to the Iron Throne. He suggested that if Robb came to King's Landing to negotiate, Joffrey might offer certain concessions like official amnesty for all northern rebels, reduced taxes, and so on. Margaery saw through the flowery phrasing. The gist was, kneel or risk confrontation, but maybe we can talk. She couldn't help remembering the cruelty Joffrey had shown Sansa, the rumors of him tormenting smallfolk. She doubted he had changed. Winter's grip tightened outside. Snow piled high in the courtyards, forcing the stablemen to shovel incessantly. Some smaller watchtowers around Winterfell had become inaccessible. Reports from White Harbor indicated that the harbor was thick with ice, limiting ships from the south. The realm felt frozen in place, waiting. And the question kept stirring, would the North accept some arrangement under Joffrey, or remain separate, or propose some third path? One frigid afternoon, as Margaery warmed herself by the library's brazier, Ned Stark came in, leading an unexpected visitor, a tall man in dull brown robes, half his face covered by a scarf. Once inside the warmth, the man pulled back the scarf, revealing the distinctive dwarven features of Tyrion Lannister. Margaery felt her heart skip. She had not expected him to arrive at Winterfell in person. Ned looked wary but not openly hostile. Tyrion bowed slightly, a polite gesture that still carried an undercurrent of Lannister confidence. Lady Margaery, he said, it appears even the howling winter can't dull your resourcefulness. You've kept Winterfell lively, I see. Forgive the sudden arrival, travel was complicated. How did you get here? She asked, surprised and suspicious. Tyrion sighed. A merchant ship to White Harbor before the harbor froze, then a series of precarious roads. I came with a small escort representing both myself and, indirectly, my father. We have news and proposals. Lord Stark graciously agreed not to kill me on sight, for which I'm grateful. Margaery eyed Ned. He nodded. He claims King's Landing has urgent matters to discuss and that Tywin gave him permission to broker some settlement. I've agreed to hear him under a flag of safe conduct. But trust is thin. Tyrion's expression twitched. Indeed. May we speak in private with King Robb? A short time later, they gathered in the solar where Robb was resting, the gloom of the winter day creeping through the windows. Robb managed to stand with help, though he leaned on a cane for stability, his injured hand still splinted. He gave Tyrion a curt nod. Lord Tyrion, you're braver than I thought, coming here unannounced. Tyrion rubbed his gloved hands together. Bravery or foolishness, we'll find out. Let's be direct, King's Landing is uneasy. We have a boy king with a nasty temper, a realm battered by war, and coffers that are not as flush as we'd like. My father, Tywin, remains hand in all but name, trying to keep the crown from collapsing. Meanwhile, Stannis lurks on Dragonstone, the Greyjoys raid the west, and the Tyrells hold the south. The north is an enigma, powerful but stubborn about its independence. Robb's gaze narrowed. The north bled to rescue the realm from the White Walkers. That's no enigma. Tyrion dipped his head in acknowledgement. True, we are grateful, as is half the realm. But the question remains. Will you and your banners remain separate forever? Or will we risk another war the moment the White Walkers fade from memory? Ned spoke up, voice level. What do you propose? An alliance, Tyrion said simply. Something beyond a mere handshake. A formal treaty that ensures the North's special status, but still places you within the realm's broader structure. He glanced at Margaery. Perhaps the Tyrells might weigh in. If the North insists on complete secession, you lose the benefits of southern trade and mutual defense. The Tyrells might prefer a unified kingdom, especially if new threats arise. Margaery's mouth felt dry. She recalled her grandmother's letter. Olenna had indeed favored a single monarchy, if it were not the Lannisters controlling it. Yet dethroning Joffrey might rekindle full civil war. And all the while, Robb had sworn never again to serve a king who had nearly killed his father. She could practically hear the dangerous cracks forming. Robb's jaw set. Will not bend the knee to Joffrey. He's no rightful king, not Robert's true son. My father discovered that, which nearly cost him his head. Tyrion grimaced. I cannot speak for Joffrey's parentage, but that revelation is not widely accepted. If you truly want to place Stannis on the throne, you may find yourself fighting another war. Or perhaps you want the throne for yourself. Robb's expression turned incredulous. I never wanted the Iron Throne. I only wanted justice for the North. Tyrion spread his hands. Then we must find a middle path. My father, for instance, might accept that the North has a measure of autonomy, collecting its own taxes, ruling itself in practice, so long as you nominally remain under the crown. You keep your title of king in the North if you wish, provided you swear not to overthrow the Iron Throne. Think of it as a realm with 2 kings or a king and a high king. We can spin it however satisfies pride on both sides. Margaery listened keenly, sensing how this half sounded plausible yet bristled with pitfalls. Would the North truly accept a nominal fealty to Joffrey after all that had happened? Would Joffrey ever tolerate another king recognized by the realm, even in name only? Could Tywin truly keep Joffrey in check enough to abide by such an arrangement? Ned exhaled. You're dancing around the real issue, Joffrey's cruelty. My daughters suffered under him. The entire realm has seen he's unfit. If we tie ourselves to the Lannisters again, we risk future betrayals. Tyrion's shoulders sagged slightly. Believe me, I'm well aware of Joffrey's failings. But short of removing him entirely, a proposition that would spark chaos, what alternative do we have? Another war? If so, do not expect the realm to unite as it did against the others. People are weary, bankrupt. They'd let the North and King's Landing slaughter each other. Silence fell thick with tension. Robb's good hand clenched into a fist, but Margaery gently placed hers atop it, reminding him to keep calm. She cleared her throat. We hear your proposal. We'll consider it. But do not presume we will simply hand ourselves back to Joffrey. The North and the Reach have shed too much blood. Tyrion nodded, a flicker of resignation in his gaze. I wouldn't expect it to be easy, but I had to try. My father expects me to bring back something. Some sign that the North will not march on King's Landing. We have enough threats. The Greyjoys nibble at our coasts. The Crown's debts to the Iron Bank remain pressing, and the small folk starve in the storms. Meanwhile, there are rumors that the Targaryen girl across the narrow sea. Margaery started. Daenerys Targaryen? She was rumored to have dragons, correct? Tyrion lifted a brow. So rumor says. If it's true, she might one day pose a greater threat than any of us realize. Another reason the Lannisters want to avoid fresh conflict with the North. Ned frowned. We have more than enough trouble here. If dragons return, the entire realm may shift again. Robb let out a slow breath, nodding at Margaery. We'll give you an answer soon, Lord Tyrion. For now, rest in Winterfell's hospitality. Perhaps we can find a solution that spares more bloodshed. Thus, Tyrion Lannister became an unexpected guest in Winterfell. He arrived with only a handful of guards, enough to ensure he wasn't helpless, but not so many as to threaten the castle. Over the next days, Margaery noticed him exploring the courtyard, conversing with the blacksmith, or sharing wine with the northern lords in the great hall. Some men glared at him, recalling the Lannisters' prior misdeeds. Yet he seemed determined to keep relations cordial. Margaery and Robb struggled with the question at the heart of it all: what to do about Joffrey's claim and the North's independence. They consulted with Ned, Catelyn, and trusted bannermen. Some were adamant the North remain fully free, no kneeling, no partial submission. Others, mindful of the realm's precarious state, suggested forging a new compromise, perhaps with a regency that limited Joffrey's power. But the details were elusive. One evening, in the privacy of their shared chambers, Margaery found Robb staring at the embers in the hearth, his injured hand cradled against his chest. She approached quietly, sliding an arm around his shoulders. He winced but let her hold him. Outside, the wind sighed over Winterfell's walls. "You're thinking about the next war, aren't you?" she said softly. He sighed. "Yes. If we push for full independence, I fear Tywin will gather his strength and strike us. Another war of attrition. Or if we bend the knee to Joffrey in any capacity, we betray everything we fought for. Is there truly no middle ground?" She hesitated. "Perhaps we shape the monarchy into something new. A reformed crown that acknowledges the North as equal. We used to dream of a realm united to face the White Walkers. Maybe that dream can live on if the Lannisters can swallow enough pride and Joffrey is reined in." He grimaced. "You think Joffrey can be reined in?" "I don't know," she admitted. "But Tyrion might manage it if Tywin stands behind him. and the rest of the realm is so weary of war that they might rally behind any stable arrangement. We don't have to love them, only keep the peace. He closed his eyes, letting out a long breath. Sometimes I wish we could just remain hidden behind the snows of the north, forging our own path. But the White Walkers taught us that no corner of the realm is truly safe if the rest collapses. Maybe we must preserve some alliance with King's Landing for the sake of the future. Over the next week, Ned and Robb hammered out a draft proposal with Tyrion. The North would recognize a nominal overlordship from the Iron Throne but remain effectively autonomous, collecting its own taxes, maintaining its own armies, and abiding by none of the typical feudal obligations except those that served the realm's general security. Robb would keep the title king in the north, an ancient custom, and be recognized as an equal ally to the crown. In return, he would pledge not to overthrow the Lannisters, nor would he harbor rebels. Joffrey would not have the right to meddle in the North's affairs. The Riverlands might similarly remain under Tully leadership, allied with the North. The arrangement was unconventional, perhaps unprecedented. But Tyrion seemed cautiously optimistic that Tywin might accept it, if only to avoid another catastrophic war. Tyrion planned to carry the proposal back to King's Landing once the weather eased enough for travel. Meanwhile, Margaery wrote to her father, mother, and grandmother, outlining the plan and inviting them to weigh in. She suspected Olenna might relish the chance to see the Lannisters humbled by sharing power. Yet it was unclear whether the Tyrells would try to seat Margaery and Robb on the Iron Throne instead. That, she told Robb quietly, was too risky. Another massive civil war could undo all they had achieved. Yet even as these diplomatic overtures advanced, winter raged on and news from distant corners remained uncertain. The watchers at Castle Black occasionally reported glimpses of solitary whites. Far in the west, Euron Greyjoy apparently enthroned himself as the King of the Isles, continuing raids that threatened coastal lords. In King's Landing, Joffrey was rumored to have executed a few outspoken critics, though Tyrion insisted that Tywin kept him mostly in check. The small folk starved or shivered across the land. The realm was not truly at peace, only exhausted, clinging to a lull after the storm. In Winterfell's courtyard, the days slid by as Margaery strove to keep morale high. She arranged occasional small feasts in the Great Hall, humble by southern standards, but a relief to the men. She visited the stables, checking on the horses that had endured so many battles. She walked with Sansa, listening to the girls' halting stories of her captivity in King's Landing, how Joffrey had tormented her. Sansa now seemed stronger in some ways, though haunted. Arya came and went, practicing sword forms with the guards, sometimes vanishing into the castle's winding passages. In all these interactions, Margaery felt a quiet sense of purpose. She had chosen to be part of House Stark, bridging north and south. If she and Robb could guide the realm to a more peaceful future, that might be the best legacy they could offer. Winter nights were long, the darkness falling early. One such night found Margaery alone in the Godwood, the canopy of red leaves overhead dusted with snow. The weirwood's carved face glowed faintly in torchlight. She knelt by the still, black water of the pool, thinking of all the battles fought and still to come. Some said the old gods watched through the weirwoods. Would they watch over the realm's fragile unity? She had never quite converted to worship of the old gods, but she bowed her head, breathing the crisp air in a silent prayer for guidance. So much still balanced on a knife's edge. Robb joined her after a time, cloak rustling. He sank down carefully beside her, mindful of his injuries, and took her hand. They sat in companionable silence, the hush of the godwood settling around them. She leaned her head on his shoulder, reflecting on how improbable it was that they had met, wed, and now shaped the realm's destiny together. So many horrors lay behind them, the war of the Five Kings, the onslaught of the others. Yet for this moment, they had each other, and a faint hope that Westeros could be spared another spiral into chaos. At length, Robb spoke, voice soft. I never asked for a crown, but I carry it. You never asked to be Queen of the North, but you bear the burdens with grace. Sometimes I think the gods placed us here for a reason. Margaery's eyes flicked to the weirwood face, the red sap resembling tears. Perhaps. Or perhaps we're just two people doing our best. The world is too vast for me to presume the gods' design. She felt his warmth through the cloak. But I'm glad we stand together. He gently kissed her forehead, then turned his gaze to the reflection of pale moonlight in the pool. When the snows melt, if they melt this year, we might see a new chapter. Maybe Tyrion's arrangement will hold. Maybe we'll truly see a realm at peace. Or maybe the Greyjoys or some other threat will force us to fight again. Margaery squeezed his hand. We'll face it as we did the others. With all the houses that can be persuaded to set aside grudges, if only for survival. She smiled wryly. Though next time, let's hope the foe can be reasoned with before it comes to war. A faint laugh escaped him. That would be a welcome change, yes? They sat there a while longer, letting the quiet of the godwood cradle their weary souls. The future was uncertain, what with Joffrey still on the throne in King's Landing, Stannis biding time, the Greyjoys prowling, Dorne aloof, and the memory of White Walkers lingering beyond the wall. Yet in the hush of that sacred place, with the hush of snow drifting around them, they found a slender thread of reassurance. They had fought the worst nightmares the realm could conjure and survived. They had built alliances no one thought possible. Perhaps, in time, the rest of Westeros could come to terms with a new order that recognized the North's rightful place and the necessity of unity against all threats, known and unknown. Morning came, revealing Winterfell draped in fresh white. Margaery and Robb rose to greet it, hearts still heavy but alive with the promise of tomorrow. Ravens called from the towers, ready to carry new messages. Guards patrolled the battlements, warming their hands on cups of mulled ale. The direwolf's grey wind, ghost, when Jon Snow visited, Shaggy Dog, Nymeria gone who knew where, remained symbols of the old magic that ran through Stark blood. Margaery felt that magic, in a sense, an undercurrent of resilience, unbroken by the longest night. Days turned into weeks and the midwinter festival approached. People in the north took a solemn pride in celebrating the halfway point of the cold season, lighting extra hearth fires as a symbolic defiance of the darkness. Margaery took it upon herself to organize a modest feast, something to bind the community. Hunters brought in lean venison, the kitchens turned out trays of spiced carrots and onions, and the old barrels of mead were finally tapped. Snow swirled outside, but inside Winterfell's great hall, the torches blazed. Musicians played a quiet reel. Laughter, subdued but genuine, echoed off the walls for the first time in far too long. Even Tyrion Lannister, still lingering in Winterfell, joined the feast, raising a goblet to the resilience of the North. Robb, seated at the high table, wore a thick fur cloak and nursed his bandaged hand. Beside him, Margaery sipped wine and offered small talk to the visiting lords. Sansa and Arya sat near them, the younger girl fidgeting until she was permitted to slip away for some fresh air. Bran recited a snippet of some local lore about the last winter that the direwolves walked the land. Rickon banged his spoon, delighted by the swirl of festivity around him. When the time came for a toast, Ned Stark stood, raising his cup. His voice resonated with quiet authority. We gather in a winter darker than most of us have known. But we have endured. We have proven that all houses may stand together against the worst threat the realm has seen in centuries. Let us honor the fallen, who gave their lives to protect the living. Let us vow that we will not descend back into petty wars that would squander the peace they bought. Winter is here, but the living remain. He drank. The hall responded with respectful applause. Many eyes darted to Margaery and Robb, who had led so much of the realm's defense. Margaery felt a swell of emotion, recalling the unimaginable battles. The mood in the hall was neither fully joyous nor despairing. Rather, it was a measured hope. Perhaps that was all they could manage. She and Robb stood together then, a quietly united front, as the watchers and lords raised their goblets. In that moment, Margaery felt the intangible bond that had grown between the North and the Reach, between House Stark and House Tyrell, an alliance forged in fire and ice, tempered by war, and not easily broken. Perhaps, she thought, that alliance might yet guide the realm to a new season, bridging the cold of the North and the warmth of the South. Much remained uncertain. The shape of kingship, the Lannisters' next move, the White Walkers' future threat, the possible return of dragons with Daenerys Targaryen. But as the feast lingered, Margaery found herself smiling, softly, yes, but genuinely, at the men and women around her. They were battered survivors who had seen the worst of the long night and chosen to fight for dawn. Surely that spirit was worth preserving. When the music began a slow tune, Robb urged Margaery to stand, ignoring her protests about his injuries. They walked to an open space, where other couples mingled in a subdued dance. She took his good hand, mindful of his splint, and they moved gently in a small circle, each step deliberate. The entire realm had stumbled in the darkness, but they had found their footing again. The torches glowed, illuminating the lines of exhaustion on every face, but also an undercurrent of relief. As they danced, Margaery whispered, "We will shape a realm that remembers unity, even if we must fight for every scrap of it." Robb gazed at her, affection in his tired eyes. Yes, we will. Wolf and Rose, bound by a purpose greater than house names. She rested her head against him, letting the moment linger. Around them, the swirl of winter nights and uncertain roads loomed. The ink had not dried on any treaty, the others might remain in the far north and old ambitions might ignite anew. But for now they had carved out a fragile peace. In that fleeting instant of shared warmth, Margaery breathed in the scent of pine and roasted meat, the hum of quiet conversation, the faint scuff of boots on the rushes, and felt a twinge of hope. They were, against all odds, alive and together. The realm would not soon forget the Wolf King and his Tyrell Queen, who had faced the nightmares of ice and refused to yield. And so the evening wore on, a testament that even in the darkest winter, people sought to gather and celebrate the spark of life. The memory of war remained etched in every corner of Winterfell, but with it came the resolve not to let that tragedy define their future. As Margaery guided Robb back to his seat, careful of his splinted hand, she thought of the children who would grow up hearing stories of how men and women overcame the others. Perhaps those children would not see the realm torn apart by the old feuds. Perhaps they would learn from this chapter that House Stark and House Tyrell, the North and the Reach, and even the Lannisters, Baratheons, and Martells could put aside their swords when the true enemy came calling. For as long as the memory of that horror endured, there was hope the living would stand united again. And as long as hope persisted, Margaery believed the realm might yet endure all the cruelties that winter, men, or fate itself could hurl at them. She closed her eyes, leaning on Robb, letting the music of that quiet midwinter feast envelop them both. If the next dawn held fresh challenges, they would meet it together, as they always had, Wolf and Rose intertwined, striving for a spring that would follow even the hardest winter. The hall's fires burned low by the time Margaery Tyrell and Robb Stark retired from the midwinter feast, each step unsteady with fatigue rather than wine. They had danced, they had greeted lords and bannermen, they had endured countless earnest toasts and half-veiled questions about what the realm's future might hold. Though the overall mood was sober, tinged with memories of death and ruin, there was a persistent sense that the darkest hour had passed. Margaery drew strength from that notion. The living had weathered the others, perhaps they could endure one another. Outside, Winterfell's courtyard was hushed, the snow a soft white blanket unbroken save for footprints near the stables and the guard posts. Stars glimmered in a wide black sky, and a thin moon cast silvery light across rooftops and ramparts. Margaery walked close beside Robb, mindful of his splinted hand and the occasional twinge that made him wince. Gray wind padded behind them, occasionally sniffing at the fresh drifts. The hush was a balm after the din of the great hall. They entered their chambers and closed the heavy wooden door. The room felt warmer than the rest of Winterfell, thanks to a glowing hearth and furs piled on the floor. Margaery helped Robb out of his cloak and then shed her own. The night's merriment, modest though it was, had drained the last of his reserves. He sat on the edge of the bed, exhaling shakily. All the talk of treaties and alliances, he muttered, flexing his good hand. And we still haven't found a proper answer. Margaery moved to kneel beside him, placing a palm lightly on his knee. We found a starting point, she said gently. Between your father's wisdom, Tyrion's willingness, and our caution, we may yet build a peace. That's more than we had in the days before the war. He nodded, gaze drifting to the dimly lit rafters. It's just, every compromise we consider either enrages the Lannisters or betrays the North's pride. I'm caught between the memory of King's Landing's treachery and the reality that we can't fight an endless stream of wars. She understood. The North's independence had been hard-won, but the realm's unity against the others had tempered old resentments. We'll find a way, she reassured him. Her voice was soft, but the conviction in it was real. She had grown used to forging alliances from the most unlikely of angles, and though she had no illusions about the Lannisters, she believed at least some portion of them truly did not want another bloodbath. They slept fitfully that night, haunted by memories of the battlefield's screams and the quiet dread that even the thick walls of Winterfell could not fully keep at bay. By morning, a new dusting of snow had fallen, and the bright winter sun reflected off every surface in a dazzling glare. Margaery woke to find Robb already dressed, speaking in a low tone to Ned Stark, who stood by the window embrasure. She caught snatches of their conversation, something about potential envoys to House Lannister. When Ned noticed her stirring, he offered a weary smile. Good morning, my lady. We were just discussing the possibility of traveling to King's Landing ourselves if the weather allows. Tyrion is eager to bring his father a final answer. Robb ran his good hand across his stubbled jaw. Father wants to see Joffrey's reaction in person, but I'm wary. King's Landing was nearly our undoing once. Margaery rose from the bed, wrapping herself in a thick robe. If the negotiations are to succeed, they might require your presence, yours and your father's both. It would show that the North isn't spurning the crown. But only if we can guarantee your safety. A hush passed among them. Ned folded his arms. We'd likely demand hostages or some ironclad oath. Tywin Lannister might honor it. Joffrey is less predictable, but Tyrion claims he can restrain his nephew. And still, it's a risk. Margaery sensed Robb's reluctance. He had no love for King's Landing. The bitter memories of how his father had nearly been executed there, how Sansa had been tormented, still festered in the minds of the Northern Bannermen. Yet a path forward required great leaps of trust, or at least a semblance of cooperation. She cleared her throat. We can approach it step by step. Send word we're willing to meet at Harrenhal or some other neutral ground if King's Landing is too fraught. If they refuse, that says much. Ned tugged at the wolf's head pommel of his sword. You speak sense. Harrenhal is cursed, but it served for the last great council. Or we might propose Riverrun, which belongs to the Tullis. No location is perfect. The Lannisters hold the advantage in the capital. We would risk being outmaneuvered. Robb exhaled. I'll speak with Tyrion. We'll see if the crown is willing to convene outside its walls, perhaps in the Riverlands or at Harrenhal. If not, we'll set demands for our safety. The North is not so easily cowed. Ned inclined his head. Then I'll leave you to your mourning, children. I have a meeting with Lord Bolton to finalize some supply matters. He departed, the door thudding softly behind him. Margaery moved to Robb's side, slipping her arms around his waist, careful of his wounded hand. You're certain you're strong enough for more traveling? She asked quietly. Your injury isn't fully healed, and the roads south are brutal. We might find ourselves snowbound halfway to the Riverlands. He gave a lopsided smile. I suspect no one is truly strong enough for more traveling after what we've been through. But we can't stay locked away in the North forever. Let me speak to Tyrion about location. If he insists on King's Landing, we'll weigh the risk. Otherwise, we can propose a more neutral site. In any case, it's time we tried to shape the realm's future rather than letting it drift into fresh wars. She nodded, resting her head briefly against his chest. I'm with you. Always. That day, while Robb conferred with Tyrion and Ned, Margaery took stock of Winterfell's various challenges. Winter raged outside, flattening any hope of early thaw. The northern stores of grain air sufficient for now, but if spring was delayed, the small folk might suffer. Margaery wrote to her father and grandmother again, requesting additional shipments from Highgarden's reserves if any existed beyond what was needed in the Reach. The realm's recovery from the White Walkers was just beginning, and every measure of food or supplies could decide how many would survive until spring. She also met with the castle's stewards, making certain to distribute what resources they had to outlying holdfasts. As Queen of the North in all but official ceremony, she felt it her duty to ensure no child starved if it could be helped. Over the next week, Tyrion's negotiations with Robb and Ned proved surprisingly productive. Tyrion wrote numerous letters to his father, Tywin, detailing the proposed neutral site for a realm-wide gathering. Though King's Landing was the crown's seat, the Starks made it clear that traveling into the Lion's Den without ironclad assurances was unthinkable. At length, a raven returned from the Westerlands, carrying Tywin's acceptance of Harrenhal as a meeting point. The old fortress was not wholly favored by the Lannisters, but it wasn't in Stark hands either. It belonged, at present, to the Tullis, allied with the North. Still, Tywin argued it was more central and less hazardous for large delegations. Thus, word was sent to the major houses, a grand meeting at Harrenhal come early spring if the roads were passable. Stannis would be invited, as would the Tyrells, the Martells, the Vale, even the Iron Islands. Tyrion insisted that the Iron Throne desired a permanent peace, and though no one trusted those words absolutely, the realm had fought enough battles to be open to the possibility. Margaery recognized that it was an echo of the last time the lords had gathered at Harrenhal before the final stand against the others. Now, ironically, they would gather there again to see if they could prevent themselves from tearing the realm apart. Tyrion soon prepared to depart. He left behind a small personal guard, presumably as a token of trust. Before he went, he pulled Margaery aside in the library, where dustmotes danced in a beam of winter sun. She regarded him carefully. Though she had come to appreciate his intelligence and cynicism, she never forgot that he was a Lannister nor that his sister was Cersei. My lady, Tyrion said, lowering his voice, I must warn you that my nephew, Joffrey, remains less than thrilled about this arrangement. My father can muzzle him to a point, but you remember how Sansa suffered. We must keep that boy in check. If Harrenhal sees him on the dais, anything could happen. Her lips curved in a faint, humorless smile. That's why we have dragonglass, no? For unnatural monsters. He gave a startled laugh that ended in a cough. A witty barb, but do not let him hear you call him that. Still, I share your concerns. We do this because the realm cannot afford another war, nor can it endure indefinite fragmentation. But trust me, my father, for all his cunning, does not see Joffrey's worst impulses as a permanent problem. He may have some scheme for controlling him or supplanting him. I know not. I only know that if we do not keep Joffrey calm, swords will be drawn at Harrenhal. And if that happens, the truce is lost. She inclined her head. We will be vigilant. And if your father tries to entrap us, we'll be ready. Tyrion nodded, expression grave. I believe your husband and his father have taught us all how lethal the North can be when roused. I hope that lesson keeps Tywin from rash treachery. Fare you well, Lady Margaery. I suspect we shall meet again among the ruins of that cursed castle. He bowed, then left. Within the day, he and his escort rode out the gate, braving the snow-laden roads back south. Margaery watched from the battlements, arms folded over her fur cloak. The wind whipped at her hair. Far below, Tyrion's short figure trotted away on a sturdy horse, disappearing into the swirl of white. The realm was a vast place, and behind each falling snowflake lurked old grudges. Would Harrenhal truly become the site of reconciliation rather than bloodshed? Only time would tell. Winter weeks crawled by. No immediate crisis shook Winterfell, though small troubles abounded, petty bandit raids in the White Knife region, a few rumors that the Greyjoys had attacked a northern fishing village, an outbreak of flux in a hamlet near the Wolfswood. Margaery oversaw or delegated each matter with the calm practicality she had learned from her grandmother. Robb, as king, remained the ultimate authority, but she swiftly handled the daily details, especially on days when his injury pained him too greatly to hold lengthy meetings. He insisted on learning every update, though, and Margaery teased him that perhaps one day he would truly enjoy sitting in a lord's solar with a stack of ledgers. Despite the gloom of winter, Margaery found rare moments of levity. She accompanied Arya on a short ride around Winterfell's perimeter, though it was more a chance for Arya to show off her riding skill than any leisurely outing. She listened to Sansa tentatively share her wish to be more involved in the realm's diplomacy, perhaps by writing letters to southern ladies, bridging the gap with courtesy. Margaery encouraged it, seeing how Sansa's traumatic experiences had left her quieter but also more resilient. Meanwhile, Rickon scampered around the courtyard, chasing after Shaggy Dog. Every time Margaery spotted that small boy's big grin, she was reminded that life endured. Bran, for his part, spent long hours in the library, sometimes emerging with cryptic remarks about old magic in the north. Winterfell was a tapestry of personalities, each forging a new identity after so much chaos. Toward the end of the deep winter, a flurry of ravens arrived from the Riverlands, the Westerlands, the Reach, and Dorne. Most houses confirmed they would attend Harrenhal once roads improved. The Vale remained non-committal, Lysa Arryn sending only a perfunctory note that the mountains were impassable. Some in the north shrugged, suspecting Lysa would never budge from her isolationist stance. Margaery's father, Mace Tyrell, wrote that he intended to ride forth with a sizable retinue, ensuring the Tyrell voice would be heard. Lady Olenna added a pointed remark about the castle's curses, better we gather in a ruin than let the realm become one. Margaery smiled at her grandmother's dry wit. At last, as the snows began to relent, Ned and Robb decided to depart Winterfell for Harrenhal. The official invitation had come from Tywin, sealed with the Golden Lion. Margaery could see the tension in Robb's posture at the prospect. But if the North refused to attend, it might be seen as a refusal of peace. So they prepared. A fresh wave of planning ensued. They could not lead a full army south, nor could they go with a handful of men. To show too little strength was inviting danger, to bring too much might signal aggression. In the end, Robb decided on a retinue of about 500 men-at-arms plus a few northern lords, ensuring a show of presence without seeming to threaten Harrenhal. They would also bring enough supplies for the journey so as not to burden the Riverlands. Margaery oversaw the packing of warm cloaks, furs, spare boots, and enough medicine for whatever ailments might arise. She also arranged comfortable carriages for Sansa, hoping to shield her from the brunt of the trip's rigors, though Sansa insisted she wished to walk or ride at times. When the day of departure arrived, Winterfell's courtyard bustled at dawn. Horses snorted clouds of steam, stable boys hurried to load wagons, guards in stark livery checked their weapons. Rickon clung to Catelyn's skirts, not fully grasping that this journey would take months. Arya stood by the gate with a small pack of her own, sword belt strapped tight, determined to come along. Bran decided to remain behind with a caretaker in Winterfell, his infirm legs not suited to a lengthy journey through rough roads. Ned Stark promised him that his presence was vital to watch over the castle's holdfasts. Mira Reed and Jojen Reed, who had arrived earlier in the winter, also offered to stay, further defending the seat of House Stark. Robb swung onto his horse with a slight grimace. He could ride, though handling the reins with a braced hand remained awkward. Grey Wind, still scarred across the flank, padded at the head of the column. Margaery, mounted on a chestnut mare, rode beside Robb, wearing a heavier cloak than usual. Sansa occupied a carriage behind them, though she might ride part of the way on calmer roads. Ned, also astride a warhorse, took the lead of a forward guard, grim-faced but resolute. Banner poles bearing the Stark direwolf fluttered in the cold air, while a handful of Tully and Manderly sigils mingled in the ranks. They set forth as the castle folk watched from walls and windows. A hush of farewell lingered. Margaery felt a pang at leaving Winterfell once again, especially not long after the war with the others. But she reminded herself this was different. They were going south not for vengeance or war, but for a chance at forging a new shape for the realm. The slow procession crossed the drawbridge, then wound its way down the snow-laden road, heading for the King's Road that would take them to Moat Cailin and beyond. The journey was grueling despite the approach of spring. Snow still covered much of the north. In places, the drifts had melted into muddy slush, making wagon wheels sink or slip. Many days they advanced only a short distance. At night, they erected tents or took shelter in half-ruined barns, anywhere they could find dryness. Wolves howled from the dark forests, but none dared approach a column of armed men, and wolves fled at the sight of Grey Wind's hulking silhouette. Sansa remained stoic, though the cold made her cheeks flush. Arya scouted ahead at times, riding with outriders, claiming she needed the open air to avoid going mad with boredom. Weeks passed in slow misery, yet eventually, they reached the neck, where marshes replaced the heavy snows. Moat Cailin loomed, a cluster of ancient towers perched on a causeway. The place stirred memories of the war for all those who had marched south once before to face the Lannisters. A small garrison of Stark men held it, letting them pass. Beyond the neck, the land was more passable, though the partial thaw had left roads pitted. Spring storms battered them, drenching the retinue. Margaery endured the damp, trying to keep spirits high by organizing little amusements. A small archery contest at camp, or a daily naming of any new wildflowers they spotted. Robb teased her about it, but she saw how the soldiers appreciated even the mildest distraction from the drudgery. The Riverlands greeted them with a mixture of mud and cautious welcomes. Many small folk recalled how the Stark-Tyrell alliance had helped drive out the Lannisters during the War of the Five Kings, and then how they all had marched off to face the White Walkers. The fields showed scars from old battles, though some farmers had begun to reclaim them. The retinue passed burned-out villages that had yet to be rebuilt, a reminder of how the realm had not fully recovered from internal strife. Word reached them that Edmure Tully was at Riverrun, preparing to travel to Harrenhal himself. Margaery suspected that having Tully's support at Harrenhal would strengthen the Starks' position. The Riverlands, battered as they were, stood firmly with the north. At last, on a gray afternoon, Harrenhal came into view across the wide, bleak plain. High blackened towers rose against the sky. Warped from Dragonfire centuries ago, colossal in scale, rumored to be haunted, the sight brought a rush of memories. This was where the realm's lords had gathered before, forging an uneasy alliance to face the undead. Here, the Watchers had rallied and set forth beyond the wall. So many had died. Now, ironically, Harrenhal was set to be the seat of a new council, an attempt at forging a lasting peace. The wind whipped across the plain, moaning against the half-ruined walls. As Robb's column approached the gates, scouts reported that contingents from several houses had already arrived. Banners of the Crown, the Golden Lion of Lannister, Tyrell roses, Martell sunspears, and smaller sigils dotted the patch of ground outside the fortress. Harrenhal's broad courtyards could accommodate thousands, though large sections remained in disrepair. Margaery felt a flash of worry at how many armed men might be enclosed here. Even a slight spark could ignite violence. But that was the risk they had accepted. The gates creaked open. Lannister guards in gilded half-plates stood watch, joined by Tully men and Tyrell outriders. At least it wasn't purely Lannisters controlling the fortress. A swirl of warhorses and footmen parted to let Robb's group pass. Margaery scanned the faces, noticing tension in every stance. No one had forgotten who had warred against whom or how tenuous the truce was. Ned and Robb rode at the head, greeting the gate guards with crisp nods, while Grey Wind prowled close, drawing startled looks from men who had never seen a dire wolf so large. Inside the courtyard, the scale of Harrenhal's ruin was apparent. Some towers had collapsed further over the winter, their broken spires jutting like black bones. Yet a portion of the castle had been repaired or at least cleared for habitation. Tents and pavilions crowded the yard, bearing the heraldry of dozens of houses. At the far side, a ring of Lannister red held a wide space for Tywin's retinue, while the crown's banners, Golden Stagon Lion or the Baratheon Lannister blend, loomed above a cluster of ornate tents. Margaery felt a spike of distaste at the memory of Joffrey's cruelty. Did he dwell behind those banners now, waiting? They dismounted near a group of Tully knights. Edmure Tully himself hurried forward, embracing Ned, then clasping Robb's good hand. "You made it," Edmure said, relief tinging his voice. "We've been here a fortnight, trying to keep the peace. It's complicated." Tywin arrived first, with a large escort. Stannis arrived soon after, though not with his entire force. "The Tyrells, led by your father, my lady," he nodded to Margaery, "arrived only days ago. Dorne's envoy came as well. So far, no blood spilled, but the tension is thick enough to taste." Margaery inclined her head. "How is Joffrey? Is he here?" Edmure's mouth twitched. "He is. Tywin keeps him under close watch, but there have been whispers of outbursts. He's not happy about any arrangement that limits his power. So far, though, no one has unsheathed swords. We're all wary." Robb dismounted carefully, teeth clenched as he landed. He let out a ragged breath, then squared his shoulders. "We'll do our best to keep it that way. Let's find our quarters, get settled, then meet whoever's in charge of this council." Edmure gestured to a row of smaller towers along the southwestern wall, where some were repaired enough for lodging. "I've prepared chambers for you if you prefer them to the tents. They're austere, but better than sleeping on rubble." Ned nodded. "Good. Lead on." He turned to Margaery and gave a faint smile. "We'll rest a bit, then see what Tywin and Stannis intend. My guess is they want us all in the Great Hall, if it can be called that, for a formal session soon." In short order, Robb's party found themselves in cramped rooms overlooking a narrow yard. The tower was drafty, but the walls had been patched and the roof seemed solid. Margaery helped direct the unloading of baggage, ensuring Sansa had a decent chamber. Arya bristled at the musty smell, declaring she'd rather sleep under the stars, but Margaery coaxed her into staying, promising that wandering Harrenhal's corridors alone was ill-advised. The memory of Arya's captivity here once upon a time hung in the air. Harrenhal's stones had seen too many horrors. While settling in, they received an invitation from Tywin Lannister, politely phrased but clearly a summons. The council would convene that evening in the largest remaining hall, the same place they had used for war councils. The realm's leaders were expected to attend. Margaery and Robb exchanged a look. It was time to see if the talk of peace had any substance. When evening came, torches blazed in wall sconces throughout Harrenhal's labyrinthine corridors, throwing dancing shadows on the blackened stones. Guards lined the passage leading to the hall, some in Lannister crimson, others in Tully or Tyrell or Baratheon sigils. The hall itself, though partially reconstructed, still showed scars, a vaulted ceiling blackened in spots, cracks in the flagstones. Rows of benches were arranged to accommodate the many lords, knights, and envoys. At the dais, 2 large tables had been placed side by side, presumably for the crown and its allies, though Margaery noticed that the arrangement might allow for separate seats for Stannis or whomever claimed the throne. The entire scene buzzed with tension, an echo of the old days when the realm's armies had mustered here to fight the undead. As Robb and Margaery entered, accompanied by Ned and a handful of northern lords, eyes turned their way. Margaery saw Tywin Lannister standing near the dais, speaking with a stoic Tyrion. Ser Jaime hovered off to one side, wearing a carefully blank expression. Nearby, a group of Baratheon soldiers parted to reveal Stannis Baratheon himself, clad in dark armor with the flaming heart sigil, Melisandre in her red robes at his elbow. Margaery's father, Mace Tyrell, bustled forward with a boisterous greeting, kissing her cheek, though he shot a wary glance at the Lannisters across the hall. Lady Olenna was absent from this gathering, apparently preferring to remain in her chambers. In the far corner, Dorne's Prince Trystane conversed in low tones with a couple of Martell knights, watchful eyes scanning the crowd. But the real focal point was at the center, King Joffrey, perched on a high-backed chair brought from King's Landing, wearing fine crimson and gold attire. He was older than when Sansa had last seen him, but not necessarily more mature. His features were sharper, eyes glinting with an undercurrent of cruelty. The way he lounged in the chair suggested he believed all present should bow before him. A circle of goldsmith-crafted metal circled his brow, his crown. At his side stood Cersei Lannister, regal in a gown of deep green, her expression carefully veiled. Margaery caught Sansa's quick intake of breath at the sight of her former tormentors. She gently squeezed Sansa's arm in reassurance. When Robb and Ned arrived at the dais, tension rippled. Joffrey's gaze flicked over them with undisguised hostility. Yet Tywin stepped forward, ensuring the king did not launch any tirade immediately. Tyrion, at Tywin's side, gave Robb a terse, polite nod. Ned and Robb returned the greeting, ignoring Joffrey's glower. Tywin cleared his throat, voice carrying in the hush. "Welcome all, to Harrenhal. We gather not for war, but for peace, by order of the crown and with the consent of the great houses. Let us begin this council and see if we can shape a stable future." Joffrey's mouth curled in a sneer, but he held his tongue, presumably remembering that Tywin had told him to behave. Robb, standing tall despite the splint on his hand, inclined his head. "We come in good faith. The North stands ready to forge an agreement if we can be assured of our safety and autonomy." Stannis let out a quiet snort but said nothing yet. Mace Tyrell boomed something about the Reach's willingness to see sense. Prince Trystane Martell nodded politely. Tormund Giant Bane, who had come, representing some free folk interest, scratched his beard and muttered about wasted time. The tension in the hall felt like a coiled spring. They took seats at various tables, forming a wide ring. A herald called for silence, then invited each major faction to speak. Tywin began by reciting the horrors the realm had weathered: Robert's Rebellion, the War of the Five Kings, the invasion of the White Walkers. He argued that continued fracturing would invite more calamity. He proposed that all must acknowledge Joffrey as king, but with unique privileges granted to the North. He called it a renewed charter, hinting that the North might remain effectively self-governing. Margaery listened carefully, noticing Joffrey's scowl whenever Tywin mentioned privileges to the North. She also noted that Stannis sat stiffly, as though every mention of Joffrey as king grated on him. Ned responded, pointing out that if Joffrey's claim were recognized, certain guarantees must be put in place: no forced kneeling, no forced involvement in southern wars, no retribution for prior rebellions. He insisted the Riverlands remain allied with the North, free from Lannister interference. Stannis responded curtly, calling it an affront that anyone would label Joffrey the rightful king. "My brother's blood flows in my veins, not in that boy's," he said. Joffrey's eyes flashed, but Tywin intervened again. Melisandre observed with an enigmatic smile, stirring murmurs that the Red Priestess might hold some hidden card. The evening stretched on in a swirl of arguments and counterarguments. The Martells demanded recompense for past Lannister crimes. The Tyrells demanded certain trade privileges. Stannis demanded all kneel to him or face the Lord of Light's wrath. Ned pointedly retorted that the realm had no appetite for another war between claimants. Some lesser lords from the Stormlands or the Westerlands spoke up with personal grievances. Tormund, half-bored, declared he'd seen the pale devils in the far north and we should all be grateful to be breathing, which briefly refocused the hall on the memory of the White Walkers. Tensions rose to a near-boil. More than once, Margaery saw a hand drift toward a sword hilt. She thought of how easily it could all dissolve in bloodshed. Yet, despite the bickering, no one drew steel that night. The memory of the living's unity against the others and the fear of renewed war seemed to hold everyone back. After hours of debate, the council paused, with Tywin suggesting they reconvene in the morning. "Perhaps we can craft a written charter that addresses the main points," he said coldly, glancing at Ned and Robb. Joffrey looked ready to spit fury, but he rose from his seat and stalked out, trailed by Cersei. Stannis bowed curtly, leaving with Melisandre in his wake. The rest dispersed in small groups, muttering about how improbable an agreement seemed. Margaery lingered with Robb, Ned, and the Tyrells near the dais. Ned's face was grim. "It could be worse," he allowed. "At least Joffrey didn't attempt to behead us on sight." Mace Tyrell puffed up. "Well, that whelp wouldn't dare in front of so many. But we must watch him carefully. He's the sort to lash out if his pride is pricked." Robb nodded. "We'll remain vigilant. Let's draft the best terms we can, see if Tywin can force Joffrey to accept. If that fails, we may have to walk away and do so ready for war." Margaery touched Robb's arm. "Don't forget Stannis. He might be the more dangerous wildcard. If he refuses any settlement that acknowledges Joffrey, we're back to feuding claimants." Mace gave a sour nod. "Indeed. That man's zealotry is unsettling. And that red sorceress, who knows what new horrors she might unleash if thwarted. But for now, he's at least here, not burning down King's Landing." They parted ways to rest. Margaery and Robb returned to their drafty tower rooms. She tried to find calm in the quiet corridors, ignoring the unsettling whispers that Harrenhal's ghosts roamed the halls. The next days played out similarly with endless councils. Joffrey's behavior veered from sullen to mocking. Cersei hovered, occasionally speaking in a conciliatory tone while her son glared daggers. Tywin directed most of the real discussion. Stannis remained stony, repeating that the Iron Throne was his by rights, but grudgingly entertaining the idea that if the realm demanded, he might bide his time. Dorne insisted on vengeance or restitution for Elia Martell's death, which Tywin tried to placate with promises of gold. The Tyrells and Martells glowered at each other on occasion, old southern rivalries not entirely buried. Yet all recognized that if they collapsed into civil war now, the land might break beyond repair. Gradually, a potential compromise emerged, championed by Tywin, Ned, and Margaery's father. Joffrey would remain recognized as king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, though that last part was more symbolic. While the North would be declared a semi-sovereign territory with its own king, Robb Stark, who would owe no direct fealty but maintain a formal alliance with the crown. Stannis could claim the Stormlands as his dominion, or so Tywin proposed, to keep him appeased without dethroning Joffrey. Dorne would receive compensation and assurances of no future Lannister aggression. The Vale's position remained uncertain, but they had not participated in the war in the North anyway. This arrangement was messy, something akin to a confederation of allied kingdoms rather than a single throne. Many questioned if it could last. But as the days wore on, it became clear that no simpler plan would hold all parties at the table. The biggest obstacle was Joffrey himself. He refused to sign any decree acknowledging another king, especially not a Stark. On the third day of the council, he erupted in a furious tirade, calling Robb a treasonous dog, ranting that the North should kneel or be destroyed. Tywin stepped in swiftly, chastising Joffrey in front of the assembled lords. The humiliation left the boy king raging. He stormed out, nearly toppling a brazier in the process. Robb's fists clenched under the table. Margaery, exchanging looks with Ned, wondered if they stood on the brink of violence. That night, tensions soared when a group of Lannister knights harassed a pair of northern guards near a side courtyard. Blades were drawn, and only the quick intervention of a Tully man prevented bloodshed. Rumors flew that Joffrey had told his men to teach the wolves a lesson. Margaery spent hours calming the northern retinue, reminding them that they must not retaliate rashly. She could see the danger in every corner. Harrenhal's gloom felt suffocating. Yet Tywin seemed determined to salvage the negotiations, perhaps out of genuine concern for the realm's stability or at least a desire to avoid another crippling war. He convened a private meeting with Robb, Ned, Margaery, Stannis, and Mace Tyrell. It took place in a smaller antechamber free of prying ears, lit by only a few torches. The conversation was blunt. Tywin acknowledged Joffrey's unfortunate temperament. Stannis demanded either recognition of his claim or some compromise that left Joffrey's power temporary. Ned insisted the North would never again kneel. Margaery tried to guide them away from extremes, pointing out that the White Walkers might return in a generation if the realm was too fractured to respond. Finally, after hours of tense debate, Tywin put forth an alternative. If Joffrey refused to accept Robb as king in the North, might there be a middle ground in naming Robb Prince of the North, an autonomous vassal with the recognized right to pass laws, collect taxes, and keep the crown out of northern affairs? The title might rank equal or near equal to the king's, but with different wording. Ned and Robb glanced at each other. It was an odd arrangement, essentially giving the North everything except the symbolic label king. And yet the label was everything to many Northerners. Robb rubbed at his splint, indecisive. Margaery quietly noted that for many in the North, king in the North had become a rallying cry. If he returned as Prince of the North, would they see it as a humiliation? Or would they accept it if the powers remained the same? Stannis grumbled that it was nonsense to cede the realm's throne to a bastard boy Joffrey, but if it meant avoiding open war, he would not stand in the way. He had other concerns. He wanted men and ships to fight the Greyjoys, rumored to be marauding the western coasts. Tywin said the crown might support that in exchange for peace. The Tyrells expressed no strong opposition, so long as their trade routes were protected and Margaery's marriage to Robb remained recognized. The biggest question was whether Joffrey would accept calling Robb a prince, rather than a rebellious usurper. They agreed to present this plan in the main council the next day. That next day dawned cold and foggy. The realm's leaders assembled in the great hall once more, torches sputtering. Joffrey was in an ill temper, glaring from his dais as Tywin calmly explained the proposed arrangement. The North would be governed by Robb Stark, styled Prince of Winterfell or Prince of the North, with powers akin to a king, but nominally allied to the Iron Throne. The Riverlands would be recognized under Tully guardianship, also allied to the crown. Stannis would hold the Stormlands as an independent territory loyal to the crown in name, bridging the demands of his claim. Dorne would receive certain concessions. The Tyrells, for their part, would confirm their loyalty to the crown, so long as the crown recognized Tyrell rights in the south. Joffrey's official seat would remain in King's Landing, and the Lannisters would continue as wardens of the west. The hall fell into an uproar of whispers. Margaery felt her pulse quicken as she watched Joffrey's face. He was going crimson, fists tight on the arms of his chair. Cersei murmured to him, presumably urging caution. Ned and Robb remained silent, letting Tywin's explanation stand. Finally, Joffrey spoke, voice high and furious. "Why should I accept this? Why do these traitors get to keep their lands, their titles? If I am the king, they must kneel." Tywin's eyes glinted. "Your Grace, consider the alternative. Renewed war. You risk the entire realm turning against you. We cannot defeat the entire North and the alliances it has forged with the Reach, the Riverlands, possibly even Dorne. Not without crippling ourselves further." Joffrey turned on Stannis. "And him. He claims to be my uncle's rightful heir. He should kneel to me or die." Stannis's lips curled. "You are no nephew of mine, but I bow to the realm's need. If the lords accept you, for now, I will not plunge the kingdoms into further chaos." He let the words hang, an implied threat that he might revisit the matter in the future. Joffrey smoldered, pivoting to glare at Robb. "And that whelp once called himself king in the North. Shall I let him prance about with a crown?" Robb's posture stiffened. "If you push me, we will not yield. We've shed enough blood, but we can shed more. Ask your men how eagerly they wish to face the North a second time, especially with the Tyrell alliance behind us." Margaery placed a calming hand on Robb's arm, mindful that a single spark could set this hall aflame. Tywin spoke again, voice measured. "This arrangement spares countless lives, Your Grace. You remain recognized as king by the principal lords. The North's independence is softened by language calling him a prince rather than a king. That is a concession." Joffrey's jaw clenched. "It's an insult." Tyrion, who had been silent, interjected with forced politeness. "Better a mild insult than a lost throne, dear nephew. Our enemies outnumber us and our allies are weary. Peace ensures you remain King Joffrey, ruling the Crownlands and beyond. War might see you dethroned or dead." The entire hall hushed. Tension crackled. Joffrey glowered at Tyrion, then at Tywin, then at the ring of gathered lords. He saw Stannis, face like stone. He saw the Tyrells, formidable in number. The Martells, quietly unsmiling. The Riverlords, who had little love for House Lannister. The Northmen, with an injured but unbowed Robb. And the memory of the undead still hung in the air, a silent testament that the realm's greatest threat came from beyond petty disputes. Margaery wondered if Joffrey realized how precarious his position truly was. He stared at Robb, hatred smoldering. "So, you refuse to kneel? You remain a rebellious dog, calling yourself a prince." His voice quavered. "I suppose that is the best I can do if the rest of these fools support you." "Fine," he spat, "I accept it, under protest. But if you ever cross me, I'll see your head on a spike." Robb dipped his chin, expression icily calm. "Then we have an understanding, Your Grace." He did not bow. Margaery noted how the entire hall seemed to let out a collective breath. Tywin looked satisfied, or at least resigned. Cersei's eyes flickered with complicated emotion. Sansa, standing behind Ned, watched Joffrey with a mixture of fear and pity. With that, the assembled lords hammered out the final details. Joffrey would sign a decree naming Robb Stark Prince of Winterfell and the North, granting him nearly all prerogatives of a king except certain technicalities and binding them in a mutual non-aggression treaty. The Riverlands would remain aligned with House Stark. Stannis would accept a special status over the Stormlands with nominal homage to the crown but wide autonomy. Dorne was promised certain gold reparations. The Tyrells would renew their fealty to the crown, reaffirming their place as wardens of the South so long as Joffrey recognized Highgarden's rights unchallenged. The swirl of negotiations took many hours, with scribes furiously writing. But by nightfall, the broad strokes of a new order had been set. Afterward, men and women emerged from the hall, some muttering that it was a patchwork arrangement with no guarantee of permanence. Others looked almost relieved, as though they had expected the meeting to devolve into immediate bloodshed. Margaery clung to the hope that this unorthodox confederation might at least stave off a new civil war long enough for the realm to recover from the War of the Five Kings and the White Walkers' invasion. The next day, Harrenhal's Great Hall was readied for a formal ceremony. It was not as grand as the ones in King's Landing might have been, but it sufficed. Torches guttered along the blackened walls. A rough dais had been placed at one end. Joffrey sat again in his improvised throne, wearing his crown. Robb, Ned, Tywin, Stannis, Mace Tyrell, Dorne's envoy, and other dignitaries stood in an arc before him. Dozens of lesser lords and knights crowded behind, uncertain but curious. The hush was thick with anticipation. A herald stepped forward and read aloud the new charter. He recited titles: Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Protector of the Realm. Robb Stark, styled Prince of Winterfell and the North, Warden of the North, entrusted with full autonomy over the domain that had once sworn fealty to the Iron Throne. Stannis Baratheon, recognized as Lord Paramount of the Stormlands, subject to the crown in external affairs but largely self-governing. So on, with each region assigned boundaries and privileges. The language was laborious, and Margaery could sense many found the compromise bizarre. But no one spoke against it openly. Not even Joffrey, whose lip curled with each mention of Prince Stark. When the herald finished, Joffrey had to rise and place his seal on the parchment. He did so grudgingly, face rigid with frustration. Robb stepped forward, likewise signing the document. Mace Tyrell, Tyrion on behalf of Tywin, Dorne's prince, Stannis, all added their seals or signatures. Each time, the hush deepened. A final moment came when Ned Stark placed his name, indicating the North's acceptance of the arrangement. Then the herald declared the realms of Westeros joined in new accords. A smattering of applause rose, uncertain but present. Margaery clasped her hands, exhaling relief. The realm was not truly at peace, but perhaps it had stepped back from the brink. After the ceremony, a makeshift feast was held in the courtyard, though it was overshadowed by the gloom of Harrenhal and the many battered alliances. Joffrey did not bother to attend the main celebration, apparently sulking in his quarters. Tywin made an appearance, coolly polite. Stannis lingered only briefly, heading back to his tent. The Tyrell portion of the feast turned more lively. Margaery's father insisted on pouring arbor wine, though the atmosphere never fully relaxed. Everyone was aware that, for all this pomp, the new arrangement could crack at the slightest provocation. Robb and Margaery stood near a brazier, warming their hands. She glanced at him. "How do you feel, Prince of the North?" she teased softly. He gave a small shrug, the corners of his mouth lifting in a half-smile. "It's a fancy title for what we already had. But if it keeps the Lannisters from invading, I'll bear it." Margaery nodded. "And it spares us a renewed war. The North can rebuild. That's worth swallowing some pride, no?" He caught her hand gently. "Yes," he said. "This arrangement isn't perfect, but it buys us time. Enough time to see if the White Walkers truly remain gone, or if we must muster again someday. Enough time for the realm to heal from its wounds." She squeezed his fingers. "We have lost so many, this is the least we can do to honor their sacrifice." In the days that followed, the realm's lords began to depart Harrenhal. Stannis left first, returning to Dragonstone or the Stormlands to fortify his new position. The Martell envoy departed, traveling the long roads back to Dorne. The Tyrells arranged for Mace and some knights to remain a short while to ensure no sabotage occurred. Meanwhile, Joffrey lingered with the Lannister retinue, though rumors suggested he was eager to return to King's Landing and reassert his absolute authority. Stannis's men scoffed at the notion. Ned Stark decided to remain until Robb was satisfied that there was no immediate threat, maybe a few weeks. Then they would head back to the north. During that respite, Margaery took the opportunity to speak quietly with Sansa about her old nightmares. Sansa would not so much as cross paths with Joffrey if she could help it, flinching at the thought. Margaery offered comfort, reminding her that they had formed a new arrangement meant to protect the north. Sansa swallowed hard and nodded. "I know. He can't hurt me now, right?" The question hung in the air. Margaery could only promise that Joffrey had no power in the North's domain and that if he broke the treaty, the entire realm would be outraged. Yet Sansa's eyes remained haunted. The scars of captivity ran deep. Arya, for her part, roamed Harrenhal's courtyard with a tight scowl, remembering her own captivity here. Sometimes she vanished into the half-collapsed towers as if confronting old ghosts. Gendry, the tall armorer's apprentice who had journeyed with her for a time, was also at Harrenhal, having joined the Baratheon contingent. Margaery suspected Arya found him to chat with. She glimpsed them once by a blackened archway, speaking in low voices. Margaery hoped Arya found some measure of closure in these crumbling walls. Robb met with Tywin a final time, ensuring that the lines of trade between the north and the rest of the realm would reopen. Tywin was civil but distant. He had placed the realm's security and his family's power above personal grudges, but that hardly meant he had forgiven the humiliation of losing major battles to the young wolf. Margaery guessed that Tywin's acceptance of the new arrangement came mostly from necessity. If the last few years had proven anything, it was that Lannister gold could not always overcome a determined alliance. For now, he seemed content to let the North remain a distant ally so the Lannisters could refocus on controlling King's Landing. A week later, Joffrey departed. He left Harrenhal in a swirl of Lannister banners, an entourage of hundreds. Cersei accompanied him along with a scowling retinue of courtiers. The Boy King did not bid farewell to Robb or Ned, ignoring them entirely. Margaery watched from the courtyard walls as Joffrey's retinue vanished into the rolling mists. She felt a wave of relief. The biggest flashpoint was leaving. That left only Stannis' men, who had already gone, the Tyrell presence, and the newly recognized Prince of the North. The fortress felt lighter for it. Finally, after ensuring that the Tullus had a caretaker in Harrenhal, Robb decided they, too, would return north. Ned agreed, anxious to see Winterfell again. Mace Tyrell gave Margaery a hearty embrace, then parted with half-joking comments about her traveling yet again to that icy domain. She teased him that if the next harvest was bountiful, perhaps the Tyrell shipments to the north would continue. Mace puffed up and declared his devotion to House Stark's well-being so long as trade thrived. A formal farewell was held in the courtyard, subdued but not unfriendly. Some Lannister captains nodded stiffly, still resentful, but in no rush to reignite hostilities. So the Northmen rode away from Harrenhal, this time under a banner proclaiming Prince of Winterfell rather than King in the North. The men themselves didn't seem overly upset. Many recognized that the new arrangement changed little about the North's autonomy in practice. The old vow of "we do not kneel" had become "we do not kneel, except on parchment that calls us princes." Ned declared that, for the sake of peace, it was a tolerable compromise. Arya rolled her eyes, calling it a fancy game of words, but admitted it was better than open war. The journey north was less arduous than the trip down. Spring sunlight had grown warmer, melting the snows near the riverlands. Fields blossomed in subtle hints of green, though the realm remained scarred by war. Riverrun greeted the party with heartfelt relief, and Edmure Tully confirmed that the Riverlands would adhere to the new arrangement, forging an even closer bond with the North. Margaery spent a few days at Riverrun, helping Edmure finalize trade routes. Then they pressed on. Past Moat Cailin, the north was still cold, but the air smelled faintly of thaw. By the time they reached Winterfell's gates, near the end of the 6th moon of the new year, the countryside was dotted with early buds of spring flowers. Margaery felt her heart lift at the sight of Winterfell's familiar walls. She recalled the day they had left for Harrenhal, uncertain if they'd return with swords drawn or a precarious peace. Now they returned with an arrangement that, if not perfect, might grant the realm enough stability to mend. The courtyard bustled with activity. Word of Robb's return had spread, and cheers arose as the Prince of the North rode in, accompanied by Margaery, Ned, Sansa, and Arya. Grey Wind barked, bounding ahead in excitement. People knelt or bowed, wearing expressions of cautious hope. The mid-morning sun bathed Winterfell's towers in pale gold as though acknowledging a moment of promise. That evening, a smaller welcome feast was held in the Great Hall. No lords from afar, no warlike tension, just local bannermen and castle folk celebrating the safe homecoming. Catelyn, who had remained to oversee certain repairs, embraced them all and offered a prayer of thanks to the old gods for returning her family once again. The hall resonated with warmth as men tapped barrels of ale and the dire wolves prowled about sniffing scraps of roast. Margaery, relieved to see the joy in Sansa's eyes, the restless grin on Arya's face, the thoughtful quiet of Bran and Rickon, allowed herself a moment of relaxation. She and Robb had done so much traveling, so much fighting. Perhaps at last they could pause. Near the feast's end, Robb stood, raising a cup. "Hear me all. We have endured wars beyond counting. We have faced an enemy of ice and shadow. Now we stand with our heads high. The North remains free in all but name, forging peace with the rest of the realm. Let us guard that peace for our children's sake. The winter recedes and spring beckons. We will not waste it." Applause rose, echoing off the rafters. Margaery watched him with pride and a little sadness. He was so young, yet had carried such burdens. His splinted hand was nearly healed, though a scar remained on his palm, a memento of the other's blade. She thought of the day they had first truly met in King's Landing, that wide-eyed youth from the north and the southern rose. They had both changed immeasurably, shaped by wars, alliances, and unimaginable horrors. When the feast concluded, they retreated to the quiet of their chambers. Margaery helped Robb remove his cloak. He gingerly flexed his hand. It still aches, but the maesters say it'll be functional. She pressed a soft kiss to his knuckles. May it serve you for many years of peace. He smiled, weary but genuine. You truly believe we'll have peace? I believe we've done all we can to secure it, she said. That doesn't mean the realm won't slip into quarrels. The Greyjoys might stir trouble, or the Targaryen girl across the sea might come with dragons. But for now, we've gained a respite. Let's cherish it. He wrapped his arms around her, resting his forehead against hers. The flicker of the hearth cast shifting shadows on the walls. Then we'll cherish it, and if new foes arise, we'll face them as we have everything else. Together, Wolf and Rose. His tone was soft but resolute. She closed her eyes, leaning into him, remembering the savage nights beyond the wall, the uncertain councils at Harrenhal, the swirl of doubts and hopes. They had survived, forging a path that might carry the realm beyond the tragedies that had nearly consumed it. Later that night, as Margaery lay awake beside Robb, listening to his steady breathing, she allowed her mind to wander. She pictured the North in years to come, regaining prosperity, forging trade with the Reach to share agricultural bounty. She pictured a new generation that might not recall the War of the Five Kings with quite the same bitterness, nor the terror of the White Walkers. If the realm's houses remained cautious, if men like Ned, Tyrion, and even Tywin continued to hold sway, perhaps they would avoid fresh catastrophe. It was not guaranteed. Westeros was a land that had known countless conflicts since the Age of Heroes. But maybe the living had earned a reprieve. Maybe they had learned the cost of unbridled ambition. Spring advanced day by day. Winter's frozen edges melted, leaving patches of greenery around Winterfell. Small folk repaired roads, planting seeds in newly thawed soil. Ravens carried the news of the new accords throughout the north, some of which were met with a shrug. Few northerners cared if their lord called himself prince or king, so long as the crown stayed out of their affairs. Margaery personally visited a handful of local villages, ensuring they understood the significance of the realm's new arrangement. Most greeted her with genuine warmth, calling her our Rose from the south who braved the snows. She smiled, reminding them that the worst was behind them, though they must remain vigilant in case the others ever returned. One bright morning, Margaery rose early and wandered to the Godswood. The weirwood's white branches swayed gently in the mild breeze, red leaves rustling. She knelt by the quiet pool, recalling the swirl of memories that had led her here. The wedding in King's Landing, the War of the Five Kings, the march beyond the wall, the final battles at Castle Black and in the haunted forest, the precarious negotiations at Harrenhal. She whispered a silent thanks for survival and for the chance, however fragile, at a future without constant war. Some might say the old gods would not heed a southerner's prayer, but she felt a sense of communion with this old place all the same. Soft footsteps approached. She turned to see Robb, cloak trailing in the dew. He offered a half-smile, stepping closer. I guessed I'd find you here, he said gently. I woke and you were gone, checking on the weirwood. She shrugged, rising. Just thinking. The realm has endured so much, and we still stand. He took her hands, gaze calm. Yes, we do. We have a new arrangement with the crown. For good or ill, we might shape Westeros more than we ever intended. As for the White Walkers, the wall remains manned. If they come again in our lifetime, we'll be ready. If not, we'll have to see that the realm doesn't tear itself apart for lesser reasons. She nodded. At least for now, the North can heal. Perhaps the people can breathe again, and we can hope the next generation knows fewer horrors. He leaned in, pressing a tender kiss to her brow. They stood in the hush of the Godswood, the sunlight dappling the mossy ground. Overhead, the red leaves shivered, as though bearing witness to a new chapter. For Margaery, it felt like a soft exhalation after a long, punishing winter, literal and metaphorical. She and Robb had traveled a winding path from King's Landing's dangerous intrigues to the ice-ravaged forests beyond the wall. forging alliances that no one dreamed possible, confronting threats older than memory. Now, as the North's thaw came, they faced no immediate enemy but the realm's capacity for strife. She found herself hopeful. They had proven that houses could unite against a common menace. Perhaps that unity could be reborn if another crisis loomed. The White Walkers had taught them that politics and grudges were trivial compared to extinction. Maybe that lesson would linger, at least enough to keep Joffrey from a new war, enough to let the next generation inherit a realm that had known peace, however short. She squeezed Robb's hands. "Come," she said, voice soft. "We have a day to greet the villagers. Maybe tomorrow, the harvest wagons from Highgarden will arrive, and we'll see the first real bounty of spring." He smiled, guiding her away from the Weirwood's reflection. "Yes, and after that, there's the matter of reorganizing the watchtowers near the Shivering Sea. Enough duties to fill a lifetime, but for once, they're duties of peace, not war." Together, they left the Godswood. Winterfell's towers rose ahead, warmed by a gentle morning sun that hinted at the possibilities of spring. Margaery felt an undercurrent of lightness in her step, a subtle promise that, after so many trials, the living had earned at least a season of respite. She thought of the battered realm outside these walls, of Harrenhal's ominous spires standing watch over a newly signed treaty, of King's Landing's uncertain days under a petulant boy-king and a calculating lord, of Dorne's quiet yearnings, the Vale's aloofness, the Greyjoy's ambitions, and the distant rumor of dragons across the sea. All threads that might yet converge on Westeros in another wave of strife. Yet for now, the wolf and the rose had done their part to safeguard the realm's fragile beating heart. If storms came again, they would face them, side by side. If the night ever darkened with the threat of the others, they would gather the realm anew. They had woven a bond that crossed the boundaries of North and South, House Stark and House Tyrell. It was not a triumphant happily ever after. Westeros seldom allowed such indulgences, but it was a triumph of survival, of shared purpose, of forging new beginnings from the ashes of war. And that, Margaery thought as she walked with Robb through the archway into Winterfell's sunlit yard, might be the best any two souls could hope to offer their people in such a land. They stepped through the gatehouse into the wide courtyard. People bustled about, nodding respectfully as the couple passed. The crisp air carried the scent of damp earth and possibility. Margaery's gaze flicked around, noting the bright cloaks, the wagons loaded with supplies, the small green shoots peeking through the melting snow near the walls. She smiled softly, glancing at Robb. The corners of his mouth curved in an answering smile. Whatever lay ahead, whatever new threats or trials might loom, they had earned this small moment of hope. They had made peace, however precarious, and brought the realm a chance to mend. And for the time being, that was victory enough.